another win and go 2-0 in Super Week. Let's find out as we hit the rift.
Super weak.
I am super weak. Andrea jobber tidlig I morgen, så jeg vet ikke om jeg får sett det I morgen. Vi planlegger å ha litt sånn pizzadate og sånne ting. Når det egentlig?
Samme tid, tror jeg. 17. Eller 18.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Ja.
Second
Nei, jeg tror ikke jeg får
summer
sett det.
season. Misfits did group up towards the top lane. No shenanigans afoot though. Lip has already made his way into the jungle. Couldn't see if he dropped the ward. Yes, he did inside the Brambleback pit. We're going to now move back to lane. So for the early game here, the Gragas versus Trundle matchup is not one we see a whole hell of a lot here. What do you think will happen, Gulborg?
Well, I think Trundle is one of the much more skirmish-heavier junglers that we will have, where he can look for ganks with the pillar. They don't probably want to meet each other here. I think Treats would love to look for other stuff as well. They do find a ward here, and this is great, because if you clear a ward as a
Viser jo bare stjerten fra Kobbe. Dårlig gjort, altså.
It's not shared. You get the same amount of XP even though you're all there, so that means you will actually hit level 2 on the first wave. And as a mid laner,
Viser jo tok warden.
Det bra. Han fikk en for ham da. Ok, så
Og du får farm,
sånn, ja. Han så, jeg tror det var change-up, det vet ikke hva han så før. Han så at det var der, så han gikk til andre buffen, så nå kommer han til å møte på han, for han har lyst til å møte på Gragas selv. Han er bedre, og litt bedre, tror jeg.
Eller kjører Isaiah Exhaust og Leona Ignite. Ja, sant det du snakket om det. Er ikke det Kalista? Men du sa en av meg, så...
Kalista den sterkeste level 1 nå.
Level 1 eller 2 eller noe sånt, ut fra Rend.
Let's turn our attention to the bottom lane as Lilip once again is the target of Cobby.
Ja, ok.
And I want to draw attention very quickly as well
Går exhaust fordi at du kan
standings
få folk.
and just lay out the stakes here.
Ja, sant.
Look at the standings right now with Misfits at 11 and 5. If they want to lock that top 4 seed, wow, awful timing, Trevor. Cobby gets jumped on. He's going to rocket jump to safety. Now Jezu and Lilith, they continue to press forward.
Yeah, but look at this. V2 now, he is spotted on the ward, moving down a bit towards the fuck of war, and then Razok coming in is spotted, but they're far
The fuck
forward.
of war?
This could be a gank to come through, but no, they smell it out. They're actually out.
Yeah, I mean, Jezu and Lilith were a little bit lucky. Razok didn't pull the trigger. He stayed put inside the bush. Now he's got caught out by this end blade. Here comes Cobby. He's low. Somebody heal has already been used. So I could jump forward.
Oh, no,
picked up by Jezu, but the bomb gets a reply. So both ADs 1-1.
Yeah, but definitely a win over for the side of SK. They get the first blood, they get the double buff onto Jesu, and they get the tempo on the junglers because Treats gets to stay in the jungle, he gets to stay in the clear, while now Razok, Raptor, Grom, the topside Scuttle, that's not clear.
Cringe han å gå tilbake til bluen sin, at junglen har død, han kunne ikke sjekke det på en av campsen hans.
We catch a glimpse in that mid lane.
Men det er høy level, men det betyr at midtlig
It's a ward Razok doesn't spot on the sweep, and therefore he thinks he's safe.
Du får ingenting til at han hvis det ikke blir enten dobbelt skuttelse på toppside, eller har gjerne campsen hans. Hvis han bare hopper opp av Lillip der, så vil han kunne bare hoppe med en gang.
Jo, faen, det er sant.
Will teleport back into lane. We'll pick up a small CS advantage. Not going to be able to interrupt the recall from Blue. I think he will be able to get back in time to pick up a few.
Ja, jævla langt.
And we've not yet looked at that top lane. Here it's in Gen X, they're just continuing to farm up. Gen X has already TP'd back to lane though.
I mean, it's not really a lane towards top side where
Gaming. Han går Omnistorm.
If we want to see anything happen, it is when Razok does hit level 6 and you have the subjugate to actually tear down some of the resistance from Gen X. But speaking of attention to the top side of the map, Treats actually skipping camps here, and it looks like he wants to opt in for a little bit of a lane gank.
I am so happy to see this. SK Gaming fixing almost every single one of the mistakes from yesterday. Draft already looking a lot healthier. Treats finding influence and skipping the pathing to apply pressure has already helped set up that first blood play. And he's not showing any signs that he's going to slow down.
I like what Hira did here, though. He held on to the TP, waited to burst down Genax as much as he could, because now, when he is TPing back, well, then Genax, as you see, is going to be recalling himself. If he had stayed in lane, that was going to be an advantage over the Hira, because he would have the base HP advantage in that matter. But Genax, once again, reads that, pushes in the wave, and now the wave is completely reset.
Yeah, it is indeed. And this
Du har satset så masse penger på denne matchen her.
Showing that they want to
Nei.
No handshake farm fest going on. Tio gets tagged.
Altså, Misfits skal jo ta det her ganske greit, da.
Already roaming
Ja,
once
så
again.
var også
Was one of the game changers
smelt
for SK in
like,
the second
så
half of summer. And this Leona, those hex flashes you already talked about during the draft.
Jo, men
So game changing against the low mobility syndrome.
altså, de eneste jeg stoler 100% på når jeg sier de skal ta det her, er Rogue. De har en sånn curse med det at de klarer ikke å vinne mot G2 uansett hva som skjer. Men ellers så er de jævlig konsistent. Og det er jo konsistent det hvis de har den cursen og ikke klarer å vinne mot G2.
Ja.
Så sånn, hvis Rogue spiller mot G2, da pikker du G2, ellers så kan du safe inn på Rogue.
You're getting me very excited when you said they're going to get even more explosive, because as it stands, SK have been throwing a lot of punches. With the exception of the CS.
Ja, det som er poenget mitt, liksom, Rogue driver ikke å tape sånn random matcher. Taper mot de de skal tape mot, og taper mot, vinner mot dem de skal vinne mot. Så kommer G2 og bare taper mot XL og sånn, jeg bare, dude.
Men de var så gode. De var jo så flinke, det var så nye folk. Ja. Da fikk jeg ha noen på toppen her. Men har vi
Ja,
ikke.
same. Det viser jeg.
Jeg fikk sånn, man må gå på den der flanker from all angles-sitten, for at når teams går vekk, så blir det vanskelig. Den er som å ha fem forskjellige team.
Ja, ok.
Så det funker veldig dårlig. Ja, men nå er det bare sånn 4 teams igjen, og da må vi prøve 5 forskjellige teams. Så må vi prøve på det nå. Så har vi Vici og White Knight, Reckless, Kaiser og
Inspired.
7.5 minutes in. As I've said so many times already, Treats and Lilip are two of the most important players on this squad. See, for the time being, Razorka's been relatively quiet, so he's going to start off as Herald, farming up for the time being, but hasn't looked for or hasn't found an opportunity to get involved yet.
They could look to contest this, though. They could be able to gain mid lane priority with Blue. We already saw what Genex did just earlier, so this could be a bit dangerous as well from the side of Misfits. It looks like SK, they want to contest this one as well.
3v3 for the time being. Genex has not left that top lane. Few members of Misfits are starting to fire down the Herald. Genex makes his way forward, no maximum dosage available to him. The explosive cast comes up, and it's SK that
Fan, missed den.
Men han har trøndelte på han, så han kommer men du kan ikke gjøre en disse.
2-2. The Darksphere slows down Blue. Scout of the week, will it find the stun? Slide and glide. Blue holds onto that Emperor's Divide, but they got the Herald as well.
They did get the Herald initially. The play is good, but the fact you have to sacrifice Genex for that one is...
Det som jeg ser for meg store problemet med The Hero, det er jo det at
Men for tempo,
vil jo bare...
myndet det der, han får hjelmen, han er en som vant på deg.
Jo, det er forstått sant.
Så nå får han 2
Nei, det eneste jeg tenker i en envenn med Mundo og Jace er jo det at hvis Mundo springer på, så sliter du jo litt som en Jace, men du vil slå han unna med E. Men da har han jo den jævla passiven sin.
It's super easy for the rest of Misfits to turn on towards Genex, and he's just cut off completely from the rest of his team.
Jace har vel ikke noe annet CC, har han?
Dark Harvest Mundo.
Dark Harvest Mundo. Pog.
Is not a guaranteed more beneficial play, right? So where does Treats go with that objective?
En lik. Det er så syndere
push
Det er en
back
av de
a
mest
little in
contestede
lane.
tingene.
Looks like Cobby and Van are stepping very far
På grunn av
forward, and
buffsen,
also hammering away
og
the tower.
man kan
And this
spille
is the
både
tough one for
midlane
them, right?
og
Because you can see they don't have mid lane
Offlane.
proxy, they don't have bot lane
Ja,
proxy, and
det
therefore they
synder
almost
ikke
have to use
veldig
this herald
nice.
for the
Og
top side of the map.
alltid hadde
But
liksom
it's not really
sånn her
your
pro
Mundo
priority for
you're
at jeg har
looking
så
to
bra
inject
kit. Det er
into
visse
this
champions
building.
som
Obviously, you're not gonna
folk
complain
alltid går
if you're
tilbake
gonna be
til
getting a
fordi
lot
de
of
har
gold
så
for
bra
yourself.
kits, og det er
It's
sånn
just the
Orianna,
fact that
Asir og
not
sånne
the
ting.
most ideal time to
Synder
kill
det
a
igjen dem,
map
for den har
for
sånn
that
long
one
range
yes
stun.
team.
It's to
Og
Ja,
balance
long
vet du
range den, og så generelt sånn control image, liksom.
all things
Ja.
equal.
Samtidig som de det er egentlig jævlig mye.
Gen X in this lane. If you look at the minimap, Razok has gone deep into SK's
Ja, så jeg må
territory.
farme mye.
But the fact that Treats and Gen X are able to push here it back, he's losing XP, he's losing minions, and there's a number of plates that have been secured. So a lot of very interesting cost versus like risk analysis going on, because across the map there are objectives being contested.
It definitely is, but it's also the fact now with this Mundo and he's able to push Hirit back that Hirit should be able to just freeze this wave here and just, you know, sacrifice the objective if that's what they want to do. But we take a look at the gold here and you can already see now, Mundo, the one with the biggest gold lead across the board, and also you take a look at Hirit's
det
gold.
ville ha funket sånn nesten for first hour, ja.
Yeah, significant.
Takk for
1,000 gold up.
innsikten.
Around 800 for VTO in this mid lane. Small CS advantage is also
Der får du ganske mye penger for å få first hour. Det var nytt for meg.
No, he can freeze altså instantly push.
And it looks as though Vander as well as Razork.
Hva fikk han ut av å pushe fire til back litt? Da? Det var bra.
I guess.
His TP just 1 second to it. Gen X Blue has the TP. The same goes for VTO. So if a skirmish were to break out around this next trade, if a skirmish were to break out, and once this spot lane fight, well, teleports they are going to be available for him.
Ja, han har jo helt sånn null sjanse. Han har fucking fått Shane. Men mindre kommer til jævlig useless til å bli en fight. Det er jo en puss her.
Men jeg er fortsatt veldig glad for at jeg ikke valgte han, da. Det er jeg.
Ja, det kan fort. Det blir veldig sterk etter hvert uansett. Men,
Jo, det skal jeg ikke se bort ifra.
men at det må, så ser det her litt jævlig.
Jeg mener topplaners får lite nok poeng fra før, for jeg trenger ikke å ha en butthurt topplaner.
TP-heaven. Oh my god. Men han har jo Chundle ultimate. Se hvor mye Chundle ultimate.
Ja, det er helt sykt.
Han ble sikkert død for lenge siden.
Men det er jo 5 stykker da, så...
Yeah, they're just playing that
Han er en
skirmish
hvit
around it
blir
better.
opp til.
The Vanders comes out with the bomb. It's not
Press the
giving that
attack, Mundo.
CC you
Let's
want.
go.
It's not giving that burst. And Lilith and Jesu, they play around that so patiently with the
Oi da.
burst. They continue.
The Emperor's Divide.
Skal de med en trade?
Han
Han fikk trade, han fikk en trade!
Han fikk med Blue. Hvordan klarte Blue å dø der?
Han
kan de ikke drepe Fikk inn Syndra fortere. Ja, men det er Farming Dragon. Det er faktisk ikke verre for ham. Dragon ble betalt hvis den ikke ble gjort der.
Ja, faktisk.
Han Mundo har 3 kills nå. Han vil kille. Ja,
Ja, det er jo ikke akkurat så veldig bra å funnele han, da.
Ikke egentlig, men...
Nei, Kobbe er ikke død.
Han feila flash! Jesus Christ. Jeg sender den tilbake til support.
Trees er ikke den beste junglerne, det er han ikke.
And we just go back to the setup as no team was able to secure the
Predator Mundo, det får du sikkert
stepping
på.
forward. Explosive cask is still on cooldown, a few seconds
Hvis
away.
du springer på F4, så kan du springe på en min. Ja,
Ja,
der kommer han. Spooke i... Så når dere ser Predatorene, så må dere respekte oss. Det er en skummel ting å ha på en fyr som bare springer. Hele Blaze.
Men jeg skjønner ikke helt hva er det at han driver og bytter? Hva er greia? Er det en rune jeg ikke har vært borti før?
Omnistånd, det er en rune som bare bytter randomly gjennom alle runesene jeg kan ta.
Ok.
I løpet av 60 sekunder.
There's only one ultimate for SK, it's Treats. He needs to have a fantastic explosive cast. Get rid of the Misfits members. He's not even used it just yet. Finally does, but it will not save Gen X. Only one kill. SK were unarmed
Misfits
with
mister
4
alt
ultimates
mulig
on
du kan misse.
cooldown, and Misfits find the kill.
Yeah, now with the resets to come through, what can Misfits get? On
Det
the
jo
map at the
derfor de
same
heter
time, Arrow is
Misfits, I
spawning
guess.
in just a few
Ja.
seconds. The same goes
Ja.
with this mid lane turret with Blue being chunked out. Is he gonna back? Is he gonna stay? He is just gonna stay. He's healthy enough for this one, and he's even gonna go
Han er
for
så
it.
kåt!
Time round, scoops up VTO underneath the turret. Razok throws out the pillar of
Jesus
ice. VTO
Christ, man.
finally goes
Okay,
down.
Spilledag,
But
yes.
beyond the grave.
Hver gang han ulter en støren.
And what a statement
Ja,
game
han hadde
to
ikke
come
så,
out.
han hadde ikke så mye
Plays
han
from
hadde gjort
SK
etterpå,
here.
med mindre han
As I
er noe
already
for follow
said,
up.
completely night and day from yesterday. They're out to fight.
Jeg vet ikke om det er så verdt det etter minivevene så han da.
Å, for en hyggelig kobbe stå og vente på han.
Vent. Det er litt dårlig for deg, altså. Det vil dere ikke.
The Winter's Bite not going to be thrown out just yet.
Oi.
Finally does. Lilith gets tagged. Solarflay by some time.
Han dør.
The shot pushes Lilith back. The explosive shot will pick
Hæ?
the kill. That's the 6th kill secured for Misfits. But
I guess,
I want to build on
I guess
that.
bomben ikke til nok.
SK are looking
Ellers så
fantastic
døde den og
right now.
igniten, og så
But if
sprang
you
bomben
were to tell
etterpå.
me that the number
Jeg
2
fikk
team
helt
in
ikke følge.
summer in the
Jeg
standings
tror det var første du sa.
you would not be expecting the game to go this way.
Så bomben dealer mindre enn en halv bar.
Ja, den så ut som den sprengt først.
Ja, han gjorde det, men det var jævlig gøy hvis den spiller sånn minus 1 hoppe.
Kanskje Ignite-ticken dealer først, jeg vet da faen.
They are the second place team of the LEC, and sometimes we just don't see that. But the scary part
Akkurat
of
det.
Misfits is always the
Kanskje
mid-game.
et Ignite-ticken kom før bomben aktivert, og det bare så sånn ut at bomben smelte seg.
With them now to utilize
Har
or
de gjort
opening up
klart, så
the map with a sight lane, with the extra gold you get from the tier 2 turrets as well, that's what we're looking for from that part. And you want to do it away from Jax,
Syndra
you
har
want to do
mørket,
it away from this Jace, because he just does not have this priority you're looking for right now.
And SK have
Men hvor ser du hva han har?
proactive and so
Rett
willing
høyre
to
for-
Å,
start
du ser
off.
det høyre for
Misfits have not had any
Grasp, ja,
time
det er jo
to
egentlig
look
ganske
for
straw.
any poke from here it's on the Jace. To look
Ja, men han
for
kommer
that
miste den i
scary
løpet av
weak. They haven't had
så det
a second or two to
Nei,
assess
vandrer
the
du?
situation.
Eller kanskje-
Misfits do have a 1,000 gold lead, but SK have got 2 dragons.
Nei, det vannet bør chille da.
on the Cloud Rift. Razok throws out the
Oi,
pillar of ice. Winter's
pillar.
Bite predicting the
Det er
body
så
slam, which was not
ekstremt bra.
now the tower in the bottom lane will be the focus. But look, Gen X shoves out their top lane. Blue's going to be able to push out the mid lane. What do Misfits do in reply? The tower's not even going to fall either.
Yeah, but it's the jog lane they're using right now as well. They're not overcommitting. A lot of teams would probably just have popped the Rift Herald. They realize, all right, Blue's still around the mid lane, pushing in a wave. Let's send VTO back so he can pick up the wave. At the same time, you got a lot of chip
Dark
down
Harvest.
towards that bot turret. And it's just SK being navigated back and forth.
Harvest Mundo må være
Needs to be a bit careful,
jalla da.
not to get caught up by the Mundo. But once again, look how low this turret suddenly is. Look how low the mid lane turret suddenly is. If you keep navigating the members of SK back and forth with a threat that you have a
Du må
Herald
også
as well that
stakke
needs to
over
take care of,
flere ganger når du får den.
that is why
Ja,
SK are
akkurat.
moving all the time.
Of course,
Så-
SK
og
have
veldig
picked up
mye
the
som er-
early
Dark
time
Harvest
game.
er jo bra
So
for at
it's
du
two
får stakke han,
minutes.
liksom.
Sheets is gonna look for here, not find it.
Og så bommen.
Rest of Misfits,
Det var
once again,
funksjonelt
minutes and a half
truffet.
before Dragon. They are
Kanskje det er Heroes som ikke føler seg så bra i dag.
pushing the tower down bottom,
Ja.
pushing the vision deep into SK's territory. And we're just gonna have another big
Det var Tom som var død, men
for the Dragon.
And look,
Kanskje-
once again, it's an exact replica.
Kanskje det
VTO
er
push in mid lane, move to
Var
one
det
spot, go and catch the turret. He's back to
Oi, 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 han har
Well, here it's gonna flash away
Arken
from
kommet.
explosive cast. That means it's not available.
Han poker så mye nå. Og så bare forsvinner
But
han.
now SK will be able to push towards the river. It looks as though Cobby's starting to back
Glacial!
out. If you just take a quick look at some of those CS numbers,
Er det en bra på vinduet?
Han kan slå, han kan slå deg mer etterpå igjen.
Pretty much even in the mid lane.
Å fy faen, han ble treig.
Bottom lane. And now try help me spot who gets subjugated
Han
here.
hittar
Razork
Glacial.
really needs to find one
Han
of these
slår en
frontliners
base.
to allow
Glacial
I feel like
Cleaver.
it's just it depends on the
Ikke sånn
execution as
glacial,
well.
yes.
If Lilith
Å, er det ikke?
pushing the call immediately, going too
Det er
far
basic,
forward,
det er aldri
if he
brukt
has to
Glacial.
shut the clock, if he has the W, you just
Tror virkelig at
immediately
han,
subjugate
jeg tror
him.
virkelig ingen ville
Mundo, on
brukt
the other hand,
Glacial hvis det hadde vært på
might
abilities.
go for him, but
Så det kunne bare
Nei, det er
kua
sånn
folk,
det er.
og så kunne han bli slowa.
attention, but dodging away a lot of the abilities at the same time.
Patches O'Houlihan. Well done, Blue. Dodging
Ka-
every single skill shot, but that one
Oh!
after I caster cursed him. But now it's Misfits in the river first. They pushed out bottom, they pushed out
Mm.
middle.
Så Drake.
This is just going to be a tennis match, a juggling match, as Trouble would say. Back and forth, back and forth.
Offre han stakkars jævelen.
Maybe able to secure
Ja,
the
men han
second
får
tasting.
Drake.
Yeah, they are getting the Drake. They're doing a good job at body blocking the Herald, and They are posturing as if they want to deter them from getting back to the mid lane here, so we could have a little breakout fight.
How does Misfits
Ja, det her ser
start
ikke så
fight?
bra
They
ut for
don't
Misfits,
have
ass.
engage. The glacial fissures on cooldown. Subjugate
Han
comes
brukte ulten
out,
så
but it
sent, ja.
simply doesn't do enough. It's too little, it's too late. An infected cleaver catches out here. Treats coming from the side with an explosive cast
Liksom
available to
veldig-
him. He knocks back one. The rest of the Misfits are running for their lives. It's here that's taken down. The second of the fight
Video bare
for
100.
SK. Misfits, what were you doing? They didn't
Faen
have
meg,
the
Fnatic
engage.
bare
That was a
hyper
very
opp SK,
egotistical move
så
coming
at de
into that
vinner mot
one. That was
Misfits.
disrespect towards SK. They had no priority from Vision
Som bare
trying to go
ikke
into
klarer å
that
spille
mid
i
lane.
dag.
The waves were not there for them either. And it just
Det gikk
completely
ikke
blew
bakover.
away. Look at the vision control.
Det kan du vel bare
Every
gjøre.
setup you have for this one is just
Razork
Razor skulle ha ulta mye tidligere. Så nå ulta den her. Her ulta den. Det gjør ingenting. Han må ulte på halvtid.
Teamfight perspective, where you get to kite back, BTO gets a lot of value on the Syndra as well, but the problem for them is, once again, that immediate engage we see to come through from SK. Lilith, they're flashing from treats, so nicely done by SK.
The thing that I actually really like about that replay, it demonstrates how both teams ideally want to play their comp. Misfits don't really have the strength if they're pressing forward, but imagine if Vander was alive, running backwards, had Glacial Fissure, and could have thrown it into the river. No ways, are they being cheeky? 20 minutes 30. Oh my word, SK Gaming, they're starting to sniff this out. He's going to be able to spot it. 5,000 HP. Hex Flash going to be cancelled. Running away for Lilith. The solo play is available to him. That's a knock up there onto Trees from the Glacial Fissure inside the pit.
Okay, han er død.
Take him out. Trees is down.
Ah, den bare smekka han.
Misfits may have just regained control of this game.
Dæven.
Flies up with the feathers.
Det er en bra fight.
Kom igjen, Video. Video! Video! Kom igjen, hjelp Video! Han er eneste som gjør damage her.
Maybe the last one to fall. Genex has been
Han flasher. Holy
ignored
fuck.
for now. He may be able to be
Ja, for de bare ignorerer Genex, ja, og da er det da det går bra. Ja, men herregud da.
Ja, de har ikke videre noe mer.
Han har face rush.
Åh, Video kommer bakom! Video? I am Video!
Gå ned.
Sundisk is thrown down on that top tower. That will help the escape somewhat.
Skal vi ulte mer, eller bli?
The stun with Scatter the weak. He's holding onto the trigger. Finally throws it out. Who will be the target? It's going to be Blue, but the ball falls short. Nobody gets stunned, and Misfits come out ahead.
And that was such a clever call. The
Baron power play with Red Bull.
Immediately.
Jeg vet ikke helt hva Trees gjør. Jeg vil ikke replay på Trees spiller. For han feiler hardt. Hvis han
står
dør,
liksom der og bare, ok, jeg må bare ta den warden her.
Ja,
så er
Brom
det
hittet han
sånn.
ikke.
Og så var Video som hittet han, og så prøvde han å komme inn, og så bare ble han bare bursta.
Ja, han bare one-shotet Jesse. Jeg sa ja!
Of burst damage to come through. This is why it's first pickable for Misfits. This is why it has so much priority for them.
Syndra er en syk. Hvis du har en person på midlane som spiller Syndra, som er kjent for å spille som Syndras aktiv champion, så anbefaler jeg bare å pikke dem championsene fremover, for at Syndra kommer til å være. Larsen er veldig god på kontroll med sånn viktig.
Ja, akkurat da. Det er derfor jeg bare Larsen, kjør Larsen.
Ja, spørsmålet om hvor mange AD-junglers det er, for at de må komplemente AD-junglers, så det er Viego, Shinshao.
Ja, det har Mister
Ja, det kommer an på hvor mye de kan prioritere på. For de prioriterer fortsatt Lucian, så det kommer an på om de har da.
Ja, hvis Larsen pikker Lucian, så blir jeg bare sur. For jeg har allerede mistet 20 points.
Men jeg tror hvis de så veldig tydelig at de kommer å gi bort Lucian og vinne ganske hardt med Syndra over Lucian.
Ja, det var jo det de gjorde i går.
Ja.
Jeg synes det var bare så gøy at liksom sånn, ja, vi er så fornøyd. Vi har Lucian og Diana, og så kommer Larsen og bare, ja, men jeg har Syndra.
Glacial Mundo!
Så som jeg forstår det, Glacial Mundo er ekstremt dårlig.
Slå basic på folk. Hvis den hitter med cleaver og slår den mer, så blir den jævlig slå.
Jo, det er jo for så vidt sant det.
Versus SK and Rogue beat Vitality. Those two things happen. We'll take that top 4 seed. And also, if Mad beat Fnatic, then Misfits will be guaranteed that top 4 seed. So for Misfits,
Ja, hvis Fnatic fortsetter å inte, som man sier.
And Ender was saying it on the analyst desk that this is one of the teams that could be a dark horse in playoffs, that could surprise.
Ei, det är
Look,
rasistisk.
they're inconsistent, don't get me wrong, but you can see the ceiling. And I think one of the things I like about their gameplay is you can see behind
Ja, at de
the curtain of
ingen
their decisions.
veldig
They are
dedikerte,
bold
bra
and
spillere.
brave, and
Han
it
bare
does work for
her.
them many times.
Yeah, look at the
Det er de
flank
skal gå
though
for en
from
flank.
Treats now. The TP's not there, but
Gulvet
Lilith is
også
coming
på
to
en
base.
rar plass.
And it may look for a bit of an engagement.
Okay, det var litt cringe og...
Disjointed.
I'm waiting for Blue. He's holding
Men
on to
altså,
the
SK
line.
gikk jo ut i går, så de kunne jo egentlig bare ha mima i dag.
Misfits Treats goes all the way in. He's already used that explosive cost. Buy some time with
Ja,
that
det ser ut som
shot.
en prøver.
Genex as well. Jesse jumps forward into two. Pulls
Prøver
up
seier,
backwards.
sånn random.
He takes down Vizio.
Ja.
That's a solo kill
Å, nei, Vizio,
for
du-
Jesu in the midst of
Nei.
the team fight. 1-for-1 for now. Jesu is not going to be able to be taken down by Misfits.
But that was exactly what SK needed. We talked about it. They need a flank, a vision pocket where Misfits do not know where Treats would be. And there they found it. You called for Blue. He does still have that Emperor's Divide. Decide not to flash for it. But at the same time, while SK is pushing down the middle lane, Misfits immediately beeline it down towards the bottom side of the map, and they get the tier 2 turret that gives you so much gold at this stage.
Oh, I'm scratching my head so much that the pace of this game is unrelenting.
Ja, det jeg ikke skjønner er at de heter Misfits Gaming.
Yeah, but it's actually quite crucial.
Men
because
Castran
that
kaller
has
dem
made
hele tida
one
for
attack,
The
one
Misfits.
made him use the rocket jump as well, and makes it sure that they can't really play around the fight that they really want. Then the scatter.
Ja, vi har dem som ikke passer inn.
Is pivotal in setting down Treats. But Jesu, you talked about it as
Ja, han er
solo
ikke så,
kill in the middle of the team fight, and he's setting that one up for
Jo, jævlig
sure.
cringe for
He
henne.
even ulted backwards to make sure he could flash like that.
The exhaust, very, very helpful as well. I don't
Awesome.
think I've seen very many flanking assassin Zayas. 4, 1, and 2. But the Phantom Dancer completed, making his way towards an Infinity Edge as well. SK are still down 2,000 gold, but they are the ones that now need to react. They've lost 4 towers, but they've not secured any because they were 2-0 up at one stage. With 30 seconds to Baron, with 3 minutes to the next Cloud Drake, and which one are they going to fight over?
And, I mean,
Cow
that's the
Drake.
big question as well, Trevor, and I'm so glad you're asking
Cloud
it because
Zero.
in this goal deficit that SK are having right
Baron.
now,
Cloud9 er meg med.
it's not like they're
Baron
in
kommer opp
control
på
of the
sånn
map.
15
As soon as
sekunder.
Matteo gets the blue buff that will
Oi.
spawn in 1 minute, he's gonna have endless mana resources to keep the
Baron powerplay brought to you by Red Bull.
Scanner in a side lane as well together, or just in the mid lane
Yeah.
if that's what you want. It's also going to be pushing it up down towards the bottom side of the map. You can already
Jeg
see
vet ikke hvem
Hybrid
som
once
tror
again
bare Misfits
pushing out
vinner
the bot
en
side.
fight hvis de
So
faktisk går for
from a
ordentlig
map
plass.
point of view,
Ja, hvis de ikke
Misfits
tar
are
sånn
just the team
apefight,
that
ja.
is setting the pressure. They're
Tror
the
du de
one
neste
who's pushing
ultimunden
SK
da
back. They're the one who's setting up
det er
these
liksom
vision pockets.
Eller
That's for
Trøndelag
SK
først og fremst
to
nødt til å
drop it.
ulte,
SK to
punktum.
find these windows where they
Vel,
can mimic
han har ikke
the
så mye
fight they just
bedre,
had, just to make it
mye
even
andre
better.
bra
That's
valg.
what we're going to try to do now. Misfits
Nei, men det er det at han,
forward
han
on
må
that
faktisk
front
ulte.
foot. They don't
Ja.
care.
Jeg vet ikke hvor mye
about
de gjør det
the
på
engage
ulti hvis de
power
ikke
from
ultimer.
SK. They trust in the disengage. Some of the vision that was placed in the river has just been cleared out. Shallow, nevertheless, but with the map control that Misfits have established, they can now try to assert dominance around the Baron pit. Feels like
Dominerende.
both teams are definitely
Oh, but-
focusing on this objective.
But imagine the mental edge Misfits have on you right now as well. They started the 20-minute Baron. You can never leave this Baron untouched again. And that puts a lot of pressure on towards the Cloud Drake as well, because a lot of your priority and a lot of the vision, as you currently see from SK right now, is being put towards the top side of the map. It is being put up towards the Baron. Granted, yes, there is still 1 minute and 30 seconds onto the Cloud Drake spawns,
Nej, jag
but
får
if
ju passa
you're
igång.
able to keep this pressure up from Misfits and then just rotate down towards the Drake, then you're going to be able to
Ja,
just get
turreten er
every
så
position
low at
for
de
free.
aldri kan
Misfits
ha
have
en
a
person ikke
small
seg.
window of item advantage to
Hvis de vil ha den, det er jo-
completed for Kabi. 3 for Hirit as well on the top lane.
Hvilken fikk pink på
Once again, here it goes, catches the wave down bottom. Will start to push that out. He's got teleport available. Genax and Blue do as well. So Hirit can decide, does he want to push this lane? Does he rejoin the rest of Misfits? Keep your eyes on that mini-map. There's a number
han
of
kommer bare
wards in and
skjøt
around the
da.
pit, so SK still have information.
But Hirid is doing exactly what he needs to do here. He needs to wait for a response to Blue to come through here, so he actually gets the vision. He can get the intel to the rest of his team. They don't have 5 members.
Lille
on the top
pikker
side.
rolig litt
We
sånn
can actually
AFK.
push forward a bit, and there you see it as well. Hirid, as soon as his
Yeah.
RC was there, he feels more confident to push it forward. Now with the resets to come through as well, bot lane is pushed out, mid lane is going to be even, and with all the
No,
vision from
Drake.
SK puts toward the top side of the map, with Drake now spawning in 30 seconds, look at where the rest of the Misfits are going.
Yeah, gonna once again make their way towards the objective. There is a cheeky SK ward inside the Dragon Pit. I'm not quite sure how much life it has left, but this is just a really good demonstration of how
Ja, ganske mye, den.
those side lanes, pushing
Ja.
the vision in, just allows you to be one step ahead of your opponents. Once again,
Oh.
just down the 5v5. Jesu gets chunked out from real long range, and just like that, Misfits plant a flag and say, we own this land.
Exactly, that's how you play with a composition that don't have that immediate engage. You just want that poke to land, so Jesu can no longer perform in a team fight. You can see he's trying to find anything to lifesteal on, there's nothing of it, and now they're catching Genex.
He's indeed caught out, the Fissures drop down, nobody else from SK's joined just yet. Jesu's recalling is still low on HP. Misfits are not going to commit for the Baron at the moment.
And now for Friedrich, we go to Friedrich.
Dragon rather is alive as well.
Kobbe, hva driver med?
So gonna go for the dragon instead of the Baron.
And I think that's the correct call as well. You have established vision for yourself now. You make the resets to come through from SK, so they can't threaten the Baron.
Ingen Baron, men de så langt ifra.
Still in the pit for Misfits, so now they're on soul point. And you know what? You know Misfits, they don't care about the soul. They
just need to get Misfits for Drake, ass.
And that's the essential real win condition. But SK, they're threatening them, and now TPs are coming through around the Baron.
Everybody's once again inside the river.
Oh, Vito!
No. Out. The body slam, the explosive cost, BTO's down. Solar Flare catches out a few of the pushes Misfits backwards, but the Hourglass
is
så low. De så low.
Ja, de vinner.
Ja, de vinner fighten. De har bare for low.
Det er litt trist at han får det ultimate!
What the fuck?
Hva var han gjør da?
Ok, bare drit I han og ta bærene, selvfølgelig.
Piling down towards the mid lane turret.
Kanskje litt
and now they might just turn towards the Baron. No, they're just going to continue on this one. A bit indecisive, but I think Baron will be on the table now with 20 seconds still on blue and on treats.
Ah, jeg cringe at du vite det da.
Nesten som døde.
Han dealet halve livet til alle sammen på laget, men så ble de bare mobba.
Because I want to see how the damage was followed up. Could they have gotten more? Is the question that I'm going to ask, because it looked like such a great set.
Once again, it's the damage that comes out from
Se på det der.
Jesu once again
Ja, han blir bare hoppet på.
Ja, men han fikk jo 3 stykker ned til sånn par bar.
Åh, han dobbel overglassen her, denier seier. Fy faen, det var faktisk sykt. Det var faktisk helt sykt. Den seierulten jeg ville ha drept begge to.
Det så sjukt at Genex venter til han har sånn en fette bar, og så bare, ja, nå skal jeg gjøre det.
Men det helt ok å vente med det, men jeg kan jo minst gå fremover. Sånn, stå midt I fighten, og bare liksom, ikke fighte som du ikke har. Ja, Tinder fikk den faktisk.
Misfits continue to
Nei, men sjekker som har fått en poeng på video. Bare for at det mye cringe, eller?
SK are not going down without a fight, and they still could win those team fights.
They could, but once again, it becomes more and more unlikely the further we get into this game as well, and the further behind SK gets. Also, just in terms of the map state right now, you have a member pushing out the mid lane. That's a pressure point you have to respond.
Caps litt sånn, han har gjort det bra I det siste.
Ja, men det bare en for.
Ja, du har Rekkos. Caps fikk mer poeng enn Jankos I går, men Rekkos fikk mest da.
Du snakker om Janko som at jeg tenkte å snakke om Janko.
Nei, jeg tenker liksom utifra hvem som fikk mest poeng av de G2-spillene.
The threat of the scat of the week, but because Misfits this time round are controlling, are making the first move, they're able to just control and
nå dealer han masse da.
Ja, han har begynt å deale jævlig mye.
Hvis de går for han, så bør de bare finne.
God venn underfør, ass.
Yeah, I mean there is a call to be made that Hero should get run down afterwards as well, but it's a good punish to come through from SK. The problem is right now for them that Hero will still be respawned for when this Cloud Soul becomes available, and right now as SK, there's nothing you can get on the map. All you're getting right now is just extra breathing room to clear out some camps, to clear out some waves, to try and diminish the gold lead that Misfits have. But the fact of the reality is that no matter what, when you get on towards this Drake, Misfit will still have the advantage, and that's for the X Factor once again from SK to come through. Treat should have his flash up as well as soon as that happens, and if you can lock down a priority target like VTO that has so much burst damage in his kit, but no Sonya's, that would be extremely ideal.
Lagt Trundle. Tidligere med meg, lagt Trundle. Bruk alt sammen på Trundle. Gaming mode. Ja, men vi tar faktisk flashen.
Of course, look at that. 4 items completed already. 45 seconds, and again, just like clockwork. Misfits, they push out the bottom lane. They push into the jungle. Start placing down the wards, and Blue's got teleport available to him, so he is trying to get something back and crucially taking out some of those super minions.
Yeah, it's just to alleviate some extra pressure so you don't have to worry about the top side of the map suddenly collapsing, but the Drake is not even on Misfits' mind. There's still 30 seconds until it spawns, so they're going to keep the pressure up instead. They have a minion way to play with. They're going to be able to get the bot side turret as well.
Now, very clever here, VTO sitting on the side, so if Lilip or Treats engage on the main Misfits cluster, he can come in and clean up with Scat of the Week. Clean up with the multi-man stun.
Misfits bør bestemme seg for å bare skjerpe seg og bare gjøre ting. Det for å suge.
Ja, Dragon Soul om 2 sekunder. De har 0 vision.
Ja, den borte, liksom. Faen, de har 4 Windrakes, hva faen? Det er så mye move speeds.
But that is not going to be the difference maker. That is going to be the Cloud Soul to come through now from the side of Misfits. Now, granted, it doesn't do all too much for their composition. It does give you some extra movement speed to play around with, and that is going to be important, especially when Genex has been running numbers down and you want to create space.
Kjapt trønle, det er helt sjukt.
Ja, hvis jeg AD-carry situasjonen her, men trønnen her, så vil jeg være til det. Det er en skummel trønder da skal ha på det.
Ja. Så har han 400 000 movement-speed, sånn.
Sånn tjener jeg tillegg.
I will tell you if you're right or wrong after the combat takes place.
Oh no.
But for Misfits, this is a good step towards picking up the win. Obviously, if Rogue...
Det er tid for kjending, ass.
Misfits will have that top 4 seed. They'll be in the upper half of the bracket, have the ability to play 2 best-ofs, you know, not 1 and done if you're 5th and 6th.
Health-baren til Genex er så stor. Det er myndig, ass.
Ja, den er litt cringe.
Because this is just a very, very interesting game with so much intensity and very visible decision-making.
I feel like the style of them very much is the same mage and AD carry to play for, and then a brawler to play for as well.
Oh my word, so much damage until Lilip. Kobe is chunked out for half though. VTO still holding on to that ultimate. The explosive cast and solar flare with 30. Those are 2 very important ultimates with 30 seconds until Baron.
Han er French, de forstår ikke han.
You have to salvage your top lane being pushed in. There's a slow push with the bottom lane pushing in. You're so far pushed up towards the mid lane of the map with VTO just with blue.
Det er sånn som når Adam bare randomly går inn og ingen følger etter. Han med Le Merde. Og da må jeg, hæ? Hva du snakker om?
Will be looking to bait the Baron rather than just start it immediately. You do have 2 blue orbs to work with from SK, and those blue orbs are going to be their saving grace.
Well, Treats is going to try set up a flank. He's got no ultimate though. Razork is being jumped on by Genex. That will at least split up that front line.
Press the attack.
Poking. The shock blast not yet having an impact. Finally, Lilip gets chunked out about 25%. The Dragon is still 3.5 minutes away. Baron is up, and Misfits have started hammering away. Super minions are in the top lane. Misfits, they're going to stand inside the darkness and look.
Hvorfor engager han bare ikke?
3 mot 5.
Jo, det er sant det.
Så han bare... ok. Han ulta Gragas, I guess.
Wins the burger flip. Den trøndelen er skummel, ass. Åh, blue. Må bruke den der... Oi!
Ja, nå ser jeg på toppside her.
Minjensen bare... hvor skal vi igjen?
Oh my god, cringe at vi må dø hele tiden for at han dealer med damer. Han bare sånn, må drepe Vitio! Midtveis er kommet sånn, ja, jeg fokuserer på Vitio, jeg gjør massiv damage, men ingen kan fokusere meg for at dere har nødt til å fokusere i Vitio.
Multiple waves are now going to push onto the Nexus. Blue's getting chunked down. The engage from Lilip and follow-up from Treats. Razork gets knocked all the way to the inhibitor. Now all of a sudden, Kobe's starting to hammer down. First Nexus turret has fallen.
Tristan on the turrets.
Yeah, Tristan on the turrets.
Misfits turn their attention to the Nexus. They're starting to ignore the SK members. A couple more shots will do it, and Misfits take down SK.
But had you asked me if it was going to take Misfits 38 minutes,
De så misfornøyd ut.
Ja.
completely revitalized and much more to play for with what we saw today with this draft.
And of course, on the other side,
Transpride.
They didn't fall significantly behind, and once they were able to make that
men
20-man
fjeset
power play,
over
the
video.
game was in their control. But I can only hear the words.
Ja, faen, jeg glemte å vote.
Maximus, the movie, are you not entertained? But I still am so
Ja,
confused
det
with that
blir
game.
virkelig
This is number two.
Hvorfor
ja,
Number
25% som
It was
trodde at SK skulle vinne på forhånd?
non-stop action.
That's what I love.
De
This is
satser
what-
på grunn av
this is what I
odds.
cast LPL for as well. This is just
Mm.
what League of Legends I am here for.
For at du
And
får
the
mer for det, ja.
decisiveness as well to come out from them was what genuinely put Misfits in the favorable position.
Now, if you want Fnatic to have a chance at top 4, you need them to beat Mad. If Fnatic lose to Mad, it's going to hurt their chances, and Misfits will lock in a top 4 seed. Similarly, if Rogue take down Vitality. So Misfits sitting very comfortably at the top of the table, and all the question marks are going to be best of 5s, playoffs. How is this team going to perform in that environment?
That's the thing.
Dårlig.
We have seen them as
Ja, det er det.
at least
De var
the rumors are
de var
going
ikke
out
så
there,
gode
as
som
well
de
as we've seen
virker.
Razork, even Joking said it.
Jeg tror det er sånn det.
Bare
It's
bestemme
that
seg.
clutch factor we're looking for as
For
well.
å bare
Some of it
suge.
today, if they are down
Ja,
in
Mad
deficit,
bedre
and they
enn
are
Fnatic,
willing
det
to
er
just
sant.
start Baron Course like
Ja,
They really are.
og
Of
det
course,
skulle
if
ikke
you wanna vote
du
for
på
key
starten
player
av splitten,
the game,
liksom.
@LEC
Jo,
on
ja,
Twitter,
de
Razork,
har
Hobby,
vunnet.
and
De har
Vander
vunnet.
have genuinely
Vunnet
nå-
hele splitten, mens Fnatic kom seg ikke til playoffene. De var ikke på topp 4.
Nå jeg bare skal begynne å disse Fnatic-folkene mine, og så ta og craft Mad i stedet.
Thank you.
Det burde vært riktig på det, men
Å nei!
hva faen du? Jesse?
Jesse?
Nei,
I was
hva
talking
er
to Treats before the game, and we were
For intervjuet Å ja, de intervjuer SK for at de er der.
for this week's Super Week, and
De
I know the
intervjuer
relationship you can have
SK
with
fordi de
Jesu outside of the game, and how
Hva
close
mener
it
du?
be. How special was
Nei,
it for you to play against
SK
him,
er jo
knowing that
der.
you can influence
Ja, det
his
kom
Det er
der,
ikke
ja.
Misfits.
standing? Also the fact that you solo kill him
Ja.
during the game, which was noticed on
Så det var
social
derfor
media.
de
How did you
intervjuer
see
dem,
that?
selv om det er veldig
So
rart.
obviously, it's always really nice to play against VTO, you know, because yeah, we are really good friends, and yeah, I might have targeted him a bit in the fight, but like it wasn't personal. I think I had
Really
to,
good
try
friends
to,
with VTO.
get to him and one shot
But
him to win the
after
fight.
this day, we
Yeah,
are
it feels
not
nice because
very
it's
good
him, you know?
friends.
Yeah, it's all good fun, and you mean well. I know
Er du
that. We had a
French?
chat in the makeup room before the game, and I asked you, is there anything special you had planned for today in game? But you
Ja, du er
just went
French,
for
ja.
the
Det mener jeg. At du ikke skal være venner, da.
LEC game,
Birk
playing
Gravdal.
Franskmenn har
What is the goal now?
Birk Gravdal, bare French.
Birk
So
Flensdal.
we didn't do anything special because we feel like
France
it's
pride.
better for all of us to just play the best we can, which means not trolling draft because I think
Laura.
I mean, it's true as well for the other team, you know. I think it's a bit disrespectful if you
She's
start to,
fine as
blind
fuck.
pick Vayne, even though I'd really love to, but
He is so
we just
transphobic.
Veldig.
He is
so we're
transphobic.
just playing what
I'm pretty
we
sure
know
Veldig.
and trying
Enda
our
mer
best, even though we're
transphobic,
not making
kanskje.
playoff. We can
Hva er
still
greia
show
med
some good things.
transfoben?
Yeah, I saw you were hovering the champion in the
Transproben?
draft. Maybe you get
Hva-
to play
hva er
him
greia?
really in less games tomorrow, but of course you want to leave a good
Fatphobe.
impression. I get on this these last games, and you want to come back next year. So I want to know how different are you from the Jesus I met a year ago at the Misfits Gaming House? Like how did you change as a person since you joined the LEC, but also as a player in game?
I think as a person, I've become a lot more secure in myself because
Faen, folk bare
when you enter
friket.
LEC, there's a lot of pressure on yourself. And
Fikk
people
Å
just
nei!
come to you
Det var
and
en som
say,
fikk
"You do
remova
this
en
bad, you do this
message
bad," and
som
before
han
that, it's all like,
betalte
in IRL, in
800
Misfits, it's more like chilling, you know, like
Ja,
saying
det
you're
fortjener
doing this good, you could do this better.
Bra
And
gjort,
when you
altså.
enter, I think it's really important that you're really secure with yourself and your level because it's
Forsen.
the same for the
Free
fans. Every time you
Palestina.
miss something, they
Hetero
just
pride,
point it
hetero
out,
pride.
and you have to know how good you are, your value, and what you have to work on.
Mhm.
And I think my
Og så
main
seriøst, hva
priority
er greia
has
med
been just
Mods
focusing
transfer?
on
ban me,
winning
I got
the two splits,
cyberbullied.
especially when it's hard, like when we're starting, I think we were 1-8 at one point. So you just have to find other way to work, try to make it change, you know, find for
Og
solutions.
så er det en som
And I
spør
think I
hvem
grew a lot
vant.
during these times.
What would be your
Who
best
won?
memory from this first
Jeg
year
ble
in the
forvirra
Denne
hvis
er-
at SK har sittet og snakka på intervjuet.
probably the Jarvan Kalista game with Streets in the first split because yeah, it was.
Men jeg digger også
really,
hvordan alt som skjer
really
i
fun game to play, and I felt
låret-intervjuene,
really
at
good.
alle bare runker og
So
bare
yeah, probably this.
låret.
And playing on stage as well was really good, obviously.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Hopefully with
Racing's
an
excellent
audience next
combination,
year.
yeah,
And
very
well,
much.
congrats on your first year in the LEC, Jesus.
Thank you,
Good
Laura.
luck on the last game tomorrow. And we're gonna take a break now, and we'll be back in a couple minutes for a very
so
important
Israel
game
forward.
as Excel will take on Astralis. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss it.
Jeg er sikker på det. Oi. Får håpe at det er sånn off-day for alle midlene, så yes. Oi. Se på fingerbangen. Han bare sånn bang, 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 bang. Finger bang, bang. Se det Rogue som har.
I'm back again with Kia to give you the chance to show
Nå var
millions of
sånn
viewers
GG
around the
eller noe.
world your ability to move like no one else. We're inviting you to show your biggest and most inspirational plays. And if you've truly got what it takes, then your play will be cast by me during the LEC finals. Just like a pro.
Me? Me? Question mark? Me? Å nei, det er en defeat. Teamen, hvor trist.
Nei.
Vi kan ikke gå tilbake til Ilo Hill. Oi, nam. Dårlig quick lunch. Yeah.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Jeg er med sånn cringe, for jeg er helt på å høre på radio hele tiden. Så er det sånn cringe-reklame veldig ofte, sånn der Drinking normal Coke can be a little boring. That's why Pepsi Max no sugar is challenge your taste. Det er bare sånn question mark. Har du lov til å si sånn? Er det meme? Det er bare McDonald's slags reklame sånn Eating a Burger King burger is very cringe. So eat on McDonald's. Nå skal jeg på meg ikke gjøre det. Jeg mistet en annen feil. Video. Oi. Blir det sånn, her! Gratis kill, gutta! Vent, dette her.
Se på White Knight, han bare, jeg er lei av det normal pride-dritene, så jeg...
Ja, det blir bare spill, sånn at det ikke skjer.
White Knight bare, hello, look at my face. I have the face.
Nei. Ut. Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor han fightet der. Det var jeg skjønner ikke bæret av hva han gjør. Han kan bare backe der.
Ja, det var litt jalla.
Nei, helt enig. Oi, Mundo er så helt bak i Pakistan. Ja, ulti. Lol. Ha det.
Jævlig jalla at den brukte den så sent, liksom. Det var ett basic der jeg kunne dø. Bare, ja, faen, jeg hadde ulti, ja, det er regelt. Kanskje jeg skal bruke den? Men ja, det er hovedproblemet til SK. De er for dårlige spillere, men det at de... Har jungle live.
All around.
Gjør liksom ikke nok.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC, where it is
Yo,
time for a
ja,
matchup
fair.
to decide everything in the race for playoffs. As
Åh,
Excel
gult sånn
Esports
skrin.
and
Vi må kjøpe
Astralis,
chatten.
the only teams to never make
Åh.
sense in the LEC, face off in a pivotal game. And I want to take some time to
Ja,
build
de
up
må
this game
forresten
as it is so
de må
important.
forresten
Let's
svømme
start
greier.
with the side of Excel, a
Spam
UK
this
team that has
fire
been in the
helt
position to
promiscu.
make playoffs.
Hva faen,
They're
du?
time and time again trouble, but they have always fallen short. Is this the
Ja, det
time
kommer
for
til meg.
them?
It probably very
Hva er det,
well
Joel?
could be. I think we've been very repetitive saying
Oi.
yes, the addition of Markun and Advin, but yes, it has
Hvem
been
spilte han for?
that influential on how
Excel.
the team plays. We're very critical about their early game. They don't take enough chances. They don't have enough engage.
Quadral,
Where is their
Kekdub,
proactivity?
Kekdub,
And right now, this specific
Quadral,
roster,
Quadral,
having
Quadral.
Advin in the bot lane,
Big
helping
Quadral.
Patrick excel, taking the 2v2s,
Quadral,
having these
Quadral.
fights. Markun completely going everywhere, outside of his
Quadral.
mind in the rest of the map, pushing Nuke, going up top lane for Cries. I think this Excel is looking very scary.
Ender, you know, we've
Yeah.
talked a lot about the
But
roster
didn't
changes,
normally.
and to me it was really also like, this is the changes that I wanted you to make for so long, Excel, but the question is, was it in time to make it to the
She's
playoffs?
sexy. Keep up Axel scary. Rogue saw that.
They've been so consistent throughout it all. But for me, like, yes, we talk about the
Is
jungle
she
support
Greek?
additions. The big change from
Ban
spring to summer
chat.
was getting
Small
laners
screen.
that could play the early game, that could do anything, and that's where Nuke Duck has been so influential.
Hva mener han med
Nuke players
Greek?
playing around him in the early game has been
Greece.
absolutely critical
Greek.
because
En
Spring
av
Split
dem er
XL
Greek.
was the worst early game team in
Ja,
I am very
Show-
into Greek
absolutely abysmal,
women.
but with Nuke Duck, they have found ways
Shokes
to
er
get
jo
advantages
belgisk,
around
så
that lane
ikke
early
gresk,
on,
så da
and
må
he's
det være
been
andre.
really good at using those in
Ja,
games.
faen, han
They've
noen
been
av
able
dem
to
er
win, transitioning that into a large advantage.
And even some games that weren't wins, like yesterday versus Rogue XL, they made things happen. They, you know, straight up 2v2 killed the bot lane of Rogue. They 2v2 killed Hansama and Tribi. That is not something that happens every day. They have what it takes, but will it be enough today? And I think
What
specifically
happened
in
to
this matchup
Frosk?
versus Astralis,
Det
we
her er
also
ikke
have to talk
Elsas.
about
Det er
the
som
road they have traveled. Of course, Origin was a very famous organization that had a lot of successes, and a lot of came with the name of the pedigree of Astralis coming into this
Happens to
year.
kiosk.
But I think they fought against kind of
Elsas
public
cast.
opinion straight from the start. But it is the players that have now put themselves in
Oh,
a
and-
position where they can make playoffs.
I mean, yeah, when you already have a roster that kind of falters in one season and then comes back the next, and there's still a lot of question marks, right? Because even in their wins, we're like, but they were behind in the early game. Every single lane behind in gold, behind in experience, and suddenly White Knight gets a kick onto the ADC. They win from Elder, they finish the game. Suddenly, you've got Zanzara
Vi kan
finding
kicke
picks
som
all
en, men
over
ja.
the map. You have the mid lane, Rick Havoc.
I am
It is
gay.
Magic Felix backdooring on his own,
We
killing
can't
two
stop
people,
reading
killing the Nexus.
chat on
It's
stream.
that magical factor from Astralis that we don't necessarily know
Det er veldig
where
god
to
grunn til at
pinpoint.
ikke chatten står på skjermen.
They're just doing it. They're doing it, and it's mind-blowing every time it happens.
Yeah, and
Ja, jeg ser den.
consistently versus the teams that are below them in the standings, that is exactly what you need to make it to the playoffs.
I'm so hard right now.
Exactly, and I think it comes down to,
Cool.
to two main factors for Astralis. One, inside of the drafts. A lot of the times
Factor.
you're going to see strong
Factor.
scaling elements, specifically Magic Felix is
Factor,
always going to be
hva?
something that performs
Sa
well
du noe?
in the later stages of
Sier
the
det?
game. And I also think they're just very
hørtes
good
ut som
at
det.
fighting
Ja.
later on. They're very scrappy when they get into it, but whether it's Promiscu looking for a fight, Zanzara bunking people with his trundle, you know, setting
Så
up for
sikkert
the
skal jeg sjekke om
spurs,
jeg har
these
noe.
sorts of things, they're
Spis.
going to be able to outmaneuver you and outfight you in those later stages, especially against weaker teams. So many times weaker teams drop the ball, don't really know where to go on the map. Sometimes they're dropping objectives here and there. Astralis are a team that absolutely will punish that, and we saw it yesterday in the game against SK, where SK were very slow to find early advantage. They stayed inside their lanes. Astralis just sort of grouped up together as 3 or 4 members and plowed straight through the SK jungle. They're able to find these sorts of things and punish weaker teams that don't take as much proactive steps.
Absolutely, that has been their blueprint, and Astralis can secure at least a tiebreaker with a win. If they win and Vitality lose later, Astralis are straight up in the playoffs. But Excel have all the tools as well. If I'd have to single one person out, I think I want to talk about White Knight just a little bit, because he, for me, has really been the X factor on this Astralis lineup. And I'm going to ask you guys for a prediction. I don't do it that often, but I think that this match deserves it. Trouble, do you want to go first? Is it going to be the man behind me and Astralis, or is it going to be Excel that's going to take this game?
I think White Knight has been performing phenomenally, specifically in lane, especially when you're playing in a team that you need that pop-up factor, that magic, that whatever is that spark. I think White Knight has had these moments a lot of times
White
this
Knight.
week, whether he's playing on Lee Sin, where we're like, okay, he's so proficient, he's gonna do great. But on other champions as well in general, I think the stats behind us don't lie. Like his skill participation, he's everywhere. If this guy is not in a team fight, Astralis doesn't win.
So do they win?
No. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I think what we talked about is how Excel yesterday took Rogue to the bridge of them almost falling off, right? And I think it was due to Excel forcing Rogue to play on their own play style. They were bloodthirsty, they were playing for kills, and you saw Rogue changing a little bit their mindset, and they were playing for kills too. Now against Astralis, who it might be a team that will fall into the trap of Excel and want to fight, everything is possible.
Okay, I like that read. We don't have a lot of time, Ender, but I want to hear it. Astralis or Excel?
Astralis have yet to lose to a team beneath them in the standings, and they're not going to change it in week 8. It's Astralis all the way.
Okay, love it. Fantastic game coming up. These teams have been neck and neck in the standings for weeks, and now I have a chance to prove that they belong in the LEC Summer Playoffs. We'll be right back for Excel versus Astralis.
Poros.
Yeah.
See you after the break.
It's not awkward, you're awkward.
Yeah. Chat hold. Det er vondt å se på chatten uten å fikk inn så de har emotesen som trengs. Kan du bare laste ned BTTV-emotes?
Ok.
Ta ny fan. Håper du får ny fan. Skriv BTTV-emotes. Extension, ja. Ja, bare trykk på den her. Legg til det. Ok, så restarter vi her. Jeg vet ikke om du trenger restart.
Hvis det er chatten.
Der ja. Au!
Best player
Se, nå catcher vi. Alle danser hem, kjøp musikk. Du kan bare se ting.
Det blir en greie som oppdaterer emotene, men det var det.
Ja, når de skriver inn sånn smilefjes, så kommer det faktiske tingene folk mener. Det er jo sånn her er liksom emotes folk bruker. Men sånn her nå står det, nå ser det sånn frost, pepper, sånn scary i stedet for monkass og sånne ting. Så ser du når du sier folk skriver catjam, så ser du ikke bare catjam, du ser det sånn faktisk.
Fra det her er Kick W, er det ikke? Nei, Monka V.
Kick W, den er fyren som er... Det er Monka Kick W. Men det er ingen grunn til å Kick W nå, så ingen som kommer til å skrike. Ja, de er helt på å vente på at droppen kommer, så begynner alt sånt der. Så derfor sier de, hold it! Sånn, det er Kick W.
Ja, der er Kick W. Jeg prøver å få den igjen.
Pride Kick W. Ja, så det her er the experience. Jeg bare hold it, chat.
Og en som feiler.
Det gjør du også.
Ja, for du må skrive jam. Jeg venter til neste dropp, ass.
Du må skrive stor J og stor A, så det.
Nei!
And welcome back to the caster disc. We jump into Astralis versus Excel. I'm Quickshot. He's
Taking it us for worlds. Not sure about that one.
implications for who can and get one step closer to the postseason.
Another
Who will be
step.
able to advance to playoffs? Astralis are theoretically favored.
Ja, for jeg husker
Don't
det
know
sto
what to expect from
Nodders
XL.
liksom
So
hele
what do
tida.
you expect from the draft?
I mean, coming into this one, I think the new meta that's kind of suited around might fit Astralis a little bit more in terms of the AD mid laners have gone out of touch. We still have this like heavy top side of the map you can play with the control mages as well to come through from Magi Felix. I think that's going to be extremely pivotal. And also opening up the map is something we have seen in, at least in Astralis 2 recent games, something they have become better at doing. Now, on the side of XL though, they need to attack in the early game. We know what Makoon brings to the table here. We just saw as well how he enables Dog early as well with this new explosive style that comes through from them.
Of course, the hope is that
Hey, join our friend.
deliver as well. He's had pretty high variance this summer. Yesterday, that first pick Lucian did not pay
Kan jeg
off
spenne mer?
XL. How
Nå skal jeg
will
predikte
Astralis
systemkansk.
XL adapt to their draft? LeBlanc has immediately
System.
removed one of
Come
Nukeduck's
on.
signature champions.
Yeah, and you know, yesterday as well, the draft, we saw that came through from XL. They came in with a lot of Fury crafting behind us as well. There was a lot of range to play with. At the same time, it was the comfort that came through, and I think comfort is going to be a big word today as well, at least from the drafting perspective. You can already see XL now removing the Trundle from the side of Sansara, and immediately the response comes out from Astralis as well, taking away that Diana from Makoon that he has become so infamous for already.
5 games played this summer. Zanzara, 5 Trundle games, of which he has won 4. Lucian will be the last ban. After that's in Zauer with Thresh being open and available.
White Knight har ikke på seg bukse.
Er
sånn han vinner.
Already won twice. And it does open up some more hyper carry late
Victor.
ADs if Jester wants to go that route.
We also saw it yesterday to come through
Ja.
from Astralis. They did an excellent
Promise
job
skulle bomme, ja.
from attacking the bot side of the map, and XL yesterday in their game, despite having a loss against Rogue, actually came out with
Nukeduck
a 2v2
på
with
TF,
Speed
ja,
King
sammen
opening up the
med
map.
Viego.
The Twisted Fate comes through again, and it's picked up with Viego that we don't see too often in lanes anymore.
No, of course not, after some of the changes. And when we do talk about that Twisted Fate, you were talking to me yesterday about how the priority has risen, at least on day 1 of 11-15. What was it, 3 games yesterday?
Exactly.
If I recall correctly. We'll be able to play around those side lanes. And Volibear as well as Orianna locked in. So control mage here for Magi.
Det gikk så dårlig med Lucian sist, at de bare bannet Lucian nå. Ja, de bannet Lucian for at Diana ble bannet.
I mean, it can go top, but I expect the same to come out from Sansara, just because the stylistic of his champ pool as well go down to these early skirmishes. The Sinsao, the Trundle, and now the Volibear to pair it up with. It is one of these champions you can have an early impact on, so you will be looking to utilize that. Now, Orianna to come through against the Twisted Fate, she's going to have more value going towards that mid game, while Twisted Fate, especially when Nuke Dog hits level 6, that's where we want to start seeing him be proactive. Varus, though, still very much in the meta right now, saw a lot of him yesterday as well, and it pairs together nicely with the Twisted Fate with this lock-up CC you can have.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of playmaking already on the side of XL, and then you start looking to execution, right? Make sure you land that CC, make sure you control the vision in the side lanes, and with that Thresh being locked in for Promiscue, the first ban in Phase 2 will be Aphelios, followed up by Camille from Astralis.
Yes, from this point of view, you can say that Thresh does fairly well into almost all the supports. I think XL still at the same time are looking to 4th pick a support and essentially lock in a last pick for their top side instead. So Astralis seems like they just want to lock away some of the biggest split pushes to make sure that this Twisted Fate is not going to have too much value in a side lane right now, and therefore they are removing the Camille. They could look to remove a support ban if they feel like there's no longer...
Åh nei, de banna Lee Sin til White Knight. Det tok lang tid.
That Lee Sin that's not supposed to be as good on this patch any longer, especially in a solo lane, well, he does get taken away from White Knight.
Of course, but it is White Knight's Lee Sin, right? He's been very, very impactful this summer. Jace will be the final ban from Astralis. Now on the side of XL, we're looking for
Pike.
top laner support. You would anticipate a support.
Et Pike bra mot Thresh.
Secured and then decide when that Viego goes where you want to put into Crysis' hand.
Exactly. You already have the support pick. Might as well just counter pick it or just go with a comfort.
Braum da.
It's going to be the Braum coming into this one, and then you save the last pick for topside or jungle, depending on where you want this Viego. Obviously, thinking it is going to go towards the jungle with the recent changes you mentioned as well. And then the last AD carry to come out here from this side of Astralis. We have seen a lot.
Jeg skulle ikke pikke White Knight i Delhi. Var det snill.
With this Thresh, there's always the possibility of a Jinx as well, but she haven't
Ah,
done
du skulle
too
pikke
well
først
so
her
far
nå.
into this one.
Æsje!
And Ashe into Varus is an old one we used to have back in the day when it was all about the AD carries being there for the ultimate to lock down the opponents.
Kan dere ikke glemme White Knight? Han skal ikke spille trash.
Fire the arrow, wait for something to connect, and then follow up. Orianna, volley bear, thresh. The arrow doesn't hit anything. Don't dive in. And of course, I have heard a little bit of rumblings that Ashe is raising in value on the left.
Ja, Renekton. Det er potensielt.
Will lock in the
Get me
Renekton
out.
for the third time. He's undefeated on the croc in summer.
Early game power.
KDA. Cries. Do you want to see something to contest the Renekton? Or to be a bit more of a frontline?
Rammes.
I think you need engage here.
Born?
On the side of XL right now, you have no immediate engage. You have a lot of CC to play around with from the Varus ultimate and the gold card. But if you want to contest the roster you're seeing right now from Astralis, or rather the composition, I think you need something that is going to bring them.
Må bare være ekkel med den da.
They decide to go with the gangplank, and this can still be valid. I know you're making sounds here, but the fact is, you can stop a team fight from happening before it even happens. With the Kex to come through, with the arrow-piercing arrows to be hit, you can make sure that the enemy is not going to be able to fight. So they do still have their own strength, but in a straight-up fight to come through from Astralis, they should have a little bit of an edge.
Æsja! Huh.
Composition will be very difficult.
Ikke rart Jeskla er dårlig. Han er jo stuck i season 3.
Individual skill shot ability needs to find its target. And if it doesn't, I think it
Ja, er ikke noe bra i det hele tatt, eller?
by Astralis' composition.
I will say though, we talked about a run over here, but on XL, they have a window where they're going to be the team with the
Veldig
priority.
sjelden
That
picked.
first ultimate to come through from Nuke Dog with the Twisted Fate. These skirmishes to come out through the Viego, the stun cards. That's what we're looking for in the early game for
Går det
XL.
bra med, eller har liksom problemer med å høre det?
To make sure that their skirmishes can flourish them and put them ahead of the curve going towards the mid game. That's put them in a better spot towards this one.
In the fight for the final spot in playoffs, let's hit the rift for Astralis versus XL. Okay, Gulborg, before we dive into gameplay, I do need to just quickly remind all of the viewers what is at stake for each team. I will be reading through a
Det ble faktisk 58 ganger 42.
team you're interested in, and of course, you'll be able to follow along. So there's the standings as you can see on your screen. An Astralis win versus XL guarantees them at least a tiebreaker for 6th. If Astralis win here and Vitality lose to Rogue, Astralis are in playoffs. If XL lose, they are out.
Ok, så det er deres siste
It is
game,
that
ja.
simple, and,
Shit.
for both organizations, this is huge. Astralis, ever since the rebrand from Origin, never been in playoffs. XL, as an organization, never been in playoffs either. This stake for this game between both teams right now is absolutely high. There is nothing to put this game down. This is going to be the most monumental game for these teams' season.
And the thing that always plays on my mind is when you do get to week 8, you get the second last
White
day
Knight bare,
of summer,
dude,
you hear those lines, the most important game, the one
the
game
fuck
that
off my
decides
game.
the season. Well, it's one of the games, right? XL 6 and 10. The inclusion of Markoon and Advian in the middle of the season revitalized the squad. I bought tickets to the hype train, but unfortunately failed to deliver consistently. And XL now
Har alle i botlane samme runes? Hva er den runen, egentlig?
they're being pushed back in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you have a double range bot lane, of course, going against a ranged and a melee support, there's not much you can do in terms of having a push out in that one. So Braum, realistically speaking, will just fall behind a bit, and then you play around the slow from, of course, the Ashe. Always have to think about that hook to come through at the same time. But to me as well, both junglers right now are
Det finnes bare Nukeduck som ikke har den samme runen.
and that's going to be about the priority right now in the mid lane. It seems like Magic Felix is the one who's dictating that. They do have a ward on the Raptors, but they don't actually spot out Markoon on that one. So they might not realize where he is right now on the map. But as already said, they are moving up towards the top side of the map. Scuttle skirmish may arise between two early junglers here who does fairly well in the early game.
See who's going to be able to back them up first, because Kryze is pushing very aggressively in this top lane. As you expect on a gangplank, White Knight backing Alf and giving him the respect. Now the Raptors will be spotted, so information gained by Astralis. And Nukeduck, Magic Felix currently sitting about even in the mid lane. Already, we have a roam here from Promiscue.
Yeah, it's really nicely done from Astralis because their bot lane pushed out the bot wave here. Now he's cheater recalling Jestler's going to get an extra longsword, and Astralis Promiscue is using this downtown to have an influence on the rest of the map. So should a Scuttle skirmish arise as well, they will have the man advantage, and that is what's helping the rest of the map here. So
Hva er den runen som alle har, bortsett fra Nukeduck, Magic Felix og White Knight?
He's going to be able to take care of the second Scuttle as Jestler is returning to lane with an item advantage. So this is just, you know,
Alle har den samme.
playing around with the priority they have in their lane.
Very important as well because Zanzara is
Ikke det her det samme?
important players for Astralis. They just tend to initiate a lot of their
Jo, altså feil er det Inspiration, ja.
second Scuttle. As I look at the
Som
minimap
secondary,
there,
ja, never mind, unnskyld.
White Knight still dealing with the minions in lane, and Patrick and Advian shove that wave right into the waiting hands of Jeskla.
Altså feil.
Is this about what you would expect from the laning phase when you look at these compositions?
Yeah, definitely. If you go once again, double range bot lane, you have priority. They're just utilizing that very well from Astralis, going up towards the top side of the map. Yes, and Sarah did not clear his Grump, so that is still level 1 in terms of experience, but it is worth it when you take a look at the broader picture. You get 2 Scuttles, a little bit of an item, or not an item advantage, but experience advantage over to the side of Sansara. But we are waiting for that level 6 for both teams specifically here. Quick shot on Nuke Dog, on the Twisted Faith. The moment he gets to influence the map, that's where we want to see that point of attack. But at the same time as well, Sarah with the volley bear, that dive you can have, that pressure we're already seeing now from the bot lane. If Promiscue can move up and influence the rest of the map, or if they're just moving down with the priority from mid lane to the bottom side of the map, it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to play around with this.
I am so glad that you can keep track of all of those things, because there's so many options available. And as you mentioned, once you do get to level 6, Enchanted Crystal Arrow Global, the Cannon Barrage as well as your Destiny going to be semi-globals, a lot of things to consider and to respect, right? Because if Kryze or Nukeduck are able to use their ultimates to influence Markoon's gank or Patrick's Chain of Corruption, it can be game-changing. Excel will have the first potential gank here. This minion wave will slowly be cleared out if Jester and Promiscue step forward, but I think Promiscue's aware of it. Sitting all the way back, will be able to use that lantern in the event of a jump onto Jester. Patrick stepping forward, a lot of damage. Oliveros comes out, not a whole lot.
Bra at Jeskla kan trade da.
Play Thresh in this meta right now. You're not there to be the frontliners to get the death sentence. You're there for the getaway with the dark passage. But what we also saw just right now,
Det var en joke på at Jeskla ikke kan trade. Han blir jo bare poka.
The fact that he's willing to go for these lane ganks to try and have an influence from that front, rather than going from a just standard gank.
Well, it didn't work out this time around. Swing and a miss, but of course, some will be looking for those opportunities. Nukeduck as well as Kryze now have their ultimates available. And as we look ahead, I just very quickly want to highlight the statistics for the early games between XL and Astralis. Gold difference, minus 2,000 for Astralis. Kills at 15, lower. Deaths, higher. Astralis early games have not been particularly strong. We talked about this last week on the next Schoolborg that when Astralis are down 5,000 gold, that's when you should really be afraid, because they find some magical moment to pick up a win.
That's the thing with Astralis. They are this kind of team where you're not always sure why they are taking these wins, but they're always finding a comeback, and a good hook from Promiscue, actually.
Was indeed. The Flame pulled Advian back. He was able to stand behind me onto Patrick. Lantern gives a shield there to Jeskla. Big trade. HP advantage to Astralis.
Yeah, HP advantage. Some of the spell goes down, though, from Promiscue. Sansara is in the area as well. He's level 5 now on the Volley Bear, and is close to hitting that level 6. At the same time, though, in the mid lane, Nukeduck has hit level 7. He is now on a roaming factor where he already has the TP. Actually, he just exchanged that for some extra mana with the Clarity. But outside of that, he is someone that you need to be able to fear as soon as you don't see him in Vision any longer.
And of course, you want that play to work out if you are a fan of Excel, because the cooldown time at level 1 particularly high will open up potential counterplays if Astralis wanted to do so. But whenever you do have these champions with the ability to impact any lane and, you know, extremely long range, games do tend to slow down because professional players have to factor in every single possibility.
Miss Rome.
They could get punished by Gangplank, they could get punished by Twisted Fate.
Once again, though, as soon as there's any reset coming through from this Astralis bot lane, Promiscue is out on the map to try and have an influence again, and this time around it seems like he's going to come from the bot from the lane instead. And I like this because they're at a TP deficit right now on Astralis. If a fight were to break out around the bot side, they would lose it. Because Kreis would have the Gangplank ultimate, he would be able to join with the TP, but that is also something you can look to exploit as XL. I would love to see them start up this Drake as soon as they have seen Promiscu here, because of the fact that you have more tools to play with, you have the ability to create a man advantage.
The thing is, XL have tried that multiple times in the last few weeks and hasn't always gone to plan. So they've been playing much more proactive. Instead of starting the Dragon, they will try to match Astralis here around the Herald. Magifelix in the mid lane. Two members of Astralis inside the pit. Doesn't look like XL are pulling the trigger just yet. They may conceive this. And yeah, they will indeed just give up the Herald.
Super smart ramp rotations coming through from Astralis. Once again, they have a TP deficit on the top side, which means with the bot lane, they can never create
ingenting.
So they're bringing the rotations up towards the top side of the map, where they will be able
Ja, men
to
han var
get
søk på
a
streamen.
faster rotation. Patrick stacked up a wave, but what do you know? Jeskler still around to pick the entirety of the wave up, so they don't actually lose all too much. Now they just have a Herald.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, Patrick is ahead 20 CS. Jessica should be able to pick up a bunch, and while, yes, they just have a Herald, it could unlock a lot more. And you think of Gangplank as well as Twisted Fate. If you can push down one of those towers, really helps out Astralis.
All right, I don't mean to downplay that Herald. I thought there was an insanely good rotation to come through from Astralis, and the fact they have that now in hand is perfect. Now, the Drake finally comes through from XL now. Would have loved to see this a bit earlier, just because of the fact that they did have that TP advantage, and that was what Astralis played around with. So you could have been first to display a little earlier if you wanted to, but they opted into the trade here instead. But that's still fine for Astralis. They're still looking for this mid-game power spike. Remember, the Orianna, the capabilities of this control mage and how she changes fights that we have seen so many times is only something we're going to be seeing in the mid lane, mid-game rather.
I mean, Magifelix has had very good performances as well this summer. Opposite him, even on CS, Nukeduck still not fired that Destiny. And stark differences in his wins and his losses. Obviously XL, 6 wins, 10 losses, but kill participation, damage per minute, numbers a lot higher. Will he get involved in this? By Magifelix, first blood picked up by Zanzara and Astralis despite the cannon barrage.
Very decisive from Patrick as well, trying to flash over.
Ja, de är på.
Jeskler just doesn't have the damage to facilitate it, and now Sansara with the Herald in play could be going for a bot side play. On the other hand, though,
Gang.
in the minimap as well, moving up the top side. You talked about the Destiny. I think we'll be seeing it soon.
Oh, Flash and Dominus available for White Knight. He's spotted by the Destiny. The gate has not been opened. It has to the middle lane. They get the teleport out of Magifelix. That is still a win. A minor.
Ja, han var lite gira.
Magifelix joining plays elsewhere. Of course, the cooldown is much higher, as well as now Nukeduck pushing this wave in. A little extra damage, maybe able to pick up this plate and deny at least a few.
Yeah, but if you take stock at that, I actually don't know how much they got down towards the bottom side of the map, because they never actually opted into using the Rift Herald. So I'm expecting they got a few plays, but now in the replay, super nice hook from Promiscu, and once again Patrick feeling very confident because of the fact that he does have that cleanse, but Jessica with the defensive flash as well, getting out of there. Patrick not opting in for back in a way. He wanted to go forward in the report series like today, or I'd rather a game today, but it just pay off.
Not this time. 11 minutes in 1 hill. Dead even.
Apropos vad sker?
Both the top and the bottom lane for XL. However, Zanzara with the kill.
Kan du
Back
ta stream?
well, as creeps, he's gonna come vines up ready. That could be a little scary. He's able to jump on anybody's head in a few minutes. XL will once again now be moving a little bit around. They pushed out that bottom wave. Set up some vision deep on the bottom half of the map.
Kan du ta stream?
But look at the
Ja, det var det
contrast
jeg
between teams at
sjekka.
the same
Den
time.
fucka
XL
seg opp, ja.
moved up as a point of attack towards the mid lane. Felix is able to push out the mid lane and get a safe recall afterwards. These two teams are playing into their win conditions or their point of attacks and defenses so well here against each other.
Of course, that means Promiscu really needs to be on point with that lantern. He's only going to be able to save one of the members once XL decide to commit to the fight. And as we continue to scale up here, Destiny 2/3 of the way available, Cannon Barrage as well. Jeskler and Promiscu, I think we're doing pretty well in this lane, shoving out, controlling it to a degree. Riftail is dropped in the mid lane. I like this, into one of the champions that does have those global abilities. Now all of a sudden, Promiscu's going to be on the menu. Dodges away from everything because there's support coming from the mid lane. Now Advian's the one that's caught up, flashes over the wall to safety, and again you can see like trying to make something happen but dancing on the edge of disaster. Zanzara just gets completely picked off, and a strange passage of play.
Super disrespectful from the side of Sansara, but also an immediate punish.
Disrespectful?
XL finds the change and find the burst. I'm not too sure what he tried to do with that ward.
I mean, a number of positional decisions
Rar ting å si.
didn't pay off. I mean, hopping over the wall.
Come on, White Knight!
Astralis chase back. Zanzara.
Come on, White Knight!
Marcoon, so he now is the beneficiary of the kill. Where do these teams go from here? Because there's an extended laning phase. No towers have fallen as of yet. And the teams are just playing very respectful on potential counter game.
Yeah, but if you want to skirmish, now's the chance as well from XL. You just picked up the Everfrost. Divine Sunderers has come through from Kryze and Macoon at the same time as well. So you are insanely strong right now around these skirmishes. I think Magic Felix just now picked up.
Prøv å skru deg opp, jeg hører deg nesten ikke.
Seems like an objective both teams would be willing to fight over. White Knight.
Det grunnen til at jeg ikke hører.
That TP as well. So it wouldn't surprise me to see that we see some setup or at least some cross match.
For jævlig mye da. Han blir jævlig stor.
300 gold lead. Marcoon making his way into Astralis' jungle while
Zanzara
may be able to help out Magic Felix in the mid lane. So potential fights of multiple lanes.
Oi.
Damage thrown down as the Dominus has popped up. Marcoon to pop the blast cone to safety.
Det kommer en
Into the top, but there's no just yet. Finally,
Okay.
5 seconds until the dragon. And XL have committed a lot. They get the kill. They may be able to get the tower. But can they be able to defend this dragon?
No, they can't get the Drake, but they get the tower, they get the kill, so they get a lot of gold influx on towards this one, and luckily for them, there is only 10 seconds for the Rift Herald to respawn, so all in all for XL, a really good decision there. You give up the Drake, but you get so much more on the map instead.
XL, if they lose this game, they are out of playoff contention again. A team that has never made it to playoffs, been so close.
Er det noen som har mekka til playoffs som ikke har gjort det før?
Kommer til det playoffs.
Fordi XL for eksempel har aldri vært i playoffs. Ja vel.
It's going to be very powerful for them with their tools, with the champions they have.
Bare slengt ut en ult, liksom.
To find that shockwave from Magic Felix. That's what you're looking for to Astralis. You're looking to hold on. You're looking to not fall too far behind that goal deficit when XL is playing so well around finding these pigs in a side lane.
Very controlled. When I saw the draft, I was hopeful for a little bit more aggression with the Cannon Barrage and the Twisted Fate ultimate, but well, that's what I wanted. XL are playing for the win here. They've tempered their aggression. They have made very calculated moves, and barring
Går man face rush på Orianna?
It has been relatively clean here and controlled in favor of XL.
Yeah, but when you speak to a lot of these players as well, there's so much pressure on all of them. This is not just a normal game. This is a game that is going to be a huge deciding factor in your way towards the playoff. And a lot of these players are still new. Macoon, Advian, their biggest pressure they had faced just now were the European Master Finals. Now this time around, it's a completely different pressure they're feeling.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at the numbers.
80 games, 30 games, 10 games, 364 games.
28. So many of these players, relatively speaking.
Patrick har spilt det sto Patrick, men det var Nuktek som var bildet av det.
Patrick, he's holding on to the flash for now.
Patrick er
the Lantern bot can now turn his attention to Zanzara. He gets jumped on by Marcoon. Glacial Fisher goes down. Chance for Crystal stuns up Adrian on the back end. Marcoon may just get taken out. Yes, he does. 1 for 1 for now. White Knight goes up.
White Knight! Jobbe! Ja! White Knight!
Ja, Marcoon bare inn. Marcoon inte har. Hva faen? Han må inn til seg selv for trash. Jeg skjønner at han har lyst på resetten, og han kommer til å vinne. Men det ikke.
But all in all, that's still a nice
fight
from the side of Astralis. I do think from what XL wants to do with that composition,
White Knight.
For them because they didn't invest too much into this one. They still got a kill. They still got a turret for themselves, and they're
Mer kills for White Knight.
Guldborg, I hear your voice in my head saying that the broader the map is, the more open the map is, the happier that XL are
La
going
oss
to
se.
be.
Han har fullt liv. Hvis han ikke har fullt liv, kanskje. Når han har fullt liv sånn her, så må du bruke så jævlig lang tid til å drepe. Han fikk drept den, men han fikk ikke reason. Det var just det.
Og så var det liksom trash for Varus.
Trash for Viego og Varus.
Ja, selvfølgelig. Viego og Varus. Jeg har glemt at Viego i det hele tatt gjorde det.
Han var først det helt bra for at han og for alt skjedde. Nei, Markun bestemmer seg for å spille.
Markun har ikke lyst til å være med i playoffs.
Nei, jeg tror ikke de har så mye play.
Det der var litt som Dan-play, ass.
Han gikk fra 2-0 til å bare være den verste.
Er det så jævlig med vits?
Nei.
This small point of attack to come through, a rather large point of attack, is collecting all the members from Astralis. As soon as this happens, well, you just split up the map once again and try to get more pressure.
Well, XL won't be able to do that. A minute until the Dragon. Zanzara, I thought, was looking for a flank opportunity. The Stormbringer just became available. You got Mythics across the board. Everyone accept the supports.
Nei, det er den som er bedre enn Bronze Dragon, da.
With that Duskblade, I want to see if he can find those piercing arrows. In the previous game we watched, you do have that poke against a team composition that can't jump on you. You need to make sure you land your skill shot.
I will say though, on Varus especially, when you go for the poke build, it is on you to get the Mirror Mana first. You need to get the Cerildo Scrotch. It is that 3-item power spike you see on the Varus where he just completely take away half of your HP. So it's still some time to go, but yes, you're right. There is poke to play with. And in a broad team fight scenario here from the side of Excel, you need to play for the extended team fight, because if you go out for an immediate fight without waiting for the poke to come through first, the amount of damage that might come through from a Shockwave that already has 2 skill points in now from the side of Magi Felix might be too much, and especially White Knight in this Renekton. We saw what he was just able to do.
Oh, will Zanzara bring the storm? The tower's about to be focused down. Marcoon jumps onto Zanzara.
Herregud,
safety. Advian throws out the Fissure, but it simply doesn't hold them in place long enough. Now Kryze chucks up the cannon barrage. They stun up, lock down White Knight.
Nei!
Chunk down low. He calls the Meek.
Lantern! Lantern! Promiscue, ass.
So many ultimates have been used.
Bra skjerm, at være livet.
Det er jo sånn som de sa tidligere, og det er det du alltid har sagt, liksom Trash er ikke jævlig bra fordi han har hook, han er jævlig bra fordi han har lantern. Du bare redder folk overalt, liksom.
They find a pick because the map is so split, because White Knight has to walk up there. They get the Twisted Fate ultimate, they get the extra damage from the Gangplank, and he's just forced out of there despite not dying.
Oh, this is very, very tense, this game. And you can feel the pace, how different it was to Misfits SK.
I completely agree.
SK, you know, trying to make a statement, trying to show what they've got. Misfits trying to fight for that win for top 4 seeding. This time around, with so much to lose on the line.
Jo, men da må vi jo ikke ta en Marcoon inn, da.
Factoring into that. Second item there, completed the Serpent's Fang.
Han sier Dragon.
Ja, han gidder ikke noe mer. Han er ferdig.
Det var litt for lang karriere for den.
9 games.
Bluff, I don't know.
We've seen this quite a lot today. Well, we've only seen it once, but that's been all the games. And trying to get
for en bra skjerm.
Crystal Arrow will catch Marcoon. Defensive flash from Advian. Bring the storm. It's nothing.
Det var litt sånn... Okay.
Advian loses his flash.
But I like the setup, and this is exactly what you need to look for as Astralis, because you can already see now you're losing out on the rest of the map. You're losing out in the side lane, so you have to find a point of attack yourself with the composition that you have drafted for yourself. And now with the arrow to come through, a bit unlucky from the side of Promiscue, did not see the Spectral Maw to come through from Macoon, and therefore the hook was just dodged from that side. So nicely done by Macoon.
Okay, Gulborg, the gold lead that XL are accruing, plus the Dragons, plus the towers. Are you starting to get nervous here for Astralis?
I'm never nervous when I'm seeing Astralis in this deficit, because I'm always seeing Astralis in this deficit.
Yes.
So there is nothing to worry about here, but I will say what I am worried about is the fact that they're struggling to find something to stabilize on. The last few attempts they've made at finding a pick just before the Drake and now before this Baron, they've struggled to come to fruition with it.
Ja, Astralis spilt mot i går Schalke.
it is going to be too much of a goal lead.
Nei.
At some point in time, it's not going to be enough for them any longer. But
Bage?
there still is time right now.
Absolutely. I mean, an advantage not yet. Going to be a significant difference. Still 2 items for many of the carries. Is Magi Felix.
SK er jo ikke rart at de gjør det så mye bedre I går enn de gjør det I dag.
So again, very small win. Reduces the likelihood that he can jump into the bottom lane, for example. Markunis starts the fight with White
Teleport
Knight.
as well.
For the Heartbreaker, Cannon Barrage comes down. Blade of the Ruin King used. Nuke Duck has committed that TP. Gold card lands, but Astralis, they've started the Baron.
Så mye de jobber for White Knight, da.
Ja, bra ut. Jævla type tar bare den. Bra Orianna til.
Clean Orianna ulti. Men de kan jo ikke... Oh my god. Du burde bare drete I bæren og bare fokusere på folka.
This is a disastrous call from Astralis, and the rest of the members are just getting run down by XL now.
XL are not done yet. They have got a significant.
Det første 2 executesene jeg har sett på lekk, ass.
Dragons available. A minute and a half until the next one, likely. To pick up another tower, and they're able to punish, getting into the pit just in the nick of time.
I mean, you gotta respect the decisiveness for both teams on to watch this one. As soon as they see White Knight is 2 overstep, TPs immediately come through. Cannon Barrage is explosive as well, but on the other side of the map, Astralis as well, super decisive. But it starts falling apart in their focus here because Patrick, he gets so much time to poke them down, and they're indecisive about what they want to do. Do you want to stay on Baron? Do we want to turn on them? So the Ash Hour is just used without any purpose in the mid lane or in the Baron pit here. The shockwave as well. Find the kill instead. And since Saura, he's forced to smite to stay alive, and inevitably, he still has to execute after the Baron.
Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor de ikke tørner her.
That may be a playoff-defining call.
Oh my word, I mean, a game of inches, the very small decisions inside that pit. Guys, you need an orange, but I'm not sure it's going to be okay, bro. He stays alive so incredibly long. All of XL have arrived, and Cries is still not down. Finally taking
men fy faen da.
All of a sudden now, White Knight is chunked down. Magi Felix starts to back away. Held onto that Shockwave. XL find themselves 3 more kills. Shockwave pulls Markoon away from him, but XL going to focus onto the tower. This will be the 5th of the game. XL are running away with this.
But the stars are falling apart from Astralis. You're completely right, Trevor, here. XL, they're doing everything
bra at det bare White Knight, da.
Coming in clutch down towards the bottom turret now, and they should be able to see...
Liksom som deg I går, hvis du hører at White Knight og Magi Felix I dag også.
Attack in the distance does little to slow down the onslaught, and this will be the 3rd dragon. XL, how did they set up this fight? I'm very impressed by how long Cry survives.
I can't believe he was okay for so long, and this is what we also see so often with Astralis, is that when they are behind, they're decisive about how do we come back, how do we find a pick. This time around though, the rest of XL, they're already there. When the Destiny that came through from Nuke Dog, he was able to join the fight up immediately to make sure they're able to take that one. A nice shockwave to disengage from Astralis with Magi Felix there, but out of that, everything went right for XL.
All right, XL fans, listen up. If you win here, and you beat G2 again tomorrow, you are guaranteed at least a tiebreaker for 6th place. Now, if they win both of those games and Astralis lose to Vitality,
Ja, men altså, hvis Astralis hjelper meg her, så ser det bra ut for Vitality. Nå sitter Vitality-fansen og runker. Ja, det kommer ikke til å skje. Ja, for at hvis de her taper, og så taper Vitality, da må Vitality vinne mot... Eller må Vitality vinne mot Rogue?
Oh my word, this is just stepping into the Magi Felix and Astralis comfort zone. When it looks so dire, and it looks so impossible, this is a team that has managed to find magic moments, crazy outplays, bonkers moves, and literally everybody we've spoken to is like, we just don't really know how they've got 7 wins. It's nonsensical.
But at the same time as well, that is going to be so hard for you to replicate now because XL here, they should be able to open up the map. They should be able to split multiple lanes rather than just piling down on one member against 5 members of Astralis. So right now the game is super hard for Astralis. They can't find an ideal teamfight scenario, and even when they do, there's so much goal behind. That's almost a 10k deficit.
Yeah, to drop the gold bar on the head, right? You need to get through the gold
Young-spired
deficit, the statistics as well. For XL, it's pretty clear as
versus
day.
Slef Med.
Wait for the next Baron or the next Dragon for the Ocean Soul, which will be, again, gigantically beneficial. And as long as XL don't overextend and don't allow themselves to get run over by the Renekton and the Volley, they can control this game. Keep your hand on the little brother's forehead and say, you can't reach me. That's what they've got to do for the rest of this game.
Yeah, completely right. And you can see the vision they're setting up for themselves as well. They're making sure that no one can come in from a flank. Cry's hovering up towards the top side of the map as well, where no one's going to be able to spot him. And now should be able to clear off this minion wave, but the cannon barrage comes through.
Barrage, it does. It forces Astralis back. The battle song is primed and Promiscu, as well as MagiFelix and White Knight get chunked out by that piercing arrow. 3.5 items completed. Jeskla only 2.5 right now. So far behind in damage. While XL have been able to push Astralis away, they've been able to heal. They're going to teleport. They're coming in from behind.
Yeah, TP comes through. MagiFelix just his level 16 as well, and finish up Rapid and Stepcap.
White Knight for the win.
Huge in this fight. Oh, can he find it? The Stormbringer comes down. The shockwave catches too. And Vietnam Kuhn are being forced away while Patrick is being focused down by White Knight. Astralis are pushing forward. The Super Minions are on the Nexus. Patrick gets the first kill of the fight.
Ja, det skjedde liksom ikke noe mer enn White Knight.
Okay, men hvis han får den der,
manages to catch out Marcoon. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. Nexus turrets are being defended, and XL, they're not conceding.
Yeah, they're not, but that's a fact. Astralis, they're forced to go back to the Nexus turrets because the rest of the Super Minions are coming in. And now for a 1v1 situation with Baron being respawned with almost 3 inhibitors down. It is only 2 for now, but still the pressure of those Super Minions on
Ikke mye points på White Knight, I hvert fall.
Is in favor of XL, with Baron being up with 1 minute for the Ocean Soul. This is a crazy game to have for the playoffs decider.
It really, really is. And of course, you know, there's still more games to play, but
hva gjorde de med resten av timen mens han går ikke? De trenger bare gå i for da kan de ikke hjelpe Patrick, og da kan de drepe Patrick, og da har de videre.
Sånn, jeg fokuserer der. Patrick, altså... Sansara er den eneste som går inn. Sansara er den eneste som går inn, det er det som er problemet. MagiFelix, Jeskla og Promiscu bare, nei, vi vil ikke vi.
Astralis last week, and we talked a lot about this team managing to find comebacks when it should not be possible. I just got a funny feeling this time. That White Knight flank was so close. MagiFelix has got himself the death cap as well. If he can land a shockwave, Baron is up. Number of flash shockwave is up as well. Chance of Crystallara can go out. Nutuck is in the mid lane, but MagiFelix is inside the Dragon Pits.
They're splitting up here, so right now the play is still favoring XL. MagiFelix does have that TP though if they want to contest it, but it looks like they're looking for a steal for Sansara.
All of a sudden, Nutuck's going to face off against the mid lane. Gets the gold card down, wild cards come out, the shockwave forces out the hourglass. Okay, Dragon secured, that soul denied. Defensive flash from MagiFelix, and now the
Oh my god! Oh my god!
White Knight!
Oh my god! Han fikk begge tingene. Jeg kan fort dø, men...
Men det er fortsatt jævlig huge. Det der er så huge.
Ok, klarer du back ut igjen?
Det der er så huge.
Fuck! Hvorfor skjer chatten?
That is crazy, the fact that they're able to stop
Ja.
the Ocean Soul, steal
Hæ?
the Baron at the same time. XL, everything was in your favor there, and it completely fell apart. I can't believe they decided to flip it. Just get the Baron if that's what you need. Don't be greedy with the objective. Just take
White
one of
Knight
them.
disrupted alle sammen.
This Baron, they're all good, but Macoon, does he not have the smite? He doesn't, he's already used it. And
Hva med?
so easy for him to clean it up. And this is the most illegal part, the fact that all of the members gets out alive.
Og det er slow-mo, så man må... Ok, ja.
Do not burger flip against the 3 Michelin star chef Zanzara. He comes out on on top, gets the Baron. I'm going to ask everybody to spam.
Jeg forventet det skulle være close game, men hei, det gikk så mye
Ja, vi skriver AST.
Favored for XL. Please do not
SSD.
get me wrong. The base is completely open.
SSD.
Towers in front of the inhibitors. They are one dragon away from Soul.
Okay.
But Astralis have got
Baron
The slow mode.
if Arrow can manage
Åh,
to curate them. Swing
det Arrow, der kunne vært game. Det Arrow, der kunne vært game.
Siege Blue
Hvis
Boys
den
will
gikk
start
på
working on
riktig
that
på høyt.
tower.
Yeah, remember one of the reasons they won that was because it was a fight where XL was not split. But now we're in a situation where they can split up the map again, where Cries can perform the pressure towards the side lane, where the Destiny is a threat. That's where we start seeing XL accelerated that composition. While on the other side of Astralis, you can see they're trying to stick together. They know what their win condition is.
Folk har fortsatt troa på dem.
Fight where they're able to just beat them up with a shockwave and clean the fight up afterwards.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I
Jeg
don't
mistet begge. Jeg mistet Soul Poison, som en del han skulle gått for uansett. Så hvis han Baron, som han gikk for. Han skulle betatt Soul, og så ville han fått det lett til. Så ville han fått en Baron etter det. Det er null grunn for å gå for Baron først.
Ja, det er liksom Marcoon-inting her, altså.
White
White Knight, selv om han ikke får noe mye poeng, kommer til å være viktig person.
Ja, han blir bare svak. Men Ashe er veldig syk for dem, fordi han kan pikke ut som faen. TF også er jævlig sykt, men de har Orianna er drittbra for teamfighting. De kan aldri gå inn ordentlig. Åh, men en cleanse! Oh my god!
Ja, men der fikk en cleanse. Hva har lengst cooldown av det? Cleanse har lengre enn det.
Ashe har jo veldig...
Ikke dø, da.
Hvorfor?
Hallo?
Det er på grunn av
White Knight?
Marcoon mister, ja. Som så han ikke.
White Knight.exe stop working?
Han visste ikke, han var syrlig, så han visste ikke.
Rennek R.
Ja, men han kunne hatt det. Hvis han blir stønnet av Marcoon og så hopper på, så...
I en ult.
Det var litt jævlig å se på når vi visste at Marcoon ikke var det. GP. Ja, men hvis den ikke... En Ashe Arrow på Boris, så er det bare game over.
Synes det er passende at GP har plukket opp en gun.
Ja. Men har Rivaris EA nå? Eller har han?
Bare så ikke gjør det dit. Han er ikke cleanse oppe, så nå må Jeskla hitte en piercing arrows.
Ashe er så bra.
Promiscue er 90 vision score. Hva faen? Det er for så vidt Broma.
Jeg var litt sikker når jeg Promiscue.
become available for Nuclear, and Patrick just hit 60 as well. And one of the crucial parts is here that Astralis doesn't have any blue trinkets up and available, so if a Drake was to be started, they have to walk in on it. He was slowed! So close. Patrick wasn't caught out by the crystal arrow. White Knight maybe setting up the flank. That's a teleport.
Han teleporter.
All of a sudden, Astralis are backing away. Promiscue pulls back Magi Felix. He still gets tagged by the Q from Patrick. Defensive flash. Storm is brought. White Knight ready to get over the wall. We can't do it just yet.
White Knight!
Han gjør jævlig mye. Han gjør jævlig for teamet.
Han gjør så mye. Men det er nok.
White Knight is the first to fall, and look at that damage from Patrick. Marcoon flashes over the wall.
Åh nei.
Over to Jeskla, who's trying to put up as much damage as possible.
Nei, døde den ikke! Ok, han døde.
Jeskla jobber da.
Det er veldig mye som skjer.
Men han kan ikke jobbe nok.
Nå ble jeg fin.
Ah.
And what a crazy disjointed fight that came out here. Astralis became completely split. And Marcoon, I don't know if he did that on purpose, but he dodged the shockwave by possessing a soul and then completely taking over the fight afterwards. Jeskla did his best to kite, but it was not enough. XL, they're looking to put themselves...
Magic useless i gamer. En bra shockwave.
For the LEC, XL, they stay alive. Taking down Astralis as they force their way onto the next. They say it with me, Gulborg. XL Esports, la. They keep their
Går det bra med quickshots?
Look at them. They're happy. They're laughing. That became way crazier than it should have been. The fact they didn't
Boat kick Markoon.
The fact they missed out on the soul. At the end, Markoon was brought into this split team at the middle of the split, and it came with an impossible task to fix the fires at Excel, to fix whatever did not work for them. And now they haven't done it yet.
Poeng, Simen.
They're one step closer.
Å nei!
What seemed an impossible task.
And what a bitter
Å nei, nå mistet jeg masse.
scenario to be in.
Det var så trist, ass.
Down the team ahead of you, the one most
Men
favored,
nå
and the one most likely to take the playoffs.
Men nå
Because now Excel, you have
skjedde det
an
ingenting.
De er så slow.
facing Q2 tomorrow. You've beaten them once already. Of course, if you take them down, and
Watch
you
him
ban
get
Excel,
fisted.
what you need is Astralis to lose to Vitality.
OK?
It's great.
Yeah.
Kia, player of the game nominees at LEC on Twitter.
Jeg digger alltid å se det at seertallet detter etter hvert
I
game.
love this new super week 8-week format because it always comes down to the last few games.
It's also just the fact that our league is so competitive now, and after the break, we will look closer at this game and its impact on the race for playoffs as Excel managed to stay alive. We'll see you there.
Every game counts.
Oi.
Oi, Rogue.
The planet and us are connected. We share its veins.
Vaskemaskin.
We can continue to block them, or do something about it. By using millions of recycled plastic bottles in our new generation of durable washer and washer-dryer tubs, we reduce plastic waste from leaking into nature's veins. Discover Becko's eco-tub
Hate.
washers and washer-dryers. For healthy
Akkurat Void
on a
Knight
healthy
prøvde
planet.
ikke mer, men jeg synes de hadde Noriana som var litt for useless. Lite.
Det her med flyplassen. Ah, nei, jeg har vel det.
Laurie incoming.
DJ-sona. Er det en catjammer?
En catjammer.
Det var en lakken catjam. Year of the Duck. Ban Force and Subs.
Hvorfor? Hæ? Hvorfor? De liker ikke meg. Hvorfor? Jeg catcher meg. Hva faen?
Kanskje for lang catjam.
Altså, det er greit.
Første.
Det der er greit.
får fyren som skal pile med ketchup nå. Tatt igjen.
Even before I ever reply it and make ketchup.
Very important game. And Nukdak, you guys managed to keep a really big goal dig despite the fact that there was a few slippers here and there. So how did you make it happen?
We just played better in laning phase. I mean, we are individually we are a lot better than them, so usually you should expect us to be quite ahead.
Lol, flame.
It just happens because we played better, I think.
All right. Well, there was a lot of comments on social media, especially from Rogue also, who commented about the objective control this game, especially the Dragons and the Barons. Do you know why it went wrong? Maybe linked to the composition or the setups you engaged?
Well, so they just stole a Nash. I mean, they were setting up for Soul. And we were just playing to take Nash and let them have the one Ocean Drake, which is completely useless for them. And then we would end with Baron, but they managed to steal Baron. In the end, it was a close call because I decided to ult on Magfelix and try to kill him while he was fooling Drake. And he survived with low health, and then Sansa managed to steal the Baron. So they just kind of they got us.
Så det ble prøve å si at det var Iset, da. Det gjorde absolutt ingenting for laget. Da han fikk Draken. Han fikk Draken, og du klarte ikke
the enemy take one Drake is a bad play, but someone thinks otherwise, then they can think that.
It's a calculated risk, and you know what.
I am Norwegian.
Actually, it seems like it was the best thing to do here since you won the game in the end. But how do you feel after a game like this, considering what's at stake?
Well,
I don't know what the stake means.
I am very into chicken, actually.
Now I think we are playing pretty well. This game, of course, was a lot of mistakes because we were kind of nervous. I think myself as well, because I was nervous in the way that I was very scared of losing this game because I know we are the way better team than Astralis, and I know that if we would have
Er dere det, da? Astralis er ikke så god, men liksom
If I would lose today, I would just be so sad because we are so much better than them. And
begge to er ganske shit botlane, da.
We are the team that deserves to play in playoffs, and just losing would be completely devastating for me. So that's why I was very relieved after the game. Yeah, very, very relieved.
I can imagine that it must be a relief indeed. And you know what? I wanted to ask you about the guidance that you can provide the younger players, considering the experience you have. But you told me you were nervous as well. How is the rest of the team?
I think
they don't speak Norwegian, so I don't know.
Weaker game today with the mistakes.
They are really bad at the game, so I have to teach them the game.
You know, that makes me
And it's really hard, like spilling mid and teaching
so
at the
much
same
better
time.
than Astralis. That's why we choked like 20 times and didn't actually lead in the early game as we usually do.
Because I feel like I'm playing to win something, not scared of losing something. So
because I lost everything, even my family. They don't want to talk to me.
We just had to try to pull through.
All right. Well, today
I'm
was
sponsored
impressive, and you got the win.
Charles
Let's take
company.
it from there. And Nukdak, I wish you the best of luck in your next games tomorrow.
Thank you.
And Shox, back to you for more on that game.
Shox.
Thank you so much, Lore. I just want to call out this interview specifically from Nukdak because I think for the longtime viewers and also just the people that have joined us recently, you know the pedigree that Nukdak holds and the fact that he's always been a phenomenal player but has not necessarily found his spot in the last couple of seasons, I would say. And Ender, I'm going to go to you because I know that you were talking about him at the top of the day as well. This was such a great
Nukdak har intervju, Shox kommer etterpå og bare slapper han.
Go Forsen. Let's go Forsen.
They deserve it. I've not seen this fire from him in so long.
I will say Forsen mid, ass.
I mean, I just love hearing the confidence coming out from him as well.
He sucks, lol.
To a degree there too, and his playing the game backed it up. I thought his Twist of Fate was excellent. Some of the picks he was able to find on side lanes, the maneuvering in team fights as well. Like he is showing up in a big way. That we haven't seen in a couple of years.
Exactly. So with that, let's just take tally of the standings. The race for 6th place is now blown wide open. Vitality still can't afford to lose one more game. And tomorrow, Astralis play Vitality and XL play G2. Neither of these three teams will flat out lock with a win. It depends on the other results. So, you know, for all three teams, it's still the same name.
Bullshit on me.
Du blir banna for Ketchum, men så han blir ikke banna for Trouble sitt.
What did you think of the draft today?
I mean, yeah, it's fine, guys. If you want, I got 3 tickets left. Unfortunately, Quickshot took another one from me because he wants to like double book, so he has his own space, you know. But I've got 3. If anyone wants to get on the Excel train before it actually leaves to playoffs, please DM me. But yeah, that was such an Excel draft. You know, you've got Marcoon or something that's more aggressive in the early game and something that also scales. So he can play through the entirety of the game. You've got the Twisted Fate. Something that we're talking about a little bit backstage is how they have any strong side lane to play through. But all in all, I feel Nuktak had a phenomenal game.
Jeg blir så gærlig banna for han bare ikke liker meg.
So even though he wasn't as proactive and as active in the early game, I think his late game strategy around how to play the fights worked perfectly.
Yeah, it worked out well. And Ender, you were calling out how we saw a similar draft out of G2 yesterday. What did you think about how this one matched up specifically versus what Astralis brought to the board from Excel?
Yeah, so Excel copied the homework of the solo lanes from G2, but I think they made a really key distinction in that they don't want to play like hard through the early game. You'll see G2's draft down in your corner of your screen where they have like
Big Mommy blir ikke banna.
Like,
Penisen blir ikke banna.
Play through ganking jungler too. They're running around mid all the time. No, Excel realized against Astralis, we need to have really strong scaling, so we don't have to get this huge early game advantage through kills. Instead, they have a Viego, great team fighter, and he can transform, get resets within it. Patrick on the Varus next to a much more passive bottom lane, but of course can be very good.
Det går an, det blanding av folk som sier cameo, og dem som bare sier trouble, sit on my face, thick girl,
Saw a couple of moves into side lanes. I think the one thing I wish I had seen a little bit more from Excel would be playing into a side lane, because Caps' TF wasn't just, you know, also going down to Wonder and getting kills on those sides. And it was the big Baron fight, I felt like, where Excel had one of their first big attacks going into a side lane.
Yeah, let's take a look at that Baron fight then, because this was a situation
where
they really needed it. If you look at the course of how the game was going, talk me through this.
Fy faen, det er så grovt da. Det blir banna for å bare catch-jamme. Når andre catch-jammer også.
Meaning that they're making a play at the bottom of the map to kill the Renekton with 3 people. Your smite is down there, now Nukeduck is teleportless, and I feel like Astralis are making the right
play. Hvorfor klarer de ikke ta den fort nok? Kan bruke den tid?
Han bruker Tesla lang tid. Yes, skal dealingen, I guess.
I just feel that Astralis did not necessarily commit enough, and Patrick, with all this poke coming in, was able to dissuade the entire team, ends up killing Magic Felix as well, and by all this time earned from Advian, Kryze, and Patrick, guess who's back in the fight? Marcoon is back there, Nukeduck is back there, they also secure the battle.
Well, the thing is, Astralis, like, they're trying to do the Baron, and they do have damage, but I don't feel like they actually take it quickly enough. Like, in a situation like that, where 3 people are committed into the bottom lane, you have 1 TP coming into the fight, but Twisted Fate actually just used Destiny before that to get away from a top lane.
Ja, for å unngå spam så er det mulig at de har lagt inn et spamfilter, for at jeg skrev catch-jam I 3 forskjellige messages på rad.
Ja.
Etter hverandre, det er mulig at det er det. Ja, da blir det ikke bandet. Det er så kult.
That Baron wasn't going down fast enough, and they needed to fight.
Hey!
Not again.
Give Excel enough time to show 5 people up into the fight. That pick in the bot lane is immediately.
Nei, jeg dritredd for at det.
You're just losing every time.
Indeed, and for the side of Astralis, unfortunately, they dropped the ball exactly when it's most important for them. As we take a look at this final fight, Trouble, we asked earlier in the season, if Excel managed to make it to playoffs, does Marcoon possibly deserve to be Rookie of the Split?
Så jeg blir banna nå, da gir jeg opp.
What would you think?
All right, that's a yes for me, but we're also going to break down the fight. So you see how Marcoon is playing extremely confidently, very close to the Astralis lineup. The poke is coming through from Patrick as well. And the second that the veil goes down and he goes invisible, he sees that White Knight is right behind him. He instantly engages and he makes the call that the Renekton is there, and Excel instantly backs off. Wherever you see Marcoon moving, the entire of Excel is following. Sort of like the Bwipo effect with Fnatic, and it works here for Excel as well. And you see that as a bunch all together grouped up, they are so much stronger. Then he dives in, he goes towards my it's fine. He won enough time to zone away Magic Felix to to almost kill Jeskla, who ends up going down to Nuketag. So all in all, you see that the proactiveness against
Markun over Adam, hva faen?
to back off the second they see the Renekton, and once the Renekton is out of the picture, he makes the move himself to not only zone both the carries, but to take them completely out of the picture.
And the whole team being on the same page. Nuketag said we were just better, we deserved to win, and he won the key player of the game. Nuketag with
Han catcher meg litt for
40%
mye.
of the votes. I think fantastic performance by Excel.
Nei,
Is
Hitler var
needed the
stod
most, and now the playoff race is still wide open. And
Hitler
for
did nothing
Vitality,
wrong.
every game from now on is do or die. When we
Vi
return, they need to take
minus
down
kommer
the
en
top
cat jam,
dogs
og
in
han
the
cat
LEC.
jam,
Rogue, we'll see
go
if they can
away.
stay alive.
Ja. I lost.
Du må skrive sånn her. I lost. Why is she wearing pajamas? Woman wear jam. Ed Sheeran, Norway is proud. I will ask for you. Ender på oss og skriver i chatten.
Der? Hvor var han? Endecast er der, ja. Get jam!
Catchem? What is Catchem, guys? Steven. Han har ikke extension, han vet ikke.
Hvem det? Ender?
Nei,
Å, ja, en random fyr liksom som bare...
What is Catchem? Og så bare... Først skrev det feil, og så skrev det riktig etterpå. Så det ene greia visste som en ting, og andre visste det bare som skrift.
Hey!
Muted, Sharon, muted, Sharon. We cat, we jam, no mods, no ban. Hva er det? Det der er en copy. Det der er en copy-pest. Bare du må copy den. Gå opp på copyen.
Hvordan...
Du bare kopierer. Eller bare markerer.
Sånn.
Vil du være nødt?
Ja, verdt det.
We cat, we jam, no mods, no ban.
Se, den blir ikke venner!
We cat, we jam, no ban mod, no ban. Come on. We cat, we jam, no mods, no ban. Det ringer ikke. Jeg vil ikke anbefale, jeg skriver det samme igjen.
Det er skrevet 2 ganger. Det er ikke 3 ganger.
We cat, we jam, no mods, no ban. And jam and ban.
Hello and welcome back to the LEC. I'm Dracos. This is Cadril. Hello. We just did the Olympic style, slap each other around to get warmed up and in the mood for the cast.
I got slapped in the face.
It was hype.
Rogue, Rogue har vi catchet med. Jeg vet Rogue blir bandet.
Hvor? Åh, Rogue GG! VIP! Kult.
Det er en VIP. Den er Rogue. Den er på fake.
They are no longer in the race, so it is do or die for Vitality for Rogue. It's all about that victory lap. It's all about securing first seed, standing at the top of the table, picking their opponent in the playoffs. We're going to keep our eyes on both sides. We had to pick some fans.
Oh yeah, first seed is massive, right? You can choose your opponent coming into the round of playoffs where it's a third and fourth place.
Det er helt fucka.
And then Misfits locking the top 4. If Rogue do win, means that they don't go to losers bracket straight away. They're going to be in the upper bracket, so they can afford to drop one best of 5, which could be important for that squad.
Rogue GG, please lose. Men hvem er det som sitter som og holder på med Rogue da? Er det han samme?
board. Similarly, Callista offline. See if Avara's ban wants to follow that as well. Of course, this is a patch with a lot of nerfs to the big priority picks. I think we're still seeing what kind of meta we can expect to emerge in the coming weeks. For now, a lot still up in the air.
Du sånn Twitch-chat-dude.
See if there's another G2 fan today in the draft. If we get another something like
Sånn, du I Rogue-teamet, du Twitch-chat-duden vår.
Obviously, you can pressure towards mid when you have the side push, and you can make global plays, but we'll see if these teams opt into it. I don't think Leader is much a TF player, but I think Larsen definitely is. We've still seen remnants of Akali, like we saw Niski play it. We've seen Rumble from Selfmade, so champions which not as much meta. They were historically, but they did get nerfed, of course. Still cropping up here and there when necessary. I think the problem with the meta right now,
Bob Odenkirk kollapset under innspilling. Hvis du Better Call Saul. Fortsatt ukjent hvordan det står til, men Inspired potential. Det vil si at det AP på Larsen! Ja!
Larsen pushing show, let's go!
Hæ?
Hva som skjer da?
Hva? Inspired, hva du driver med?
So a Thresh probably going to be paired with a Philios. We'll see if Rogue will just go full bot lane here. Varus and Kalista being down means if you give them the AD carry on 3, you're dropping to 4-5, which means AD will obviously band away.
Nei! Nei!
Hva skjer?
Hæ?
Er det ikke den topplane? Hva faen skjer?
Yes, it can be flexed, but you need AP in the top lane right now. I think this Lucian won't go towards
Kennen? Er det Kennen? Ja, det skjer.
And you can't play a triple AD threat top side against Renekton, so will they pick top lane here? Could also match support. But I think Vitality, the bigger question for me here is what does Vitality
Fy faen! Larsen! Din hore!
Ashe is still open. Do you want to pick your jungler? Maybe Rumble?
Rumble, lol.
Before they drop the 4-5? Well, and certainly if Trimby wants to offer melee support here, you have to feel that the bot lane match, at least in terms of early push, would be favored to the side of Team Vitality with the range advantage that Thresh does percent, but while there are a lot of available, none of them hit quite like Ophelia, so Vitality would put their priority there. Of course, in the meantime, Rogue have locked in. It was a solid performance yesterday, and certainly should be even easier for him to succeed in this game if he gets off to a good start. Renekton wanting to
kommer Driven med Ganen. Nei, det gjør det ikke.
Yeah, and of course, the last time played Inspired plays Zinzao was against Fnatic, and he practically 1v9 that game. Yeah. He was so fed, so definitely a comfort champ for him. And Kennen obviously got a small buff to his Q. Brings him back in the meta, especially if you're playing AD mid-jungle, you want to opt into an AP top. Now, Rogue banning away
Hvorfor spiller AD mid-lane?
Scared of something like a Rumble because they think that banning things like
Tate!
Great. Å, kommer Syndra bot?
Fiddlesticks, there's a few champions available, could even go Gragas, so Nidalee probably not worth investing into bans on jungle. Instead, they're just going to ban away mid lane champions from leader.
Så kanskje han vil ha sitt.
See what they opt into second. Maybe, I mean,
det midlane diff da, så Larsen kommer til å vinne.
Leader has only really shown us Sylas, Ryze, and Akali as his AP mids.
Jeg mistet han at Dubrain da, det er jo kult.
Kanskje bare AP-lys, sant? Ikke den kommer til å ta over damagen til Kevin.
Nei, det er jo det da.
Hvis jeg har gått AP nå, så vil jeg ikke ha noe å si, for Kevin kommer til å mer AP-damage.
Ja, du så det når White Knight gikk en. Outdamage er jo Magic Firig. Lider på Akali, det gikk jo jævlig dårlig sist gang da. Ja. I går spilte den jo ærlig. Det gikk jo dårlig.
Ja, det er Syndra-bot. Ja, jeg visste. Jeg visste. Altså, men i veldig strong mening.
Du driver og vifter Syndraen i trynet mitt. Hva er det her da?
Det der vet jeg ikke.
Nei, kan vi ikke ha Lucian-bot da, please? Lucian, Bluesbank.
Det skjer ikke.
Kom igjen da, Lucian, Bluesbank.
Syndra er faktisk... Denne botten her nå, det blir eksplosivt, ass.
Det er alltid Rogue som gjør det her også.
The problem with Olaf in this draft is both your solo lanes are going to get pushed in and you need to play through bot, and bot lane is so explosive, so...
Ja, jeg tror du er glad for at du fikk her nå, så han kan bare hooker Philius, så blir det kill. Hvis han hooker etter alderen, så blir det bare kill.
Men nå...
Så jeg er ikke så helt sikker på at Biskak fikk så bra mot de...
Men jeg tror fortsatt at Larsen kommer til å få mer poeng da. Sånn av items-messig. En Trymmer kommer til å få. Se Larsen med håndlykken hver gang. Han blir veldig nervøs og svett av Champ Select.
So have to see if both these mid jungles can move there, because I think Vitality is definitely going to struggle up against Lucian.
Lyser og Xinxiao begge sånn super early aggression. Så de har nødt til å gi opp alt mulig til Xinxiao når han kommer inn i junglen.
Ja. Oi, Rogue.
Jeg visste Sindre det kommer. Det må skje på
et eller annet tidspunkt.
Nei, jeg visste at han samme har prøvd litt Sindre har bollet igjen nødt til bussen kommer. Jeg visste også at det er en ting de kan gjøre.
Ja, for vi har blitt buffa, det er derfor vi spiller hvert jævla game.
Ja.
Trimby is a cat.
Little space disco to kick things off. League of Legends is a hard game to compound when you put all the skins together. We've got Western Lucian, normal
Western Lucian.
You gotta respect it. Now, having a bit of fun here, but it is important to note how
Chef Olaf, hva... Hvorfor sykt Blitzcrank-skin er der?
Hamster-styre.
Hva? Hæ?
Det er lossesen deres.
Ok.
Det er plass til alle lyssen deres på en liten ting på den nederste biten.
Det sier litt.
Jeg tror jeg fikk G2.
Ja. Det er jo egentlig en ting med tanke på å komme i top bracket, så er jeg ganske fornøyd med hvor G2 ligger med tanke på matchups da. Shake og så Excel.
Ja. De tenkte at Mad Lions
ikke vinner så mye. Det gikk an. Du har kanskje sluttet å tatt sånn crits-greier på hans armer og sånne ting. Deal most out of damage in the game, fordi han ligger så Syndra går så mye AP.
Jeg visste det kom til å være en grunn til det her. Det er altså har en record.
Men og damene på Ken er jo bare sexy.
Og det faktum at Larsen har mye høyere farm enn det Capsen har, så at Reckless får alltid mest farm, mens i Gamesen Rogue så kan plutselig Larsen bare split-push med Lucian.
Ja. Og spesielt når han spiller Syndra.
Oi.
Inspired.
Så han? Han så først.
Så ikke ut som han så han. Han er i hvert fall, jeg mener han er død. Fikk hvert fall flash. Unødvendig å ta third shot der, Inspired. Oi. Crownshot bare er glad i livet mitt.
Selfmade takes that away. He's going to run through mid and go towards bot crab. Now Inspired can't get to bot lane. Larsen has to give up the push. And this play out top has not worked well at all.
Han bare i mota.
So far behind on his camps, you can see he's already 3 camps down.
Being 3 camps down, massive.
Olaf,
easy. Don't know if Selfmade's going to feel confident enough to move into enemy jungle, but bot lane has pushed, or at least pushed out a little bit.
Det er en duel.
So far, very positive early start for Vitality. Not getting the kill on top side, not getting the all-in on Crown Shot in the bottom lane made things very difficult. That said, Kadril, once the lifesteal is gone here for Crown Shot, things will get a little bit easier for Rogue's bot lane if they want to go for a kill.
Yeah, just push and base. It looks like that's what they want to do, but Rogue are going to hold the wave, so now they're thinking about it. It looks like they're going to base in the end because Hans has TP. So if they take one bad trade and the wave's frozen, they're doomed. So they're just gonna have to base, suck it up, and come back to the lane itself because they're not playing with TP now. So let's just look at the map stage. Shigenda is gonna struggle top. He has no flash, but he still has TP, so he was able to catch the wave, and he is even, but he's very vulnerable to ganks. Trimby used his flash and Ignite to commit to that play in bot. Crownshell only has to use the heal, so really good spot here for Vitality. Now look at the map. Selfmade's already on the map. He's got all his jungle cleared, double crab, and he's on his second camp respawn. He's already on his Gromp, so as I bring up the minimap here, you can see he's already on his Gromp respawn and he's based, so he's got all the items. Inspired is on his last camp. He's down in camps after losing the crab, and he still needs to base and run out towards the top side of the map. So Selfmade gonna be there first, and he's gonna be a lot further ahead. Will be a level up as well.
Very difficult position for them to find themselves in. Selfmade, of course, no doubt MVP of yesterday's game. An incredible performance on the Rumble. If he can find similar success today, he could be very well the player that takes Vitality to playoffs, or at least for now, keeps them alive in that race. All eyes on this Olaf really to just be a big center of impact.
Yeah, and historically Olaf never really scaled well. But now with the new items, with Gore Drinker, you know, Sterex, Death Dance, all of these items.
Jo, men det är fortsatt jungle.
So 2 or 3 items.
Det är Inspired, vi snackar om mig.
With Conqueror, obviously a new keystone as well. In the last couple of years, so he can be very dangerous in the fights. I mean,
det ordnar sig.
Kind of short range. Kennen has to commit, Zinza has to commit, so does Blitzcrank. So if they do overcommit, then Selfmade can punish that pretty easily. Larsen's gonna, doesn't spot out. He does spot out Selfmade, and they will see his arm towards the top side, but he's really far ahead. Will get close to that level 6, and Inspired still level 4. Might look for a regang top, but you can just see how far behind Inspired is right now, slowly affecting the map.
Will it start to bleed through to other lanes, though? Because for now, Ottawamne and Larsen are certainly sitting comfortably in their lanes, both of them with a ranged advantage, both of them stacking coals slowly but surely, a little bit of extra gold. I like the decision overall, just compounds on existing lane advantages, on already favorable matchups for the Lucian and the Kennen.
Yeah, the Lucian is the pinpoint of the map for Rogue. As long as Larsen has the push, he should be able to help out his jungler or bot lane. But now Selfmade again has based. He's going to his third camp respawn. Inspired still on 4, so Selfmade, once he goes towards his bot wave with his bot wave stacking, he could look for an early Drake. Maybe he could look for an early dive.
And earlier in the split, Larsen was, in certain games, honestly a lot of ability for this Rogue lineup. See a potential gank being set up here on top side, but now he is on the roam. Have to see what he can do. He has push in the mid lane. He's going to try to impact the rest of the map. Waiting on the blast cone. This is warded, so Shigenda knows that he has to back off, but is he willing to give up CS just to play it safe here? It looks like he has to. Kennen level 6 before he has the level 6 means this is a small but crucial dive opportunity.
Yeah, there's just a lot of cross map going on here. So Inspired, yes, he is behind Selfmade, but he's forcing Shigenda to fall behind. Whoa! That is big. Not quite enough damage to follow up. Keep in mind, Hansama only level 5. At level 6, that certainly could have been a kill. Definitely, that was a really long-range hook. Trimby showing off with Blitzcrank a bit there. Just going back to my point, Selfmade is ahead, but so is Ottawamne because of the early gank. So they can zone Shigenda off waves, and Larsen can move top side. So the top side of the map is going really well for Rogue. You're slowly shutting down this Renekton. He will fall slightly behind, but Selfmade's ahead, and they got the Dragon. So there's a lot of cross-map here going on here in the early stages of the game.
We've also seen a ton of games in the last 2 days go to Soul Point. Oftentimes against Rogue, I'd say, hey, it's a fine trade. But remember when Mad beat Rogue earlier, it was because they gave up so many dragons that eventually compounded against Rogue, and now with Vitality going for a bot dive, things could turn bad very quickly. That's a Blitzcrank and a Syndra. Those are easy champions to dive. In goes an unstoppable Olaf. Goodbye, Hansama. That is not interactive gameplay. There is no room to get anything done.
Yeah, Leader will lose a midway, but really good stack. We saw the bot stack as Selfmade based around a minute ago. They managed to crash it. They go for the dive. Inspired's only level 5 still. He'll find Leader, but I don't think he can commit onto him. TP coming back from Hans to catch the wave, but really good execution from Vitality. They're playing towards the bot side of the map. Selfmade's ahead. Leader dropped a mid-wave to make this happen, and they knew Larsen had no TP to respond. Shigenda was probably told, look, if Ottawamne is going to TP, cancel him. And that's why we didn't see a response from the top laner. But now, Shigenda might be in a bit of danger. He has the flash and ult, so he should be fine. And Vitality, you can see, just snowballing through bot.
And Cage, you said, Olaf's late game, hey, it's stronger now. Olaf's early game, as strong as ever. So easy for them to just run under there, go unstoppable, die the tower, the Akali as well. Now, Syndra and Blitzcrank,
Rito, please.
they're going to kill you. But if you get on top of them when they don't have their cooldowns up, so easy to just keep finding these kills.
Definitely has 2 hooks.
Ja, akkurat.
Explosive Vitality there first.
Riot, please.
That early gank snowballing to a jungle lead, which means Inspired
remake.
on the bot side of the map. But Larsen has got 2 plates. He's up in CS. Leader has 2 kills up for it. So let's look at the dive again. Larsen has TP. He has no TP, sorry. And look at Shigenda on the minimap. Look at the minimap. He's chasing Ottawamne. He knows that if he TPs, he's going to stop him. Ottawamne has not got a good spot to TP. The wave was probably bad, and Shigenda's ready to stop him. So it's just a 4v2 dive. And the kitty cat robot is down. Oh, the parachute. No.
Wait, that one
he
have
didn't
a
get a parachute.
Oh, nej.
Where's his parachute at?
Oh, nej.
I'm gonna do him like
Jag är säker på att folk hör sig om det.
PETA don't want it.
No!
I think Kadril, so far, hold that
Oi.
as we're going to have a big exchange on the top side. Getting ultimates back and forth here. Rogue not really looking to teamfight yet, so it's not going to cost them too much to give up the cannon ultimate. That said, Shigenda might be a little bit more vulnerable to the dives.
Brof's here first because they have to push in bot. They've been playing bot side, so he can move up this Herald first. Trimby's one step behind, so Vitality can slow this down. Odoamne has no ult, but neither does Shigenda. It's going to be a 4v4.
Take it back. Odoamne certainly would have liked to have that ult. Colin coming out, good damage on the LeBron. Leader full health. Leader with ultimate up and available, as well as the flash.
That sure playoff deciding fight.
Go in, dive back down, move in from Trimby. That's big damage coming in. LeBron ignited, now he's set to fall. More damage coming through. Selfmade, will he get dropped? Yes, he
Larsen.
will. Get it here, but it's too little, too late. The Croc double diving in is going to lock up Trimby. It's crouch out to the backside. He's got good guns to fight, but Rogue, they're looking to take it. Flash out.
Odoamne.
Oh my god! Hvorfor i helvete funker det her så bra? Odoamne, what the fuck skjer?
What the hell? What?
He didn't have ult, but he didn't need it.
Det var ikke skjedd.
And Crown Shot arrived, so it was a 5v4, but
What the fuck?
late. Vitality way too split up.
Kan jeg bytte? Jeg vet ikke hva jeg vet mer.
Jeg vil ha Odoamne i stedet for.
Fuck. Quadra-kill. Det er 4 av 5 kills, og det var Kargil.
Og det er toppladeren.
It was Trimby, so let's look at it again. Vitality are 3-man strong, but Shigenda is stuck in top lane, so it's a 3v3. Trimby's positioning is fantastic.
Var ikke det en 3v4?
They know he
Nei,
knows
Trymby kom.
Trymby kom, towards his team, and then they make sure that they can win the fight from there onwards.
Men så de mistet den da når de døde?
It's just a 4v3 and a hit.
Ok.
Han fikk Herald.
Ja, for Larsen fikk first killet, og så fikk Odoamne resten. Hitte med Shuriken.
Var det en is? Ja, det var en is. Kunne vært pent der. Nei, hvorfor Crown Shot var det? Det var liksom... Han sa han fikk tillegg veldig mye ut av det, fordi han var alene bort der.
Ja, jeg fikk bare chille han, liksom.
Så det der, ja.
Larsen deler jo by far mest damage.
More than a bit of a mistake, because again, the stakes in this game are so incredibly high. Vitality.
Ja, bare Half-Life på en trade. Det er jo bare rolig.
Ja, nå kommer de.
Han har jo... Det er jo 30 farm diff, da.
Oh my god!
Larsen!
Oh my god!
Ro deg ned! Han sa du er ferdig snakka, du. Du er norsk, jeg er svensk. Det er diff.
Solo bolo.
Han bare brukt den svenske kronakraften på nordmenn som ikke har hatt noe med krona å gjøre.
Ja. Det var akkurat
Swedish diff.
And I think it's important to remember is that when we talked earlier, Rogue, they'd only lost to the top teams. And in a lot of those games, Larsen wasn't playing fantastically. He struggled.
Han har bare begynt å skikkelig være på.
Larsen var second beste midleren.
Ja, men liksom sånn i starten, så...
Han burde skjefte, men igjen så var Caps den beste.
Ja, Caps var jo enda dårligere, men han har skjerpet seg en del, men Larsen, altså, han har bare blitt...
Det kan være en meta som bare ikke passer for ham.
Jo, det er jo sant. Ja, for han snakket om det, at han hadde gjort noen omprioriteringer, og liksom... Han er veldig confident med der han er nå, liksom. Han er fedd, ass.
Viser virkelig at han gidder ikke være liksom en person som alle sammen snakker ned på time.
Og snakker folk ned på han bare for at han er liksom den topplinjen som bare setter opp og ikke får noe? Er det folk snakker ned på han? Jeg har alltid sett på han som dritviktig. Han er jo megaviktig. Ja, akkurat, det er jo det som er så sykt med han, at han aldri får hjelp. Taper sjeldent lane.
Når han får hjelp, så får han 4 kvadrekill på fekk.
Ja. Men nå er jo sånn Inspired by... Ja, men nå kan jeg i hvert fall drite i Odoamne.
Ja. Han
Han
kan
gleder
la
seg.
Curry dive og få en skinnsjau her.
Fantastic.
Det lokker dem først, da.
Here in the LEC gets the top end of the pseudo double elimination
Ja.
bracket, while fifth and
Rolig.
sixth are going to get nothing. So Vitality obviously at this point not fighting for anything other
Jeg
than
vet ikke hva first seed betyr, men ja.
First siden, jeg tror det har med hvem de møter. Det er jo det du vil. Jeg vet ikke hva det vil si, sånn som deg, men det har med hvem du møter.
Kanskje de møter Strand.
I guess.
And Oromne has a really good TP timer, so they need to be careful. Obviously, they have the flash, and Labrov is kind of playing Lantern right now.
De
But
har en
once this
Odam
tower falls,
til
Rogue will want to do
Fordi de er 6 i playoffs, det er ikke?
the way, and then he'll move down towards mid, which means Larsen can keep on the push.
Ja, det er de.
Ja, nei, det er
if he needs to. So not only did they have 3 push
Hvis det er 4 som ryker ut, da er de jo 6, er det
De har
ikke?
6, men jeg vet ikke om de er
Absolutely.
playoff.
And it does not really get easier. Crown Shot's going to feel a little bit
Ja, så da blir det jo
here in the
3
2v2. It looks like
brackets, er det
Rogue
ikke?
is set to come out on top. Leader taking a lot of
Jeg
poke here.
er ikke villig.
Inspired, ready to go.
Inspired
Good
over
movement,
bra.
hit the red spike.
Å, er han ut?
Hitting the
Er han
red
død?
smite.
Han er ikke død.
Wasn't quite gonna get dropped. The
Å, fy
flash
faen.
away from the ardent
Han er
blaze,
død.
and now Selfmade the one in
Nei,
trouble.
han er ikke
Larsen?
død.
One back. He heals up just a bit, but not enough to stop Larsen.
One for one. Oh, he almost got out inspired with the ultimate. The Q didn't actually connect with damage.
Leader så ut som han healer litt
But you
på
can see the
spills.
Oromne moving towards mid. This mid tower is going to fall. And Vitality kind of
Klarte
desperation play
akkurat
on
det.
the
Carl
Q.
uten
They're so
tower,
far
altså.
behind in items. Leader
Ja, det er jo liksom
almost managed to find some kind of play in it, but Larsen is playing well.
Kent
Dashing
har
away,
Raptor
coming
Camp.
through the shroud.
Jeg er glad jeg pikka Larsen. Jeg burde ikke pikka Arcane Runelin. Jeg burde kanskje pikka Men det er liksom Jeg burde kanskje pikka Hva heter den? Den derre Sharp Blade. Men det gir akkurat Larsen. Det skriker ikke Larsen. Men i går så gjorde han det, og i dag så får han mange kills, og tydeligvis Larsen bare Jeg skal begynne å drepe. Inspired har ikke hatt den beste uka. Ikke at han har gjort det dårlig, men liksom han strever litt.
Is able to then secure Herald. We'll call it the jungler secures the Herald there. Even though he played for his lanes. Yeah, he played for his lanes. This deficit doesn't
Ja,
matter. He
han kommer
played
litt
for his
behind
lanes,
og
and
sånne
now his
ting.
lanes are playing for him.
Exactly. That's how it works. The buddy system. Vitality know that this Herald's dying, I think, because they don't see on on top side. And obviously just got taken away.
Og damene er bare så fedd at han bare tok Carol, da. Det er jo
And he has TP up, but I'm expecting him to just
Det
push
kommer
out
til å
top
veldig
and
godt
move
av
in,
ham.
and then contest this dragon. You can see Inspired on the bot lane. He's just going to shadow them so they can get the push.
Se for deg hvis vi tok damene istedenfor White Knight, da.
When you have such a strong mid laner who can go side,
Da kan
like
jeg-
Illusion, you want to make sure he can push
Ja.
do things like this and take the towers. Trimby and Inspired
Ja,
are
kan
standing
bli
here
high.
just in case Labrov and Selfmade want to look for a
Så
play.
jeg visste det
Selfmade is here.
fra
So is
neste
Rogue.
bygg.
Ox going to try to back away. Big damage could come through. They're trying to run down Inspired. Inspired very vulnerable. Leader going to find one kill. Tribby now needs to make it out, but that's
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! Hjelp en, hjelp en, hjelp en! Han er viktig.
Hva skjer? Odamene er det sjuke! Hva er greia med at Larsen ikke får drept, da? Det er andre gangen det der skjer.
Red buff, red smite, they just about live every single time.
Odamene, hallo! Det der er fed dad, ass.
But that cannon's a lot scarier than that Renekton.
5-0-2, 2 items at 17 minutes. Yeah, that's a beefy cannon. He's on the way to the death cap next. There is not
Fy faen.
Vitality to do.
Han er på 3 items snart, han da.
2.5 items.
De kan jo ikke gjøre det, men.
But they got the bot tier 1, and this is the thing. You want to shadow the Lucian. The Lucian is so strong. He wants to push in.
Kommer liksom inn med en TP og en ult, og er sånn, ja, det der var Orianna-messige tall, liksom.
Has the Cyril as an MBS sword.
Kjem for
And the thing is,
Ja.
have a Syndra bottom. So all you do is you put her in the mid lane. Normally we're like, oh, Syndra's such a crap side laner as a mid laner. Not a problem. You put her mid lane, all she does is clear waves, and now you've got a Lucian on
That's
the
the
side.
whole idea of how bot lane AP champions work. You have an AD carry mid, a marksman, Tristan and Lucian. They go side, you go mid. But let's look at this again. Selfmade tries to find the play. Does take down Inspired, I believe, because they have so much burst with both their ultimates. But once he dies, they
Damene bare snakkes!
Å nei, jeg vil ikke være her.
Back and get a shutdown. Stopwatch into flash away. Protobelt to make sure, and Shigenda.
Yeah, if you've ever
Lucky
wondered.
man. I wonder what HP he got away.
That
Was it 2?
That was
That's
7.
an 80.
7?
Seven.
Nei.
Vitality slowly getting better on the back end of these trades. It was 2 HP, now it's 7. The gold, though,
Larsen har så mye gold.
of course. 9K for
Han har faktisk mer gold enn Odamene, for
Han er
en
farmet.
det er jo at han er
Nei, han er ikke farmet.
This is such beautiful.
Han har farma
Jo, han
ganske
farmet
bra.
godt.
Han har farma ganske bra, og så er han bare en Ja, men altså, Larsen skal ha 300 farm. Du kan ikke finne seg her så fort. Det går ikke.
instead, let's play on 2 lanes. Orwamne Shadows bot uses the Herald that he soloed earlier.
Enn så lenge så...
Han har fått hjelp play, så kan man det.
Han 2/3 der da, så det noe.
You're playing on 2 lanes, and Vitality are only going to get a top tier 1 for this. Rogue might get 2 tier 2s.
And again, this is the reason why Rogue are currently the #1 team in our league. They are so incredibly consistent. Even
Det helt sjukt hvor konsistent, og de bare på en eller annen måte bare voldtar alt det. Når du spiller mot Rogue, med mindre du heter G2, så det skjending.
Det egentlig bare på den camps og bare få masse poeng.
Winning those best of 5s means winning a place at Worlds. Only 3 places coming in.
Lider bare, jeg skal prøve å gjøre ting, oi da.
For everyone here in the chat is will Rogue make Worlds? You're seeing them play against Vitality now. Know that best of 5
seems good or kick them.
Get to pick their opponent. They need to make away to top 5. Yes or no? Yes or no? That's the LEC of the
pack.
Spam seems good. If you like it,
then
they're making Worlds, or KEKW if you're not such a fan.
See, this is biased, because KEKW is such a nice emote that people will probably just write it anyway, because it's just funny.
Ingen skriver ut vel.
Alle vet KEKW fordi det bare
for det står på skjermen.
But I would, yeah. It's a weird one.
Are Rogue good enough to overcome the power of KEKW? That's the question.
That's a good question.
Have the fans
that should have been the lower
enough?
That's what it should have said. Can Rogue overcome the power of KEKW?
That's what it should have said.
Best question.
Oh.
Yeah, but it doesn't really say anything. You know what, I'll tell you what, we'll get Monk later in the day, alright? We'll find a use case for Monk.
Det som litt sånn kekk for Vitality at de har funnla 4 kills inn i leader, som mest sannsynlig kommer til å feede lall.
Han den beste spilleren deres.
Ja, han det. Oi!
Det folk som skriver kick dobbelt.
Oh no, it's not winning! It's a 50-50. It's a 50-50.
Ooh. If it wasn't for copy and paste, I feel like it would be impossible to stem the tide of KEKW.
Oh.
Copy paste does make it a little bit more balanced, or seems good.
Well, Rogue need to copy paste.
Nå som den der kommer på skjermen, så har jeg faktisk lyst til å svømme kokk til over.
Ja, det jo det.
Oi da.
Slow coming out as well from Sorrell's garage. Trimby gonna get hooked. No follow up there. The Blitzcrank gonna get burned down very quickly, and there's not a lot of recourse. Vitality, they're now TPing into the midst of the fight. That's Leader on the back side. Cinder with a bit of a slow. Coming in from the jungle, but that's Leader in the team going through. He's got good damage on Larson. Larson could be pretty vulnerable here. Manages to get back. Rogue, if they throw it all the way, no.
Ja, men, og damene bare 1v9 da.
He goes gold on the hook, but it's not enough. That's one big shutdown. If Vitality's can secure the kill from downtown, it is ground shot. It is Leader with the shutdown.
Nei, hva det her?
Oh, one death. Why not make it 2? Self-made here for the kill.
Rogue tried to copy paste it top, but instead Vitality control, alt, delete. 5 members of Rogue are dead, and now they're gonna get a Baron. They got insane shutdowns onto Akali.
Det var en dårlig fight, ass.
The whole game away. It's classic Rogue. They tried to overstay their fight. Trimby goes for some kind of hook, and then once he dies, Rogue tried to defend him. TP comes in from Leader.
Ja.
Leader and Selfmade get onto Larson, who used his dash just aggressively. He's just dead.
And again, Rogue are fighting for first with Vitality. This is do or die. They needed to win this fight. They needed the Baron in the corner of your screen that they are picking up and securing now because of a misstep from the side of Rogue. This was not a good play for Rogue. This was a KEKW play at best and a disaster at worst. Hansama also getting taken out, and suddenly Vitality are a very real threat to contend with because Akali...
På 0-1? Da har du farmet bra da. Han er jo 235 da, det er jo faktisk helt sykt.
He's down in CS and lost his tower, but now he's 6 kills. He got an 800 gold shutdown onto Odo, and he has 3 items. This comp of Rogue.
Det er hvorfor jeg ikke velger, hvorfor jeg kan velge most farm in the game på Rekos, men jeg ikke gjør det på Larsen, fordi du har Hansama.
But as long as he has some form of utility, some form of AoE damage, depending on what guns he brings to the table, he's going to be valuable for this team. The Gravitum slow, the ultimate to lock someone down, means that Akali, Olaf, or Nectin all are going to get that access to the back line.
The important thing to note here is Rogue had control of the game, so when it came to Dragon setups, they could be the ones moving forward and looking for aggressive cullings, but now Vitality have control, so Akali, Leader, can look for flank. Selfmade can be ready in the bush in case Rogue tries to commit to this fight, but I think they're just going to have to give this Dragon up. There's nothing to play for on the map. They don't have a way for a top tier 2, so maybe just push in mid and look for some topside vision. I really don't think they can walk in here against Thresh. This is the problem. Blitzcrank Thresh, whoever has control, you have to walk into a hook.
Certainly the case, but right now, they are giving up all their Baron buff time to secure this Cloud Drake. Rogue ready to fight mid lane despite that buff on the enemy team.
Yeah.
So far, Vitality have got nothing from this Baron.
They should be able to get a bot tier 1. Vitality can push in mid, you can see again, then Labrov gonna move down here, get some deep vision. And I don't think Rogue can either look for a cross map. Maybe Crownshot was thinking about defending that tier 2 top, but he's gonna opt against it. Leader should be able to push in and hit this tower, but you're right. They're only really gonna get a bot here.
Og damene med death cap, question mark.
But Rogue is still really strong. You can't siege onto tier 2s just yet. You just brought yourself back into the game.
Der, ja.
Use this Baron to weather the storm.
Leader har 3 items ennå.
Jeg kan bare gi opp trim hvis han bare går inn og dør, altså. Ikke vær det, altså.
This could come down to one big team fight, or we could be in for one hell of a long game. But the longer we go, the stronger Crown Shot gets. Certainly Han Sama's going to get stronger as well, which is going to make Leader as well as Selfmade's life much more difficult.
All the gold is on the solo laners of Rogue. Larson has to find picks like this one.
Crown Shot can need trouble to flash out. Pulling coming in. Flash back out from Larson, trying to make it to safety. Off right when we praise him. He's dashing out. He's trying to clear away, but he's just going to get finished off. Selfmade on a rampage.
Yeah, Vitality 15 seconds left on the Baron. They have one wave to work with. They might be able to look for a tier 2.
Larsen kan jo slutte interpointsene mine.
Doesn't have TP up either, so they're just going to have to give it Larson. He has to find picks. He's a fed Lucian.
Du var 4-0, ikke vær leader.
It backfires. He didn't have enough vision to see where the rest of Vitality was, and he dies. He loses his flash, so the solo laners of Rogue, one's good at making picks and pushing side lanes.
Oh my god.
Ja, de bare tanka.
It's not that simple. He needs to find flanks. He needs to find TP wards. He needs to find a way to get onto Crownshot, but even then, Selfmade and Leader are the ones to deal with.
And it's the same as what we saw yesterday in the game for Odoamne, and frankly, in some parts of that game, it felt like Rogue got away with murder. The engages that Odoamne was able to find. Now, the question is, can they find their footing?
Og damene er noe mye sterkere enn Sigenda noen gang kommer til å være, da. Så det er noe i hvert fall.
G2, Mad Lions, the only 3 teams this season who have beaten Rogue. That 4th win is 2 from G2.
Hva er?
Fun fact. But difficult.
Hva er det kattefliskrængskin her?
Normally a team where they get a lead early, they start to win.
Party med cats.
They threw it away on a horrible Herald fight. Then they came right back into it when Rogue overstepped on the top side of the map. And Cadril, they're champions. When they come back to the game, they come back swinging.
They definitely do. And Rogue, we've seen them drop the ball so many times with these huge leads.
Rogue kan ikke ta opp til Vitality. Det går ikke. Det er litt sånn trist for Astralis, men liksom Rogue er mye bedre enn Vitality.
Siege onto his mid tier 2, bot tier 2, sorry, but I think Norman's gonna have to give it up. Larson's gonna answer top, so it's gonna be a cross map.
And more money traded back. Baron up in a minute and 30 seconds, so Rogue will have the initial vision set up there because of the pressure on the top side, as well as 4 members of Vitality showing bot lane, but it might not amount to much as Vitality can just walk back to mid lane and get the push, see when the recall timings come out.
Remember I was talking to you about Olaf scaling? Yeah. How it's much better now, in a sense, because of the items. Gore, Drinker, Sterex. He almost has a GA as well. 3 items. Look at Inspired. Inspired, he just completed his Sterex. So the amount of time Selfmade can buy, and the amount of backline damage Rogue have, it's just a Lucian Syndra. So if they're hitting the Olaf and can buy a lot of time, then Crownshot can step forward. Leader should be able to make a lot of damage happen, but needs to be really careful here. Rogue.
Du kunne hykka der.
The Rogue Death Brush. He's not gonna fall for it this time.
Hvor mange er busken her? 3 stykker.
It's all gone. Yeah, and the second Rogue, you might be wondering there, well, why doesn't Rogue just push the wave? They're there already. The second one member of Rogue shows top. Every single member of Vitality is running top, collapsing on them. There's gonna be 2 TPs behind them somewhere, and they're all gonna die. So that's the reason they drop the wave. Let's just regroup and try to get some vision around the Baron together.
Leader eller Crownshot der.
Ja, Crownshot eller noe sånt. Det kompliserer jo veldig lite hvis de kjenner han, liksom.
He first picked at Zin, and Zin in general a very strong champion, but against the triple melee dive threats, Crescent Guard, normally great against ranged champions.
Sitter de og cheeser?
If he gets caught out here.
Definitely, I'm really worried for Rogue here. Vitality have so many defensive items on all of their members while also being very powerful. Crownshot building towards GA, has stopwatch again, has stopwatch GA, Zhonya's. Kennen, it's going to be really hard for him to deal with it. Maybe if he can get to level 16 and find a flank, he can solo carry the fight, but it's all on Larson, and Hans has never really been in the game. He's just a someone down at best.
Looking for potentially one person. It could be Selfmade. Lantern is there.
Den cleaneste hooken i verden, da. Hun hadde noe GA, da.
Han sa han byttet på ultimate på en person som hadde.
Men siden at den hadde GA eller noe annet.
Holy Trimby, that's Hillesang vibes right there, hooking the lantern, but now Inspired.
Inspired.
clean on the disengage. Neither team wanting to take a bad fight. A single mistake could turn against him. As long as Odoamne has ultimate, Vitality have to be careful about diving in.
Again, they can TP back. It's all about hooks. They have vision Vitality, so they can be the ones to look for it first. That's why Rogue has to be really, really careful.
De ser den.
Know that this flank is happening, but Lido doesn't know that they know, so he has to be very careful. Hans doesn't have a lot of mana. He maybe has mana for one combo, so if this fight prolongs, it's very dangerous. Shigenda still hasn't TP back yet. Odo.
Crownshot needs to get rid of purple gun as fast as he can, or he's going to be useless. Swaps out red. He's set up for melee combat.
Collapse on him. Odoamne knows he's there.
Ja.
Follow-up's done. Leader flash out to safety. Goes invisible, runs for his life. Rogue, they've got decent access to the area. If they can kill Leader, maybe they can get the objective. Vitality need to make a decision fast, because Larsen is chasing down Leader. That's Blast Cone. Goes over the wall.
Det er så clean. Åh, det synes jeg er sånn... Feeder. Lidl. Åh, dårlig spiller, ass.
Hvis du går for flank, så måtte Red Surge.
Ja, du kan ikke bestå på en ward. Han har jo red trinket da, han bare brukte den ikke. Vitality sitter bare, Lider, hallo. Kan vi benche deg, please?
Lider snart...
Bencha topplanen sin, bencha midlanen sin I tillegg. Holy shit, da Filius bråker noe jævlig.
Tier 2s of Vitality. Tier 3 sieging is very, very hard this late into the game unless you find a pick, so Vitality should be able to split them up. They need to use Lucian as a pressure point. They need to put 4 members.
Yes! Larsen har 300 farm. Nice. Får han I hvert fall det da.
Leader is on a ward, yes, but it's all about punishing that. You saw Hans go towards him. Odoamne was there to ready to respond. Larsen was there. They didn't jump the gun.
Det litt gøy at man bygger nesten nøyaktig det samme på Lucian I League som man gjør på TFT. Bloodthirster I TFT så har du også, hva heter det? Hva heter det? Last Whisper? Det ikke det han har da? Nei.
Som har lyst til å se på den tjener.
Pressure points will slowly come. Vitality has to respond to one lane, and then it's going to ping-pong them around until both are pushed in. But it's very dangerous. They don't have any vision. You can see that pink ward on the... all those pink wards on red entrances. You can see them around the Raptors, top side. They need to get rid of those pinks if they want to find a way in. Observers, can we see Rogue's vision here? I think they're very scared. Trimby's very scared.
And again, for either side here, walking into Fog of War, an enemy territory, could be the end of this game.
Kanskje ta I da.
On one side, ready to one-shot anybody. You got Odoamne with a good cannon ult who could.
Det ganske huge.
He is a 4-item cannon. That is Death Cap, that is Void Staff.
Larsen 6
items though. Doesn't have boots, but he is 6 items.
Ja. Har han level 1 boots?
Ja, han gangster.
Not so tense that Larsen can't spam an emo in the middle of the game though, so I respect it. Vitality looking for a base hold here. Baron buff slowly ticking away. A minute left here for the side of Rogue. One, maybe 2 more waves that they can push in.
Does Leader have Rabadons? He's running to base. They're dropping this tier 3. I think he might have Rabadon's death cap.
Level 16 as well. Could be big. Hook comes out again, but now he's going to the side. Who got hooked?
Okay! Oh my god, han bursa den så fort.
Vitality can't afford to overcommit here. Odoamne now in the midst of the team going for crown shot.
Odo!
Leader, it's all on you. Can you do it? That's 1 kill for Leader.
Jeg lider en eneste person som kan faktisk finne.
Leader, a man on a mission to turn this fight back. Vitality, they have held their ground. They give up only
Carly, kul champ.
Han dreper...
anything done. Vitality take the fight.
Yeah, 4 members of Rogue. Comes up massive. He might die in lanes here and there, but he carries the fights. He did get his Rabadon. Selfmade got hooked. It looked like Rogue was going to instantly win that fight because Selfmade said at the start, and Odoamne has a 3-man ult. Leader TP'd behind them with the Rabadons completed. He managed to keep up the fight. So when this hook hit, I thought the fight was over. Selfmade's instantly bursted down. And look at Leader, he's in base right now. He's buying
Toppwatch kult item, ikke sant? Men alle har Sony, ass.
Det bare kjenner meg.
Hook hits onto Inspired, so Crown Shot can do a little bit of damage, but Leader's on the way. Odoamne massive ultimate. Crown Shot stopwatches, and then flashes out, so he lives. Lapone lives. Shigenda lives. And now Leader's here.
And Leader so clean.
Jeg synes det så stilig det at alle kan ha en liten Sony, ass. Der var det 4. Rett etter Kennen.
inventory. What kept the fight alive? Crownshot staying strong there.
Eller, det var ikke stopwatch, det var faktisk Sony, altså.
Stopwatches, GAs, these kind of things can buy time for Vitality. The cannon is just a burst of damage. The Syndra is just a burst of damage. Then it's all up to Larson to do the DPS. You have lots of bursts, but very little DPS, so defensive items can counter that pretty easily. The important thing for Rogue here is, yes, you got aced, but there's no neutral objective up. There's no Baron, there's no Elder, there's no Cloud Soul.
En som skrev KW.
So Vitality don't actually get anything for that fight.
Veldig forståelig.
Rogue can make worlds. More important, more pressing is can Vitality make playoffs? They don't need emote spam here, just a simple yes or no. They are fighting toe-to-toe with Rogue for a #1 team in the standings. Do they have what it takes to fight best of fives in the top 6?
They gotta win this game.
It is do or die. And this is the calm before the storm. Cadril, 35 minutes in. It's a 1K gold difference. It's a 1 dragon difference. 1 dragon might even feel like more at this stage. But a single mistake, Selfmade getting hooked again, getting caught out, getting bursted down, could turn against Vitality.
Eller at Vikings Leader står på en busk. Ward da.
Ser jeg Makali?
Has a flank. Not sure if he spotted out just yet. The last time he was spotted, they lost the fight instantly. This time around, I don't think Rogue know he's there.
Mission impossible. He finds a good flank. Maybe, just maybe, they can win the game.
Yeah, Rogue's just gonna group up 5-man mid maybe and try to push his wave in, but Vitality's there first. Odoamne knows something's up. He's trying to find Leader. He's using his spells to try and find it, but now Rogue are really clumped up, and Leader's right behind them. They have to be very, very careful here.
At the same time, Odoamne's ultimate is a constant looming threat. As long as that's up and available, Rogue do have a little bit of protection there.
They're just gonna push mid. Looks like they're just gonna give this up. They only have a cannon minion, so they can't actually get anything, and Baron is 30 seconds away, so they're just gonna give up the Cloud Soul. Bit of a confusing play there, but maybe they were scared of hooks. They couldn't walk in, it looks like.
It feels like they hesitated for a moment there. They had a cannon minion. They just needed to one-shot the wave and have somebody tank, but because they didn't, they could not.
Neste Drake blir Soul, jo. Eller er neste Drake Elder Drake?
Nei.
Ok, ja, det er Drakes helt til det blir en Soul. Det er da det blir Elder Drake.
They stall for a little bit longer, he will have it up.
Selfmade has GA, Crownshot has GA, and Vitality gave up the Cloud Soul to get control over Baron. But now they've dropped the control, so Rogue's gonna push in mid and retake the top side. They're gonna sweep out all the wards and have vision of their own. So now Vitality, you can't drop the Baron as well, so they're gonna have to find their way into this river. Leader doesn't have an amazing flank like he did last time around.
Pushing in mid, trying to bully their way through again. Always risky to clump up against the cannon. Flash is mostly available though on the side of Vitality, just about across the board, so that is going to be big. Scatter the weak from Hans, not quite as much damage as they'd like, but still a good threat.
Yeah, but that wave's dead and Rogue still has a mid wave to answer, so now Vitality can move into the Baron. You can see this is all about mid waves and it's all about control. Push in the wave and then move to river. Both teams want to do it, it's just a dance of how to do it. Vitality on the upper hand, have the control. We'll see if they want to start it, because if Leader can find a flank position, then they can, but wow, both teams really hesitant here. Vitality want to contest the next one on top of that. Maybe they're waiting for Shigenda's GA. Maybe they're just trying to buy time for that second GA to come up. It just came up, I think. So now, 3 Guardian Angels for Vitality.
Guardian Angels flashes across the board. Only LeBron waiting on his.
Har Odoamne noe music?
Kanskje han kommer til å treffe.
Jævla stopwatch!
Oh my god, mye stopwatch. Hvis han drept Leader, så ville det vært jævlig
little time, nobody but inspired going down, but Vitality blinking red health bars across the board. LeBron has to flash out to safety. Selfmade waiting.
Ja, hvis han har fått Leader. Åh, det var så kult. Så nærme på.
Looks like they're going to be forced back.
Leader can TP back, and just like that, a click of a finger, the fight starts instantly. Shigenda was playing with fire there, dashed away from the stun. Now, inspired, 30 seconds dead. Leader's ultimate's very low cooldown at this stage in the game with 2 Cloud Dragons. It's gonna be up for this Baron, so Rogue, can you contest it? I don't think you can. They're just gonna opt out of it and push in bots. Odoamne's ult didn't find many members, and you can see what I mean by the defensive items of Vitality. Everyone gets away.
Ja, for det er hver eneste jævel og morram som står på oss, da.
Ja, det var jævlig mye.
And they should be able to push out the waves.
Big now for Vitality.
Så jævlig mye. Og de vinner hver fight hvis vi la...
Til og med fuckings Labrov hadde stopwatch på et eller annet tidspunkt. Det sier litt hvor broken item er. Og supporten bare netter inn. Jeg skal ikke bruke den engang.
But it was only just a kill, and now Vitality get Nash up, and you can see the fights are all about hooks. Whoever hits a hook, the fight instantly starts. Neither team has point-and-click engage. No one has a Leona ult or anything like this. The only engage for both teams is a hook. That's how a fight starts. You can't just randomly engage onto anyone unless Oruamne finds some kind of flank. So that's why both teams are dancing around each other until one person pulls the trigger.
And Cadril, it's been about hooks and one other thing, and that is stopwatches. But Selfmade had his stopwatch, it's gone now. He's already had the GA the entire time.
He didn't even lose his GA in that whole fight.
And here's the big thing. As long as they can keep executing, as long as they can press their advantage, Vitality can be fine. But if they're involved in another close fight where stopwatch would have saved the day, they're out. They have no more of those major cooldowns, no more of those major defensive tools. GA is nice, but GA is not nearly as good as stopwatch.
Larsen er fullbilt, det er jo for så vidt det nesten down.
The problem is Vitality, you have Baron, but you can't push tier 3s. They have too much wave clear, it's too late in the game. One misstep and you're instantly dead from a Lucian or a Syndra. So Vitality, the only thing this Baron's going to do for them is just keep their control. They're going to be able to push in waves first because the Baron buffed minions, and you're going to have tempo on each lane. So that means 59 seconds from now, when that Cloud Dragon spawns, you can turn and burn it. What Vitality want to do is keep Rogue in their base, keep them at the tier 3s, push in the waves, and as it spawns, just run to it and take it. And Rogue will have to face check, and it'll take them way too long to get there. They just need to make sure they maintain this control.
And I'd love to tell you that this Cloud Soul that they can probably buy with the advantage that they've built with Baron, that they can get set up first on when they use this Baron buff to push away would be a big deal. But we're so late in the game that ultimates are off cool.
Hva er det pluss 1,908? Hva er det? På Baron-counteren. Pluss 1,9,865.
Goes a little bit wide, Segenda on the wrong side of the map. Max is now being used. Vitality pressuring Rogue out of the area.
Whoever walks up first, the other team has to be scared. You see Trimmy walks up, misses the hook,
then
Vitality can run forward. Vitality walk up, Labrov misses the hook, then Rogue can walk forward. Leroy Segenda on the flank, Trimmy's found them.
Side, Trimmy trying to get something done. Trimmy walked up, knocked back. Now Segenda in the midst of the entire team. Odoamne getting some good damage down, but the rest of Vitality on the way. Here comes Leader. He goes golden. Now the fall. The active comes through. That's the three-man route. The calling going down, but who's getting called?
Stikkulling da.
Ski shoot for Larsen, double kill for Crown Shot. Vitality might just take it here on the back of that triple.
Yeah, they're going to be able to end hands flashed over the wall to try and burst. I think Crown Shot down in that fight. Leader does all the work he needs to do. Yes, he dies, but he would have killed Larsen if he got that E off. It's just Larsen and Trimby to hold the base. Vitality are going to win the game, and they're going to keep the playoffs hopes alive. Labrov gets hooked, but he should be fine.
Vitality holding on to their dreams, taking down Larsen. It was a back and forth battle. It was a brawl. It was a bloodbath. But Vitality stay alive for one more day.
Shit på en drittdag.
Had so much control of it. They got aced, they lost Baron, and from there, it was just a knife's edge game. Who hits the hook first? In this case, Leader and Shigenda trying to flank, and Trimby tries to engage on them, but then Rogue, 5-man stacked up on top of Renekton and Akali. That's dangerous. The cannon ultimate didn't hit anything, and Crown Shot was free to do every once.
Renekton, Akali, Crown Shot, it's a three-man, grabs some ult across the backside, instant three-man snare to follow, and obviously the calling is strong. It shot Leader out of midair.
Hey! Hæ?
Easy to find it, and ultimately, Cannon ultimate is good.
-4.
Cannon ultimate is great, but more divers,
Vet ikke så mye da.
still gonna come out.
It's crazy to me that Vitality won this game after that Herald fight. Cannon gets a triple kill, Lucian gets a solo kill. Yeah, quadra kill, sorry. Cannon gets a quadra kill, Oruamne of course, Larsen gets a solo kill, mid tower's dead, top tower's dead, the Dragon Wing condition is shut down. But just like that, Vitality turn it around. They win the fights. Yeah,
incredible day.
Props to them.
For Vitality, certainly. And the road doesn't get easier. They have to keep winning. They have to find a way. And again, things still may turn against them. Tiebreakers are always a difficult thing to calculate. We'll keep you updated as we go through the day. But for now, they have survived. Key player of the game at LEC on Twitter, Selfmade, Leader, or Labrov are your options.
Yeah, Leader did work in those fights.
Leader did.
The lane was rough.
Yeah. But that's a early fights
were rough. But when he got his Rabadons, triple kill here, triple kill there.
Selfmade though, early game really good.
Yeah, definitely.
Just let us know. That's the power of the vote. You can tell us who you think. High stakes game, incredible turn back from Vitality. Rogue maybe frustrated with that one. There are now 4 teams that have taken down Rogue. It is Fnatic. It is the Mad Lions.
They broke the
it is
the
G2,
curse, but they broke the law.
Vitality. Or they're just a top 4 team. We're gonna have to see. That's but for now, let's see what Selfmade has to say after taking down Rogue.
Thank you, Dracos. I'll let you finish the conversation afterwards because we have to do an interview. I can see your eyes smiling, although I can't see your smile. How do you feel after this game?
Wait, is it live already?
It's live already. You can go.
Okay, it's live already.
All good, all good.
Well, it feels great, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's basically dual
Oh,
for us
man.
this week, so it was kinda unexpected to beat Rogue, but we had to give it all if we want to still make it, so I'm really happy we won.
See, you say unexpected, but the way you played here today, even though they had a very good early game, makes me think that you were in control and you knew what you were doing all along. So tell me about flipping the game around and making everything turn into your advantage after 20 minutes.
Well, honestly, I felt like both teams had no idea what's going on, and everybody was so scared of actually dying because it's that type of game where if you die, you have like 1 minute timer to respawn, so the game went to like minute 40, and what mattered was just basically one death that decides the game, so... But early game, I felt we were kind of in control, but it also came down to Shigenda tanking the top gank really easily, and, well, Inspired falling behind because of that, so I guess that was like the biggest point in the early game. But then we kind of trolled the Herald fight, and the game turned again in their favor. But in the end, we got the dubs. I'm really happy.
Yeah, I can imagine, especially after the past few games that you had on stage and both online. Well, how did you make it happen today, especially when everything was on the line? Like, if you lost this game, as you said, you were out of playoffs.
Well, it's actually funny because on Thursday, I told my team that I think we should just go into this weekend and freestyle on stage, that we shouldn't do any meetings, any draft meetings, because, well, when we practice like this, it works the best, and then when we like try to prepare too hard, we just overthink, and we end up playing Kiona way too much. I had to say it. And yeah, yesterday, today, everybody got what they wanted, and we just played the game.
Well, now, Selfmade, it's going to be about tomorrow, both for you and Astralis. I saw you before the game in the makeup room. You seem rather relaxed. So how do you feel right now, and what should we be looking forward to when it comes to Vitality in the last day of Super Week?
I mean, tomorrow is the last day, right, of the Super Week, and either we make it or we don't, so we're gonna give our best, and hopefully we can satisfy the fans, because we've been kind of underwhelming this split, and I feel like the responsibility is on me. I was also not delivering in many games, so hopefully this Super Week can change everything.
This win must be reassuring, actually, and I wish you the best of luck in the last day of Super Week Selfmade. And we're going to take a quick break now, and we'll be back in a couple minutes for the fourth game of the day, Schalke 04 versus G2 Esports. Stay tuned.
Skjønner godt at du måtte stikke en tur og tørke tårene dine, altså det er helt forståelig det. Skal jeg breakdown caps? Jeg synes det var så gøy, du stakk jo rett før det skjedde, men liksom sånn, de bytter tilbake til intervju med Laure, og så bare den der kømtrynet, og så bare Woman! Chat, ass.
Caps breakdown?
Yeah.
Caps breakdown. Caps breakdown, guys. Roll again.
Caps breakdowns.
Bare play hash or something.
Jeg ser da at Laura er biased. Hun heier på Team Vitality. Instagrammen hennes.
Ja.
Hva har jeg? Er noe ved siden av navnet mitt? Predicted Rogue win. Ah, de henger meg ut for det, ja. Bra la mest effort i G2 da, men det er jo ikke akkurat normalt.
Jeg gjør streamen.
Hæ?
Ta streamen, ta på meg.
Hva du ber meg om?
Kan du ta vekk streamen, ta på litt?
Jævla. Jesus.
We would like to call from
Woman
to Balding. Now, G2, they've been the best team in the second round robin, and before they take on Schalke 04, we wanted to take a closer look rather at their man in the mid lane, Caps. Now, we're gonna start with yesterday. He was on the TF, and I think G2 probably played one of their most impressive games I've seen out of them this entire season. They've really been ramping up. And Georgia, you wanted to look specifically at how Caps...
Balding.
This guy was absolutely amazing. At some point, the game had 16 kills, and he had been in
15
of them. He was absolutely fantastic. So right here, I want to point out that G2 have actually split the river in half. They've got all of their vision points and the barrels on their side of the map.
Damn, who's the thick mommy?
Who's hiding behind that wall. And if I keep playing this, you'll see that Caps keeps throwing cards. He keeps threatening every time Mad moves forward. Caps threatens with a yellow card, and that's what we're seeing right here. And the second G2 comes back, Mickey X lands a fantastic ultimate on the two carries right here, and then Caps is gonna come in with a yellow card to capitalize in one of
Skal vi legit analysere han spiller TF, at han går rundt og yellowcardet? Som liksom alt TF gjør?
De to carries, så
he moves back again from the damage and then back in. But the most important thing is that what he sees right here is that the fight is pretty much over on this side of the map. He doesn't care about what's happening. What he cares about is Karzi.
He wants to kill him.
He wants Karzi, okay? But you'll see that what he does is he gets his yellow card and he sees the opportunity to flash through and try to go for Karzi right there. Karzi has a flash though, which is very important.
By the way, your sleeve is what's touching the button.
Oh, my sleeve is...
You're too fashionable for the telestrate.
There you go.
Da var det
He's like, sure, okay, Karzi is just no longer part of the yellow card, but Armut is. So we'll take what we can. It doesn't end there. They kill Armut as well. Cap still has ultimate up and available. He's like, I will get Kazi. Kazi does run away. El Yoya, though, doesn't have a way out of it. So I think his gold cards were so important for that particular fight. I think he had 3 gold cards.
Det er det TF gjør! Hvis ikke så er det en dårlig TF.
Which is gonna be
Kikka på
important later on in that game.
Og kikka på Kevin.
Efficiency out of him, and you might say at home, yeah, but that's what you do.
Helt sykt.
But it was the way he did it, and the way he consistently did it, and also how G2 was on the same page with him, Georgia.
Mommy.
Again and again and again.
Yeah, well, that's not the only thing that Caps did, because he was there. He was there, as you can see on the screens. He was there. He was there. He probably went
Female Snorlax.
He was literally
picked up a pizza, he dropped it off.
Yep.
He was there as well.
And there. Alcov gaming as well.
Music.
Yes, definitely so.
Det er Benny Hilse.
All jokes aside, it was a fantastic game coming out of Caps, as we saw just how destructive he could be on the twisted.
Det minner om det.
The rest of G2 really ramped up, and that's why we want to kind of look at from molding to
Caps,
molding, because it
caps
was only
med hår
the moment that the haircut
versus caps
came in,
uten hår.
and we saw a big shift in caps, and that always means that there will also be a big shift in G2.
Ja, altså, men legit, han begynte å gjøre det bra etter han shava hodet sitt, da.
A little bit to be said about a sort of mental reset halfway through a split, and for Caps, it absolutely happened. I felt like he was making a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes early on, but once this change came through, he has been absolutely crushing it, completely back on form. Mechanical, I mean, on Gwen, you don't really have to execute well.
From molding to molding.
Yesterday, his movement was absolutely clean. A little thing, like things that are harder to notice too, just base movement.
Oh, that's me memes.
Skill shots, you know, getting into the back line, big wombo combo ultimates. No, his
Bolds.
movement within fights, his ability to influence the map, knowing roam timings, all these things have been absolutely on point for the team.
Definitely so, and Caps being on form, as well as the other members
Caps
of the
being
team,
bold.
really getting those wins under their belt.
Å nei, han får tilbake håret sitt bak og rundt og sånne ting. Det ser ikke bra ut. Du må shave igjen. Eller så ser du 40 år gammel ut.
What do you make of G2's form so far, as we are now just a couple of steps away from the playoffs?
I think it was Caps that mentioned it as well. They sort of fumble halfway through last season, and then they were trying to find themselves so hard that they just missed the point. And I feel like everyone trying their hardest, playing their style, because none of the games are like clean start to finish, but they are G2 150% start to finish, and that is the aggression, that is the side lane pressure, that is their team fights that are Stella, that's the positioning that are Stella. I love how Ender mentioned as well, he doesn't need to do the flashy plays. The way he was moving on the Twisted Fate, in and out of that fight, just being a threat on the way he was moving was just enough to win that fight for G2.
That it was. They are up against Schalke 04 though, and Schalke usually has what it takes to somehow beat G2 when they're doing really good. So we'll see if that happens. Coming up next the final
Kan de kalle dem Schalke no feared?
The Kingslayers. Schalke 04 look to upset G2.
Oh, she's so hot. Heart. I am live now. Yo, what the fuck? They show me dancing.
Faen, det er så gøy å se bare folk bare creame. Bare, woman! There's a woman on my screen. That hasn't happened before.
Your English is perfectly understandable. You earn 10 deck points? We cat, we jam, no bolts, no ban. Hvem er jamming?
Jeg er ikke med PC-en akkurat nå.
Jeg bare catcher den. Åh. Let's go, Jankos! Cat vi jam.
Sånn, nå fornøyd?
Ja. Oi, det er banna. Cat vi jam. Oi, du var høyere opp. Sånn,
ja.
Han egentlig ikke er bra.
Inspire tappte i stad. Int.
Jo.
Altså, Video bare får player of the game hele tida.
G2 no MPs. Jeg tror han sa på sånne ting også. Jävlar.
We cat, we jam. Oliver, vi har blivit chatboys.
TSM! TSM!
Welcome back to the LEC.
Jam,
Wow, we just came off
no
a
ban.
banging game, and wow, Red Bull
Oh, you're
does
full of energy, aren't you? Whoa!
hashtag ad or Werbung if you're in Deutschland.
Oh my god, you're really full of it today.
Wow, it really kicked in all at once. Welcome. So this next game is going to be a bit of a weird one because simultaneously we're witnessing the end of Schalke and their incredible contributions.
Det här är ganska att Rogue tappar, så det är ganska de dem.
We're also witnessing G2 fight for
Vel,
the top
det har jo
lane.
egentlig ingenting med G2 å
Question
gjøre.
for me,
Når jeg tenker meg om, så er de jo allerede kommet seg der de skal.
Is this going to be a sad couple of
Yeah,
games,
that
or is this going to be a wake? Is this going to be a party? Are we going to remember them with joy? Are we going to look back
Kanske
at
Mitch
this
ska
as
ta
a
dem.
split where they 2-0'd G2, even in their final moments? It's a big question, because they won last time, folks. Broken Blade absolutely
It's a big
bodied
hit,
Wonder,
so
1v1 Nocturne. Ooh, you might remember it. The set could do nothing. Cadril,
Missfits
I
med
know
som
you
är
remember it. Let's see if they can do it again.
You just sold the whole thing.
That's, I'm gonna chill now.
You're gonna chill now? No, you're not.
No,
Bara
you're
för
not.
att Vital...
Wow, but you're right. Schalke is G2's Kryptonite. And although they might be out of playoffs, maybe they're like the evolved version of Kryptonite, because now they have nothing to lose. So just send it.
That's all you need
Ban
to be.
Nocturne!
I think it's Red Kryptonite. I don't know. I'm not a DC guy. There's another level of Kryptonite, I think.
Is there actually?
No, but it might do something. I don't know.
No ban.
They are.
Actually, tweet us. I need to know. Is there a higher level Kryptonite?
Oh,
One
you
of
kidding
is for
us?
sure a big DC fan.
Sex.
In the meantime, no one DCing today, even though we are playing online. That's a
Oh,
transition.
good transition. I like it.
Aurelia continuing to hit the ban table. Red, blue side, number
Cat,
one, 2
we
games in a
jam.
row now.
No
See if that
muss,
champion gets a little
no
bit more
ban.
play as we get closer to playoffs. But for today, continuing to keep our eyes on the very aggressive, very powerful bottom laners. That is the Varus, that is the Callista, and for some teams, the Syndra bot lane as well. But no surprise, see the Twisted Fate taken away from Caps. He has been on a tear, and when Caps is playing well on Twisted Fate historically, G2 is also playing very well.
Yeah, I don't think Caps is going to get TF again. Maybe not even in playoffs. We'll see. But since our ban away, we won't see that.
Han har gjort det så pass bra på henne, så.
See if Schalke want to ban away something like Viego or Callista, perhaps. We saw Reckless having great Callista performances recently.
Yeah.
Which is a champion which we never really expected Reckless to play over the last few years because he likes to go for things like the Kai'Sa, the Jhin, the Sivir. But Callista's meta,
andra
and
teamet.
he's shown that he can play it really well.
And it's crazy how quickly the perception has
Ja, men
changed, right? It
riktigt
takes 2
Schalke
games to
vinn.
perform pretty well in the champion after not playing it for 4 years for it to really rise in priority. And now
EM
certainly he could
1000
pick it up
och
again. It's
Schalke.
gonna be the
Nå
first
ser
one for
oj,
G2,
det
and
var
I
väldigt
like to
intressant för
see it.
Schalke nu.
Schalke debating what option they want to go for here. Tom Kench, I've been underwhelmed by so far, I will say.
You've not been whelmed, you've been underwhelmed.
I have not been whelmed.
You've not been whelmed. Well,
I've
Varus,
been
just like you were talking
whelmed.
about, is going to get picked up, you expect, by Schalke. Maybe they want to go
Ge
for
mig
something
tillbaka
like
på
Diana
jag
or
menar, jag vill
and
satsa
go for
på
a mid
G2
or
igen.
support on 3. Could also do Smash support here, but they're going to go for Syndra, so they're going to show their mid laner. Varus, Syndra, 1-2 is going to come out from Schalke. G2 can obviously respond by picking their AD in mid here, or they can throw a curveball. Jungle could be a big point of contention, because we were talking about AD junglers earlier on. Xin Zhao and Lee Sin banned away this time around. So when you grasp those AD junglers, it's kind of difficult. When you have Syndra, you want an AD jungler, like perhaps a Graves. And Viego's already taken
that
up
was
the
very
So is it going to be a volley bear for Kyrie perhaps?
Oh,
But that's a Kalista,
Reckless.
and that's a Varus, just like you said.
Has been a
Can
Callista
Kyrie
fan.
find his footing in these last few games? It has been a difficult season. Going up against Yanko, certainly no easy task. And Yanko's, of course, with the Viego as a solo laner.
Kalista igen. Nice! Då blir det points på mana.
Bundle getting picked up. I do like to see a champion that can have a lot of impacts and ganks, relatively simple to execute. And for Kire, a guy who, again, has been struggling to find his footing on stage, certainly could work out nicely. That said,
Kire är dålig.
It's a difficult lane, but I've seen a lot of Trundle support in high-low solo queue.
Ah,
A lot of pro players are playing
Trish
Trundle
Trundle.
support with Hail of Blades. A lot of burst, level 1, level 2 can all in quite easily, and obviously can take away AD from AD carry and also one-shot him. So, in the early stages, Trundle support is good, but Schalke can ban away.
Det ser väldigt kul ut med Trish Kalista.
Shadow Isle gang.
Shadow Isle gang. We Isle, we Shadow, we don't ban by mods.
But this time around, you don't really have that much of a side laner unless
Många Shadow
you get up broken
Isle
blade for the
kan ha
counter
på
pick. So,
topp.
Schalke gonna last pick top here. They're gonna pick their support.
Du kan gå så vidt Viego topp, så kan du gå.
And I like it. I like what we're seeing from both sides so far. Now G2 Esports, I'm sweating a little bit for the side of Schalke just because there is a Callista Thresh on the opposite side.
Jorik kan gå opp.
This season had 1 or 2 fumble games, but otherwise they're pretty consistent. Most of their matches. Zoe now also taken away, really trying to eliminate a lot of the champions who can nullify parts of Syndra's kit or make her non-interactive. Sleepy Tuck Bubble into a one-shot, certainly a way to make sure you don't get ulted.
Yeah, last ban here for G2. Is it going to be Leona? Is it going to be Rakan? Could also be not bad of a ban, but the lane phase is very difficult regardless of what support they go for. But they're going to take away Set. Kind of like a top and support hit there. We've only seen Broken Blade play it once.
They went top lane
denies that champion as a 4-pick flex perhaps. So now Schalke probably picking support.
Ikke venn mid lane og top lane marker.
Top lane are open. You'd argue with Jace. They want to go for that, but it's just going to be the Alistar. So Varus Alistar into Callista Thresh doesn't sound fun. That lane, nope, it's going to be very difficult, but Alistar obviously really good into Callista if you can combo her up and get some follow-up CC from a Pillar or a Syndra Stun, of course. But the lane phase in bot's looking rough for
Records. Martin. 9 millioner versus 2,5 millioner. At de faktisk tør å skal predikte. La meg predikte, da.
Du skulle ha gjort 599 sekunder at 1 igjen for neste
Ja,
game.
ja.
Not bad actually. Camille into Jax in the early game's not bad. But Orianna picked up for caps. I mean, there's 5 mid laners banned. LeBlanc, TF.
Det mye Shadowers, ass.
And he gets Orianna anyway, so I don't think he's sweating at all in the 4-5.
Og så litt sånn robot-action. Det er Shadow Robot, Robot Isles.
Broken Blade go for. He's the man of the hour for Schalke in the wins. So having some kind of win.
Se der sitt nuclear int. Han er dårlig.
Really debating the options here. Really don't want to talk about the hoverovers. It's going to be the GP. All right, I like to see it. There is an immobile Orianna. Callista also going to struggle to get out of the GP ult for the most part. That is a big champion. If Broken Blade wants to carry, GP is certainly a pick to get it done.
Jankos og Reckles. Kom igjen, Shadow Isles. Bare. Big Brain Reckles, da. Hvis han bare tar og bruker daggeren sin på Viego.
Sure he'll be fine because of the winning lane itself, so G2 probably going to try to play towards bot side here. Schalke might want to look to play top lane. GP
det er Big Brain.
Against Camille early, maybe Cray can look for some early dives. But G2's come pretty well rounded.
Da kan kaste han, liksom.
You got good team fight and you have winning lanes in bot and mid is contested on the side for Schalke. Top lane.
Fordi liksom når Callista.
It's all a question of whether Neon and Limit can survive.
Ja, sant det. Jeg liker han er sitter og forklarer deg nå, og så vet du bedre enn meg. Det var en spøk der, for jeg visste at du... Men sant, det er sånn Mark-greier, er det ikke?
Ja.
Jeg spiller aldri Callista, så... Broken Blade. Key-Ray, Nuclear Int, Neon, Limit, også G2. G2. Jente 16 døde etter traktorulykke i Skjåk. Traktoren bare kjørt på, lol. Og det er bra jobba, de klarer ikke å komme over 40 km i timen.
Make it a big, just an absolute banger. That right now is regular season.
So you're trying to get the graphic up. Oh, you got it? Ready? Yeah. Boom. Boom. Look at that.
You can see that, but what I want you to know is yes, it's
Herregud.
but it is only
Rekkos!
Fy
faen!
Det var dårlig record mot Schalke.
One of the best of one records of any
Hva du sa nå, sa du?
Se på skjermen da. De har 11 losses mot Schalke.
What? Det er ganske trist, ass. Hvorfor?
Det er dårlig.
Vel, det er vel kanskje også når Abu Dhabi var med.
De ligger jo 0-1 mot dem nå.
De ligger 0-1 mot dem nå?
Ja, det vet du det da. De har jo tapt dem.
Vi kan se på gamet. Jo, for så vidt, ja.
The team is leaving the LEC, unfortunately, and the players' contracts will run out. So when you're playing these games, I think the most important thing
Players contracts are out, så de får ikke lov til å spille mer på Schalke der.
Ikke sug så jævlig mye!
A little bit more positive for G2 right now as the play does whiff for Mickey though.
Jeg lagde en golden Mickey, bare for at han skal gjøre det her. Ikke at jeg har han på nå. Caps? Caps?
How low is he? 13 HP, a TSM logo. You'll love to see it.
Everyone's living on 1 HP.
Ja, jeg er glad for at jeg ikke... Det her er bare...
I dag, altså, hvis de klarer å tape mot dem nå...
Nei, jeg vil bare tape nå. At i moment så føler jeg at hvis de taper nå, så får ingen høye poeng, og da blir jeg bare fornøyd. Jeg trenger bare sus. Jeg får ikke mer. Kan det få skje? Hallo? Kan jeg se?
So Nuclear tries to crash the wave, but it misses. So now Caps knows he has no spells. So what he does is he just autos him flash W's on top of him and puts a slow on him. So if Nuclear flashes away, then he
kunne ha flashet før han Q-a da.
Probably could have got out, but Caps doesn't have the damage.
Altså, ikke prøv å komme deg ut. Få for killet, vi skal gjøre det.
Didn't work out. And of course, Orianna, part of the reason why he was comfortable with the match. But if Syndra does whiff, the Clockwork wind-up passive is so much damage. That said, Syndra gonna be even more impressive in lane now at level 3 with an additional
G2, please! Jeg har på T-skjorta, skjerp dere. Caps begynner å få litt for mye hår, så han begynner å gjøre rare ting.
Jankos has full cleared. He was going towards top side, but now he's going to go towards the bot crab because he knows Kiri's up there. Limit and Neon able to take a base.
Overall, Cadril, Schalke doing well so far in the early stages of the game. Kira even in farm, but obviously has that additional assist. And while Caps
Gangplank med grasp, ass. Bare... Skyt noen, bare får tilbake masse liv.
Yeah, both bot lanes based around the same time. Both supports arrive at the same time. Nuclear's winning on these trades because of the item disadvantage. Limit's just here to cover. He knew Mickey would roam here. Another stun connects Caps.
Det var hexflash da, men still.
He's gonna have to crash this wave. That's why Mickey's here and he's trying to pressure him off. Limit doesn't have flash combo, so he can't punish Caps for walking up. Does have ignite though, so if he gets in range, look for it. Kiray's on the way.
Bare jævlig random.
Both junglers are here. It's a mid lane ARAM at 4 minutes 30 seconds, and there's a good reason for it. Caps needs to crash his wave, but Nuclear and Schalke don't want to let him do it.
Flash, Limit waiting in the darkness. Trundle gonna be stronger in the early game.
Mickey's
now moving in. Jankos can jump back in, but he hasn't used the lantern quite yet. Caps not making it out to save. They opt to back.
Caps er jo litt for low da.
Kiray tries to flash Q Caps to get the slow to get some follow-up, but Nuclear is out of mana, and Limit wasn't in range. So nice try. The wave does crash in the end, and G2 come out on top because now they can take away Schalke's bot side.
Jankos, takk.
Oh, he got cancelled.
Han stopper oss. Han var jo bort.
Wow, I thought he disappeared there for a
Han
millisecond.
var jo bort.
Altså, det samme skjedde jo faen meg, ja, question marks. Det samme skjedde med Sugenda, men han klarte å komme seg bort. Kiro is so bad. For nå... Åh!
Oh, big wave stacked up top. This is exactly what we talked about.
Så mye rart!
Broken Blade will win out on trades, but now he just took 2
Han
tower shots.
Yeah, he can go in, but this is going to be very difficult. Hookshot wall dive's going to make this tough, but Wonder Soul going to be low. Kira, one more.
He has no flash.
Ooh!
The Triumph saves him. The Triumph saves him. But exactly as we expected. You know, top's winning. He's going to be able to stack waves. He's going to win out on the trade. Kira, don't die to the minions. Kira, those two.
Han dør jo.
35 HP.
He got out. He got out. We take those. We take those.
Health regen fra W, question mark.
Wonder, no TP. Broken Blade can back and still use GP ult anywhere on the map. This is huge.
Yeah, and Broken Blade is the reason they won against G2 in the first week on his Nocturne. Solo killed Wonder on the Nocturne into set, and he did so much work in that game to help his team get the win. That was in week 1. This is a lot of a different scenario now. A lot of weeks later.
Certainly is, but you can see he was getting a ton of jungle attention, and now he's getting some jungle attention as well as he and Kira do go for that dive. And Kira on a tear. Again, difficult season. Widely considered one of the worst performing junglers in the league. But
I think the worst performing jungler in the league, yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of trying to pull my punches there. But yes, the worst performing jungler in the league. Now 1-0-1 in a match versus G2. And the Trundle looks like he finally found a pick that was working for him.
Which is surprising to me, because Kira has always been really high elo. He did very, very well in the ERLs, just struggling this time around in the LEC on his first starter position. But he managed to get a kill mid for Nuclear, was able to cover Caps all in.
Jeg gidder ikke en sånn omvendt dag. Altså, vi har allerede kommet ganske langt med en sånn omvendt dag. Nei, jeg er litt sånn...
Ja, hvis de gjør dårlig, så tror jeg faktisk at det er større sjanse på å få gjøre det. For at alle får passe skittpoeng.
Jo.
Det kommer ikke til å få noe bedre, for det har for break. Da kommer det helt helvete. Det er det som skjer når han har sånne...
Freckles har en tendens til å gjøre det ganske greit, selv om teamene hans inntil. Jeg har en tendens, jeg sa ikke at han kom til å gjøre det. Jo, det er jo for så vidt, ja.
Første game har ikke kommet ennå, men så er det helt.
Ja, hva faen, liksom?
Flash makes it over the wall. Wonder now going to be in trouble because he's still tanking the tower. He says to back away. Broken Blade is still alive. That's the ultimate. Boom. That's the shot. Grass proc keeping him safe.
D2?
Again, the TSM flare.
Again? That's 2.
Dang.
Okay, well, Broken Blade gets out. Flashes over the wall just as Wonder ults him. Pulls him with him. And manages to win out on the 1v2. What can Schalke get on the other side of the map? Because now Jungler's expended a lot of time there. And Curé should get himself a drink. Drake has the bot push. I'm fumbling all over my words today. But they're going to push in bot, push in mid, and they're going to get the strike.
Kadril.
Yep.
It's perfectly okay to fumble your words. Because I understand. You're overwhelmed at the prospect of the latest and greatest stakes that have been added to this game.
Okay.
Because before, Schalke were fighting for nothing. We thought it was pride. It was a chance for more seasons upcoming. But now we know they're not fighting for themselves. They are fighting for Misfits.
Da fikk jeg vært for 25 poeng, da.
Schalke win here. They lock Misfits in the top 4. It's all become clear now.
Okay, so stats did the math. Schalke win, Misfits lock top 4 playoff seed. So Misfits are watching this game closely, and Schalke is 1k gold up.
Yeah.
A TSM logo again.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Dude. That TSM logo.
TSM logo.
If Misfits fan, that's a Misfits logo. That's basically what it is. Because every time this man pops off and pops that logo, you're one step closer to top 4. And again, top 4. Reminder, for those of you who still don't understand our playoffs format, and I understand it's a bit dense, it's a bit confusing, but top 4, good, double elimination bracket, strong, more chances to lose, more chances to win. Bottom bracket, 5th and 6th, bad, not where you want to be.
I want a Dracos playoff check.
I think I did the VO for all of them, so I'm kind of flaming myself.
Okay.
Excuse me, that said, Limit. Keen to make a play here in the mid lane, because while it did start off very, very powerful for Nuclear Ant, you know, it gets some initial plays, makes it out by the skin of his teeth, comes back with boots. Since Caps has gotten the Merc Treads, it has been a bit of a quiet mid lane, and Caps even starting to pull ahead in CS.
Well, it's Control Mage versus Control Mage. Both supports have engaged, but both supports keep moving mid, so neither of them can look for an all-in.
Caps. Caps. Caps.
Flash combo instantly, now you're not got the pillar as well.
Caps! Oh no, Caps! No, Caps, you didn't do that, no! There was a pillar.
Caps.
Well, Limit, I saw it, Limit saw it. Caps dies. Bit of a greedy pass
Caps
there,
saw det ikke.
Where the jungle spot was. But what can G2 get on the other side of the map? That's the biggest question you have to ask yourself when a play is made. Limit's trying to find his way back to bot, but Mickey's zoning him in a 1v1, I think. They're having a little bit of a supportal battle. And Neon should be able to catch the wave, so...
Det er 1v1 i River.
It's a rough one.
Maybe they go for the cheeky dive here, but I think this is very risky.
Oh, Lantern TP.
Mickey in no man's land. This could be a disaster. Neon, there's no chance for the shockwave.
Det er Caps, da, så... Jeg vet ikke helt hvor hype det er. Jankos?
It's good damage, but the heal comes in, it saves Limit. Now it's Jankos who's in trouble. Arrow, not quite enough.
Oh, looks good G2, but it didn't work. Now Schalke might dive.
Ja, men for faen.
Broken Blade has no ult though. Kirei does.
Oh, knockback, unstoppable, tries to block what he can. Adaptive defenses, hook shot, wall dive out to safety. It's clear.
Hook shot though.
Go for it. Wonder has no flash. He should know it. Is he gonna flash Q?
No mana on
You have no mana. Nope, that's fine.
Flash not for new.
And Schalke just gonna get some top plates.
Okay, calm down, T1 on the you have no man.
It's so funny.
It's good every time.
I like that.
Sorry, Freak.
Now Kirei, he tried to take away red
Så
buff,
hej.
zone him away. Now he tries to take away
Blue
blue
buff
buff.
med.
He's zoning him away. Kirei gets it, but there's TP behind him. That's Wunder, but he doesn't have ult, and Caps doesn't either. He's way too far away.
Gå vekk.
Flash over the wall, pillar as well.
Okay, so he's
Hva
fine.
er det her?
That's my analysis.
G2 bestemte
A bit of a weird
G2 barnehage.
minute of
I mean, G2's dives yesterday were clean. They were clean as hell.
Ja, de var jo kjempeflinke I går. Jeg tror bare G2 bare tenker, nå spiller vi mot noen som gjør det dårlig, eller er dårlig, da trenger vi faen ikke å prøve. Det irriterer meg.
Might be an important one, and in the hands of Broken Blade again, 79 CS, slightly falling behind, still going to be ahead of gold because of the assist, and the wonderful thing that is GP passive, a lot of extra gold.
It's going to find Mickey here. Ooh, doesn't get the combo. Now Mickey can turn it. Limit has no ultimate and no flash.
Back off, Limit now needs to get to safety. That's a pillar high,
Oh,
Gud.
Caps. Oh, Caps. Caps. Jankos. Jankos. Reckles. Sure. Ha, Jankos en Q. Mø.
No wave. Yeah, no wave.
Jeg har ikke mer å si til gamet enn oss. Ja, apropos Mø.
Åh, Gud. Jeg som snakket så mye om at Caps er så... Hykk! Ta han da!
Han prøver å gi Caps.
Ja, ok, ja, det er forståelig. Ja, men herregud.
Barnehage og sånn nå.
Her er barnehage.com, altså. Åh, Gud, for barnehage.
Okay, there's a lot of fighting going on here. G2 want to focus down towards the bot side because Reckless is strong and has to push all the time. They want to try to force Neon off waves, but the problem they have is mid push. You can see
Reckless har mye farm da. Det er noe.
To be able to move. And when he doesn't have his jungler, Nuclear Int wins the 1v1.
Ja, men herregud.
Top lane is really favored for Schalke. Broken Blade has ult here.
Han blir jo pushet inn hele tida.
On that top tower without the Herald.
Can we get a quick gold check, whether that's the side pop gold check or the observer's gold check? Can we just pop right in there? Thank you, observers.
Limits på solo break.
Ja, bare 1000 gold litt på B.
Jeg er også veldig fornøyd med det at jeg fjernet Elemental Discharge fra Jankos, fordi Rekkos spiller Kalista, så han kommer ikke til å få den I dag heller.
Jankos stepping forward just to make sure that Wonder can push this wave in. Going for the dive though would be very risky. Barrels and the ulti make it hard.
Hvis de fortsetter med barnehage, så kan det være de taper.
Ja, det eneste bra game I dag. Mad Lions vs Fnatic, for det eneste gamet som faktisk går begge veiene. Alle andre gamesene bare jalla.
Misfits mot Ske var greit nok da.
Nei, det var helt jævlig å se på. Hva mener jeg?
Ok, forstår vi.
Det var jo faktisk bare begge team skulle bare inn på helt halvt.
Husk det at det er Mad Lions og Fnatic da. Spesielt Fnatic veldig glad I å tulle.
Ja, men det er fuckings Mad Lions, så
Ja, jeg vet da faen hva jeg skal tenke lenger.
Kanskje sitter jo for
dagen her.
Jente Human med å så egger en camp sånn 8 minutter recall det.
Jeg vil angre meg for at jeg ikke for på grilling I stedet for at det her ikke noe jeg vil ha noe del av oss.
Bra for en spennende versjon.
Flash can't really go for anything else here. Hex Flash also not available, taking a lot of damage from the poke Varus. Interestingly, not opting for the Dusk Blade here, going for a bit more Omnivamp, a bit more trading power from Neon.
Okay, so the importance of this game, just to remind the viewers, is if Schalke win, Misfits lock top 4.
G2 win, they're closer to locking top 4, but not mathematically locked it. But obviously is important.
Yeah.
Just not, you know, a do or die.
And the game is pretty even,
Men det virker ikke som G2 tenker over det.
De
driter litt I det. De er sånn, vi med I playoffs, så vi bryr oss egentlig ikke.
The ulti now coming down. Wonder taking a lot of damage here, getting poked back and forth. Precision protocol, where it's going to go. That's the GP ult. The shot. Oh, the corrupting ticking. Oh, the rest of the team now trying to come. Limit trying to make his way down. Broken Blade now running through. Mickey.
Hva det du driver med?
Mickey praying the price. Saves the day.
Reckless for det.
No time to save him. Now across the wall, Caps tries to do something, but it's Kirei who's taking out Reckless.
Det det som skjer når folk spiller Kalista, bare dør for å hjelpe supporten. Det her.
Og så klarer de å få Kirei. Hæ?
G2 get away with it. Broken Blade almost gets a solo kill. Mickey
Oh my god!
TSM logo Wunder might be in trouble. Jankos is an Alistar. He just pushed the group.
Oh my god.
John Wick, baby, you shouldn't have killed.
There's a TP coming in.
John Wick.
Nuclear Int here. Team Nuclear Int ready for the follow.
Så Nuclear Int, og inte litt sånn Nuclear.
Gonna be able to force swap in a second. Turn into the skills this time.
Best Syndra. But now Neon's here. He's got an arrow.
Caps, ikke dø! Caps! Nei.
Å, meg sykt.
NA gameplay! Nuclear in.
Ganka Syndra. I am a woman now.
Top and mid tower have fallen. G2 yet to take one. Only mid tower is
Fiesta. Fy faen, altså. Jeg får vondt I tissen min. Så kommer det mer AP6. Ja, men igjen. Ei, så Caps død, da. Nevermind, der limitet. Limitet jo 0,17 da. Han går rundt og bare, jeg skal være en ku.
Åja, G2 ligger likt med Fnatic på Mad Lions, så den laget som vinner av Mad Lions og Fnatic kommer på tredjeplass. Og de vil være på delt tredjeplass med G2 hvis de vinner, ikke med som oversiggerne.
Jo, de vil jo være I topp.
Hva er det her? Hva ser jeg på?
Åh!
Jeg vet at du har vunnet noen par games med Kalista, men du ikke Kalista-spiller. Du spiller som en tristanspiller.
Først Kalista, best I kombo. Mikke bare, vil spille trash!
Trash må man ta hvis nå. Og for en grunn så det ganske smart I G2 Trash, fordi at de spiller ikke sånne ting som affiliate og sånne ting. Og hvis de ikke spiller sånne ting, så ikke Trash ekstremt. De har sånn jinx.
Ja, Jankos en ku, mø. Det sånn 4. gangen Jankos har vært en ku.
Ja, Misfits mot Mad Lions avgjør om de kommer til på førsteplass. Rogue skal ikke tapt mot SK.
De har tapt mot Excel, så...
Men jeg tror ikke de bryr seg. Jeg tror ikke jeg bryr meg om at Misfits kommer på det første.
Mikke, nei!
For jeg tror det kommer til head-to-head da. Jeg tror ikke de bryr seg, for jeg tror at det kommer til hvis at Rogue og Misfits kommer like så kommer det til head-to-head, og Rogue har vunnet begge.
Jo.
Det eneste som skal skje at hvis SK vinner Rogue og Misfits taper, men vinner mot det.
Bra for at de ikke valgte noen sånn Dragon-greier, altså, det jeg glad for.
Hva mener du? Kunne tatt en innskilt ting på G2, og så kunne det være sånn, åh nei, det var motsatt vei, så var det en innskilt vei.
Jeg som tenkte at kanskje skulle velge litt sånn, ja, hvis de ikke taper en etter Dragon, men det her jo så fiesta at det går ikke an. Jesus Christ. Jeg glad for at jeg fikk safe på det her, ass.
Var det noen som fikk heia?
Ja, G2 har fått her, ja. Jankos tok en.
Hvorfor G2 mistet 2 turrets hvis de her da?
Da faen jeg.
Glem det 3 turrets.
Dårlig.
3 turrets.
Hva?
Mikke sånn, nå må jeg gå på.
Så tar han Rekkos inn I G-pulten.
Midt inni fjaset deres. Hva venter du?
God! Jankos gjør det bra da. Han gjorde det så bra I går, jeg vet da faen hva han driver med I dag, jeg.
Alle som kan gjøre bra hvis de blir født da. Må bare forstå hva du kan gjøre når du ikke født.
Jo, det for så vidt sant da. Åh, Gud, Jankos gjør det bra da.
Det var en person på laget som kan gjøre det.
Men Mikke drar han inn I G-pulten, det litt sånn, og så bare bestemmer han seg for å gå melee.
Wrestling bestemmer selv om det var gå gjennom eller ikke. Mikke skal bare gi en lamp til han stod G-pult. Da går en G-pult til stand. Hvorfor er det ikke sånn at vi skal gå fremover mot
Altså, hvis du har swappa Wunder og Record sine stats, så har jeg vært sånn, ok, det her er normalt.
On your team, it is going to matter a lot. Additional GPOs are going to be big. Now we also have anti-shielding coming in from Neon here. That's going to be big with the Serpent's Fang.
Bra at du valgte den G2-spilleren som har bestemt seg bare for å spille dårlig. Jeg har Jankos i det minste. Det er bare så sjukt hvordan du kan gå. Det er så sjukt hvordan du kan gå fra det kline gamet i går til det tullet her. Mot det laget som ligger nederst. Det er per def det dårligste laget, liksom.
Hey, let's go! 150% på 13 poeng.
Limit in the general area. If he takes the lantern back over the wall, he's going to be in trouble. Instead, Reckless is going to be the one who saves him. That's the power of that combo, but it does mean giving up another tier 2, another 650 gold to the side of Schalke.
Yeah, G2's only wave clear is Caps Reckless.
Mange igjen turret for å få den her.
Wunder's on the side lane, and the Viego and Thresh can't really facilitate too much in the wave clear department, whereas on Schalke you have GP, Syndra, Varus, a lot of wave clear, and Schalke are able to play on 2 lanes. They're ahead, they have the vision around mid bot side, they push in mid, they push in bot. 2 tier 2s full, and G2 only get a top tier 1, so the next objective is in 1 minute 50 seconds. Cloud soul for Schalke.
Lemao.
I just feel like the path forward for Schalke is so easy. They've got the luxury of the GP ult, they have Neon and Nuclear, and if they want to poke out, keep in mind, Trundle at this point after the Anathema's chains, if he puts that on Caps, he builds full armor for the rest of the game and gets to ignore pretty much everyone outside of the Camille.
Yeah, and just talking about items, the Serpent's Fang, a lot more value now.
Ha en Viego. Kan bli ape også.
Oriana shield, the Thresh lantern, shield bow.
Han kan bli Trundle, og så kan han stjæle stats.
Hooks and stopwatches. In this game, it's some questionable plays and anti-healing, anti-shielding itemization for the side of Schalke.
Yeah. And Schalke gonna push him mid again. G2 have control around bot side, but how long can they hold it? There's still 1 minute.
Ja, altså...
Alistar og Trundle.
Alistar,
og
det er jo for
faktisk GP.
stjæle.
Det er den faktisk sykeste skillrenger på lenge, ass.
Ja.
Catch the waves, and they're gonna have to give up the control. So 50 seconds.
Jeg står i busken, og nå går jeg mot dem i stedet for fra dem. Å nei, panikk! Gå mot dem.
G2 playing through bot. Schalke push in mid, and they're gonna play through mid. As I bring this up, you can see Schalke gonna push in mid. As I say that, there's a fight.
Og Wunder er glad i å være ekkel med Broken Blade, så Wunder har gjort det. Åh, herre, nei.
Nei!
Hva er det som skjer nå? Det er 4v5, ta noe og bruk det til deres advantage, da. Ja, jeg vet jo det, men liksom, de gjør jo ikke akkurat noe før det skjedde.
Hva forventer du? Hva forventer du?
Og så har vi Caps, da.
Miracle Smite is going to be what it takes.
Big barrel onto Caps.
All eyes on Jankos. Caps incredibly low. Can he steal this away, or will Schalke secure the Cloud Soul? Jankos forced out to safety. Jankos with flash available. Jankos can do it. 2K. Lower, lower. Can he deny the soul? No limit. Not going to have it. Kira
det var Soul, ja.
ready with the pillar in a
Ja, det var Soul. Det var Soul. Det virker som G2 bryr seg.
Det er stille.
There's so many spells they have to deal with. G2 just have to engage.
Jo, men det var liksom care.
Wunder just needs to jump in and get a shield. Maybe some kind of shockwave. Pedestal ult the Thresh in. That's what they need, but they can't because they keep getting punked out and Schalke play the fight well.
Schalke har 2-0 mot G2 i splitter. Det ligger nederst på ranken med sånn 1 vinn. Schalke har 3 vins. De har 4 vins. Og 2 er med G2. De er 50% av winrate deres.
Og G2 er den som har 100% winrate mot Rogue, som liksom slår alle. Det er fordi G2 ikke prøver, de er mye bedre, de bare gidder ikke, jeg skjønner ikke.
Oi, det er en 3-way setup nå. Astralis, Excel og Team Vitality ligger på 6. plass nå.
Oi.
Det er faktisk så Vitality mot Astralis som kommer til å ha noe å si, og Excel møter hvem?
Da møtte jeg G2, så det kommer til å ha noe å si. G2 kan finne på å tape det også, det går an.
Ja, det blir en three-way der, da tror jeg faktisk at Astralis vinner helt. Med mindre Astralis taper. Men jeg tror at Astralis kommer over Excel, så Excel kommer uansett ikke.
Invisible for now, tries to leap out safety spectrum on, but he's caught behind the tower. The
Ja,
ulti coming in, but eliminates flashes in, but can't quite connect.
100%
Still unstoppable because the ulti animation.
Yeah, look at Wunder though. Pushed in bot, now he's moved mid. He's gonna push in his wave. Maybe he can get a mid.
Det er bare på den, liksom.
Ja, jeg tror ikke Excel kan vinne mot noen. Hvis det er han vinner gamet sitt, tror jeg uansett han taper head-to-head.
That means as the map transitions, as complicated as it might sound, the push in bot
Begge to er helt
translates into the push in mid.
usikker på den Excel versus Team Vitality-statsen, men jeg tror han ikke kan vinne.
Means they can walk into the river.
Jeg tror han i hvert fall ikke vinner mot Astralis, for jeg tror han må
Set up the name of the game and a TP now coming in from Nuclear Ant.
Yeah. Now they have no TPs though, so are Schalke just gonna force Baron after this midwave? Maybe they just push in and just start Baron. They have a lot of turn and Caps has the flash.
Satser på moral, det er jo helt jævla.
Certainly feels like what they
Rogue mot SK, Astralis versus Vitality, jeg gidder å ha faktisk begynne. Fnatic mot Schalke, Misfits versus Mad Lions, G2 versus...
Fnatic har tapt mot Schalke før det. G2 skal vinne mot Excel, og Rogue skal vinne mot...
Da kommer det til å ha 4 vins, og 2 med G2 og 1 av Fnatic. What? Hva er det for noe mye?
3 minutes left on that. So Schalke have 3 minutes to play around with this Baron. If they can start it, 4 TPs, 4 spells, 4 summoners can get it.
Hvordan har de ikke vunnet?
They're gonna sit in a great position for this
Du sa 2 av dem var Fnatic og 2 av dem var G2? Ja, det blir jo ikke 4. 2 pluss 1.
Locked back right now, he has to walk through the GP ult as well, but phase rush, slow reduction is going to be big because it's now Wonder on the back side.
Wonder!
They can do what they can to try to peel, but that's big damage on a Nuclear, and tactical sweep now comes in. Nuclear almost gets one shot, he goes golden, buys a brief moment with Hexbot, but here comes Caps on the backside, flash out from Nuclear, and Gango's finishing the job.
Nice,
han fortsatt
Ganko.
vinner, han kan fortsatt.
That's the knockback, he's
Han
looking
trenger
for
ulten.
ulti reset, and he is going to get on top of him, but he
Ja,
cannot
fikk det ikke til.
finish the kill.
Schalke har vunnet en gang mot Fnatic, en gang mot G2, og en gang mot SK.
SK, ja, det gir jo mening. De har tapt alt deres, fy faen så trist. De har spilt 2 ganger mot Excel og sånne ting. Mickey! Bench, da!
G2 spiller som er netcraften, altså det her. Hvorfor er både Fnatic og... Jeg må begynne å crafte Mad Lions. Ja, det er eneste folk som faktisk kan gjøre noe uten Rogue, I guess. Og Rogue inte også, men den inten var i hvert fall funksjonell. Jeg kan i hvert fall se på det gamet og tenke, ok, de gjør noen dårlige plays. Det her er bare fjes da. Fnatic-gamesen er bare helt jalla.
Ja, jeg vet
Vitality bare
ikke
spilt noen fights bedre, og i hvert fall spille egentlig mer Rogue som spilte noen fights jævlig. Og det var ikke noe mye mer i det som skjedde, men det her er unwatchable, liksom. Det her er Reckless hoppe i melee range mot GP og dør. Det som skjer her. Det at alle sammen går inn for å trimme på bommen ut, det er noe helt annet.
Åh, Gud.
Han er litt spesifikt, altså han bare springer folk med GP. Så han tar den. Men ta alderen. Drit i Baron, ta alderen. Eller kommer den? Eller kommer den til 30. Trade den følg.
Now Schalke just have to run.
Det er helt
run
okay,
for this Elder Dragon now. G2, they can't start it. There's still 15 seconds left. They just have to wait. Schalke should be able to get here in time. They have to hit a hook.
Men de har egentlig så liksom for en bra... En dårligste versjon, ikke? Ok, hvordan er det?
Limit er for så vidt dårligere å hooke. De har 2 stykker som har good execute på... Ikke jeg var dårlig i dag, ass.
Ok, det er bra.
Caps jobber da.
Jeg går for en reset.
Ok, det her er faktisk så nice. Wonder jobber i dag, fordi han bare, ok, gutta mine er ikke med. Ser du, jeg er veldig glad for at du fjerner Elemental Discharge fra Jankos, fordi Rekko solo er Elder
Jeg tror du vinner. Jeg tror du Alistar eller Oriana vinner.
Caps blir en venn av Alistar.
Oh
my god!
Han venter timer så han kommer sent.
Okay.
Before Schalke arrive, and then they have more control of the map. Limit can't escape here. He does have Moby, so Caps is going to have to tag him at least. Does tag him. Just leave him alive. They don't have to kill him. Just dance. Emotes.
Big thing though, they've got 3 members committed here.
Now you push. Now they might be able to end. They have TP on Caps. Maybe they just go for it now through ball.
Ja, for de vil ha han så sent i livet som overhodet mulig.
Ja, de skal ha han.
Ja, ok.
Det er helt poenget.
Wunder has died, and you're completely right. 50 seconds on Wunder, 1 minute 50 seconds on the Elder Dragon. They're only going to have 1 minute left to use this Elder Dragon, and Wunder won't have it, but that fight, Caps and Wunder, absolutely clutched it up.
Faktisk. Synd at Records bare er dårlig i dag, da. Føler seg suicidal.
Forståelig.
Du bare Lantern og Kirai, det er ikke en alliert, Mikki. Nei, du valgte jo... Nei, du valgte ikke Mikki. Kan du være glad for. Du velger jo vanligvis Milky. Men han er jo legit.
Ingenting er jeg glad for, altså.
Jo, du kan være glad for
alt det her er bare
Mikki. Du kan være glad for at du ikke valgte Mikki, for at han har gjort det så barsj.
Jo da. Hva faen er hva stats? Jeg blir så mye bedre. Jeg har ikke noen mulighet for å få mer enn 2 packs maksimum. Jeg visste det kommer til å være jævlig int å gå for den tingen som gjør sånn at man må ta 1 for hvert lag på mannskapen. Fordi den er int uansett hva, men det her var jo jævlig, fordi alle teams...
Jeg har mer lyst til å disse de, altså. Jeg har nok events.
Ja, den eventen er helt jævlig, altså, men du har sånn 15 som kan gå. Oi, Jankos på Q!
Wunder 6-3, men Jankos er 5-1. Det er jeg veldig fornøyd med, for at jeg har satset på Jankos. Caps går inn og har lyst til å inte. Ja, men for fuck's sake da. Ja, Trash-ulten er ganske nice. Gary gikk i 2 vegger. Bra, Gary.
Jeg plunket, så tappte
Han fikk turreten, da.
G2 tried to walk up, the Elder falls off, Schalke instantly turn and Wunder
Ja.
What can they get? 2 minutes on Baron, 3 minutes on Elder, there's nothing up. Schalke just going to be able to push out waves, but more...
Han gjør jo ingenting.
G2 with this Elder, they only got a tier 2.
Den er en Q eller noe sånt. Nuclearen tar 4-4-4. Det er jævlig sketchy i Korea og Japan og sånne ting. Kina.
Certainly what a way to leave the league, going toe-to-toe with G2. Even as they're rising, this is not the G2 that was struggling in those weeks, the G2 that threw against Misfits. They're playing like a much cleaner team, and as good as the scorelines are for Jankos, as much impact as Wunder has had in the last few fights, it's still very much neck and neck.
League of Stopwatch coming out again for G2's top side.
League of Stopwatch coming out.
Could be game changing, but the game's just going to slow down a bit now.
Se på de stopwatchene.
Pushing waves, try to get vision established around the next objective, which is Baron. Probably going to push this in and move towards the top side.
Det er 10 folk som spiller, og det er 18 folk med stopwatch. Hvordan fungerer det? Nei, det vet ikke jeg. Spør Rito. Faen som Varus i å rope.
It's all about poking the opponent out for Schalke and being careful of the shockwave. See if if they can do so, but it's just going to be about mid-wave contests. Caps, look at the ball. He has so much range. Neon can't really step up too far, but Limit has flash, so he has to be careful. Instant flash engage. If Caps doesn't react in time, he will die. Shout to have a lot of burst. Wonder's pushing bot, Broken Blade's pushing top. It's a trade-off. Everything's being traded.
Wonder no TP to come back to the fight after Broken Blade responds, but honestly, with Camille Q, he might just be able to shred through the inhibitor before he responds.
What? Top lane versus jungle.
Wonder here. He doesn't have TP, but he knows nothing can happen in mid. If G2 clear this mid wave, they can't end, so Reckless is going to step up.
Mikke.
Hva var nettopp sa? Han sa hvis at de ikke klarer å pushe opp. Hva skjer hvis de dør? De kan pushe opp.
Søren likevel. Fy faen, Mikke.
Nuclear's trying to stop Caps and Wonder's base. They don't have TPs. If he can find at least one of them, then maybe they can end the stun. Actually doesn't connect, but Caps cancels his recall. Wonder is in base. It's a 3v2.
Wonder reckless. Yangos in the area as well. Broken Blade does a ton of damage. Neon as well. G2.
Det er hvis Caps over her, da. Det er hvis Caps over her. De kunne vinne.
Det er så huge.
Chalka keeping the pressure on. Meanwhile, it's the battle of who can back first between Nuclear and Caps, refusing to let the Orianna return to base.
Vi skal lytte til skjermen. Her kommer stopp.
Stepping forward, but the damage from Neon. No, another stopwatch. G2, the stopwatch is saving the day. Neon caught, he's in the middle of Reckless. There's nothing he can do. G2 by the fight. G2.
Skal jeg Mikke å få deg kill her? Åh, så klar Fiesta.
Fortsett chat. Jeg må ikke chat. Her.
Nuclear's the only member alive. 30 seconds on limit, 40 seconds on the rest of the members. He cleared out bot wave. Caps is TP'd on it now. Wunder won't be up in time, but they have a wave to work with. Nuclear, I don't think he can clear it out. Caps is not pushing it. He's waiting for his team, and once they arrive, then he's going to let it crash. Now, his team's here. They're pushing in bot. Nuclear, can you clear this one wave? It's all on this one wave.
Has to do everything in his power to take care of it. 4 members down, G2, ready to end the game.
Ja, vet du hva. Få meg ut.
Ok. Ja, vi er ikke ut. Vi skal ta inhibitor, så skal vi ta et Baron.
Ja.
Get me out. Der kommer det en backdoor.
Det var limit som kom,
Begge team skal tepe. Hvem er sånn å tepe? Wunder tepe, og ingen andre. Ok, så Wunder i backdoor.
Der brukte Wunder TP-en sin.
Ikke noe backdoor da.
Enda en Elder Drake. De ga opp Soul bare for å gå Elder Drake. 2 ganger.
Ja, de har lært seg strategy.
Learning by doing, det er sånn G2-greier.
Jo mer Mikke X det jo sterkere blir han.
Ja.
At this moment så er den sterkeste versjonen av meg.
Altså, Mikke har begynt å bli en ny hyllesang, ass.
Åh nei, enda en flip-fight. Hvorfor tar de ikke klær den jævla varden? Legg den jævla ping for noe. Synd å deale mer damage enn Smite. Synd å deale mer...
Det verste er at du ser jo det at de klarer jo det. Hva er det Jankos driver med? Hæ?
Hvis han ikke døde, Neon ikke døde, der selv han død.
Ok, jeg får mye poeng på Jankos. Jeg hadde aldri til... Fy faen, jeg har så vondt i kroppen min.
Nei.
Ja, det gamet her, det er akkurat som man sier, bloody og messy. Det her gamet var som en fødsel. Det var ikke så mye som gikk som der. Hallo, hva er det du... Jankos!
Han mistet ikke skjøtt da.
Nei, men han fikk dårligere koder. Han var 9-1. Oh my god. Jankos, idiot.
Og det er et game til. Det er til og med et game til etter det her. Kødder du meg?
Ja, for klokka er 21 nå. Fy faen, jeg trenger ikke det her livet, ass. Misfits-pengene har enda ikke kommet.
Nei, det...
Larsen fikk jeg 65 poeng for det.
Ja. Han fikk 20 poeng.
Du, nice. Da gikk jo det ganske greit, da. Bra at jeg fikk Larsen. Trymby, du fortjener -4.
Wunder's matchup wasn't
Gud. Gud, Jesus Kristus. La meg se litt chat.
Det var...
Jankos. Jeg er helt enig.
Jeg tror det var litt caps, jeg.
We'll see what you guys think, but we're soon going to hear from Wonder before it's time for our final game of the day. It's match of the week between Fnatic and Mad Lions. Let's get a little bit more bloody on the
Jeg vant 749.
Jeg mistet 1000 kroner fordi jeg stemte på Schalke. Og så ble det sånn stomp over G2. Ikke X. Nå skal jeg for en ekstrem.
For en god meme.
As the reigning champions, you are always looking over your shoulder, watching for who could threaten your title. And Fnatic have their eye on the prize.
As reigning champions så har de ikke akkurat sett over skuldra si. De har vel mer sett i søppelkassa.
Armpit.
Armpit.
Upset er vel upset.
Fnatic came into summer wanting to prove that this lineup is championship material. They want to show Mad Lions who's boss.
Vel, det random dager på best. Ja, la oss spille med øynene våre lukka.
Men det som er litt gøy da, er det at når alle fuckings, alle overalt inte, da inte ikke G2, eller de jo for så vidt da.
Hva mener du med ikke inte? Hva mener du ikke inte? Hva var ikke inte?
Tap var det jeg skulle si.
Rogue spilte bedre enn de, bare faktum at han spilte med et bedre team, så det eneste
Jo, det er sant.
Så at du G2 ble tap mot det verste laget på stedningen med 3 wins?
Men tap var det jeg skulle si til en. Tapt faktisk ikke.
Oh my god, get out. This fucking shit. Jeg har 78 poeng. Jeg kan bare se 2 ganger. Jeg tror det er viktig mye. Jeg mener, hvis Kaiser får 45 000 penger nå, så kanskje han får shit.
Ja, for det er det eneste du har igjen, det.
Jeg har video også Records. Men hvis Records får mye...
Ja, du venter på Viti, og han får jeg tror jeg får en grei Magne.
Jeg tror han får 20, han fikk... Han spørs om han går for damagen, for han gjør masse damage. Det vet jeg.
Jo.
Og han var veldig viktig for gamet.
Er det interviewet Wonder? Hvorfor er det ikke interviewet Mickey? So I died very many times.
You saw when I died? You know that time I died? Yeah. Yes, not that time, but the other time. This one, this for it. I actually wanted Reckless to die. It was actually very funny. I was like, lol, Reckless, you die, haha, and then I went back, and I was like, lol, and then you may be thinking I'm out, but then Broken Blade said, hey, you are very low, and I didn't think about him actually can kill me when I am 1 HP. Nei, jeg fikk ikke lov til å se på at han ble til Broken Blade.
And then you remember when I came top?
I was like, Reckless, come into this. Oh no, Reckless, what? Oh, this is... Oh, step Reckless, you're stuck. Jeg tror at G2 må begynne å banne Fresh, ass. Det der, jeg tror ikke de vil ha den mer, ass.
Ja, det der er ban Fresh, ass.
Jeg har en golden spiller av meg. Hvorfor har jeg en golden spiller av meg? Hvorfor er det så mange shit-supporter? Apropos shit-support. Det her er bare fuckings montage av at Mickey X dør. Jeg får hodepinne. Tenk på den eneste klippet ut at Mickey X bare er innta.
Han kunne ha spilt sånn Alistar det gamet her, det var sånn han spilte mentalt liksom.
Han så en Alistar på Danmark og tenkte, jeg er også Alistar. Ja.
Jeg believer at det er en Alistar. Og sjukt at de ikke ble drept her og bare klart å snu det, altså. Fiesta-game.
Ikke fortjent. Det her er sånn games begge to fortjener å tape for tapes.
Det er sånn, we have decided that both teams lost. Du ser når de faktisk gjør ting, så liksom, da bare dør folk, liksom. Janko bare, jeg skal hit, og så bare, driter vi ikke i det, så bare tar vi han der, og så bare smekker vi der. Så går han og dør til Fountain, fy faen. God. Nå har jeg sett chatten når folk bare, woman!
Diego balanced. Mickey X W wonder. I am women now, I am women now, I am women now.
I would probably say chaotic. Or dirty. Dirty is probably like the better word for it.
Ja, fødsel, vil jeg si. Ikke en tur!
I mean...
When are you going to bench Mickey X? Yeah, we are thinking about it. We're going to take in Jessis as the new support for us.
But I just think that we sometimes have these games like where everything is just like really chaotic and we are like trying a lot of stuff, right? Like we are playing in this comp champs that can all do
I dag så prøvde Mickey X å spille med to venstrehender.
Maybe we just get a bit too excited sometimes.
Han spilte med Guitar Hero.
Han bare, so Mickey X tried this like feet keyboard.
You know the dancing mats? He was like dancing all over the place and he was really tired, so he just kicked himself.
I mean, you mastered chaos with G2 years ago, so no doubt you get through this kind of stuff. And I actually have some questions about the game because you decided to trade Baron for Elder. Can you explain why?
Fordi det vant dem gamet.
For Elder, right? And it's usually our
Laura.
it's usually on
Craig
Baron. We don't like giving away Elder because they will just right after and lose the game. So
Baron gjør det bare til sånn at han kan pushe, og hvis de er eldre så vinner de alle fights, og hvis de vinner alle fights så kan de ikke pushe uten å være utover halvfrans fram. Mickey, hva faen gjør det her? Ok, la oss tenke at du hooker sånn ned igjen, hva gjør du da? Du gjør ingenting fordi ingen laget er her. Du får faktisk ingenting ut av det uansett hva skjer.
Herregud. Bare, se pappa, jeg skal hooke neon!
Du tar en Dragon Team, de får ingen Dragon på starten, de får 2 Elders, så du får 2 Drakes uansett. Ja, det der Kalista gjorde mest objektivt.
Ja, som sagt, det var derfor jeg ikke hadde den her.
Det er litt rart da, siden Inspire får alltid mest objektivt damage, han har Kalista på dagen.
Jo, men jeg har sluttet å stole på det at Jankos får det.
Men det er sikkert fordi at han sa så seilig.
Jo. Han spiller på en helt annen måte.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, GP ult is pretty good at defending, but I think if Syndra doesn't TP, we will just end up ending before them anyways and killing them. So once Syndra TPs, we know for sure it can't be, they can't be 5 in our base. We were, of course, like also taking a fight mid lane meanwhile, which is what I'm talking about. It was like a bit of a chaotic game, right? Because we ended up losing the fight mid lane while we were making bot play, which, of course, was not intentional. But I think in these kind of situations where you can like...
Så capture og recall, altså cancel recallen sin, så går han litt videre. Hva han driver med, liksom?
Pretty fun to play, so I kind of just didn't want to lose the game, so I guess that's why I ended up basing.
Yeah, and it turned out well for you. And about this whole game, the community chose Jankos to be player of the game. Do you agree with that, and why?
Så han showelt?
I mean, he didn't make a lot of mistakes this game. I for sure made more mistakes. Also think he's playing Diego, which is like really OP champ, right? Especially right now that it got nerfed.
Nice.
It needs to go into jungle.
I think jungles
So
are actually
this is like the champ that I got my
washed up.
player of the game
People
on as well, right? So he's
champs.
kind of just milking the Viego hype train.
Wonder doesn't remember Janko skanking him.
They either make it viable in lane or they nerf it a little bit in jungle because junglers can't have they
Sure,
can't just have all the fun,
what
you know.
can be cute.
It needs to go into the laners as well. But yeah, I mean, I think he played well this game.
Wonder and
all
memer,
things aside, right? Even on Viego or another champ, I think
Milking.
he didn't make a lot of like mistakes on individual level. So guess I don't really know who else would get it, but I think yeah, he could for sure have it.
Yeah, but you're right. He had fun for too long this season, especially.
Så det ble noe så kommer det twice best girl.
During playoffs, but for now, Wonder, thank you so much for this interview. Quick words because
I was MVP. Carsey, Greek Pride, Trans.
I mean, Fnatic lost yesterday in a very disgusting way. So I actually think Matt might just take it. Before this week would have started, I would have said Fnatic, but I think Matt will take it.
Ja, etter den Fnatic-drømmen så tror jeg faktisk Mad, ja. Den de tatt mot G2 i går, men det var fordi G2 faktisk ikke clownfesta.
Så Fnatic i går, da kan til og med Schalken og Fear vinne. Kaiser, gi meg 40 poeng.
No pass! Hver gang Fnatic er på skjermen, så er jeg no pass! Please, no pass!
Kaiser, gi meg 40 poeng. Ikke catche meg da. Hvilken chat.
Jeg må starte greia.
Vart da? No pause, no win. No ban, no sin.
Så jeg startet det.
Ja, det var... Larsen? Skal Larsen? Ja, for det er sånn teacher.
True.
Muted. No pause, no win. Bak noen fine rim her.
The song is litt.
Direkte.
NA-song. Hvorfor kaller du her en NA-song? Han er jo fra EU. Ja, han er ikke fra Amerika. Kan vi få pointsene herifra? Eller ikke, kan du få?
Du har ikke poeng der. Jeg kommer ikke til å få. Jeg har 2 spillere som... Jeg har 3 av folkene er allerede død.
Ja, for du har...
Jeg har 2 stykker som
White Knight. Du har White Knight. Du har Trimby.
Jeg har ikke Trimby.
Har du ikke? Nei, du har White Knight, du har Inspired, du har Vithio, du har Reckles. Hvem er supporten din? Kaiser, ja.
Kaiser.
Åh, du har nesten følt det her.
Ja, det er det som er greia. Jeg var E for hver.
Nei, men du har nesten følt det, jeg skjønner ikke hva jeg mener. Hvis du har valgt Hear It, og så Sansara, så har du følt det her. Vi har support her.
Har jeg lyst til å valge Hear It og Sansara? Bør jeg spørre deg? Eller Hear It ikke, men Sansara.
Nei, sant det. Du har nesten, ok. Jeg mima, ok.
Du har jo nesten, du blir blander med dine egne.
Det som var Larsen. Jeg tenkte at du hadde Larsen.
Ja, du har sånn dobbel jungling, da. Du har for mye. Du har sånn jungle for dobbel litt.
Ja. Så det var derfor jeg ble veldig sur når Jankos divet Fountain og ødela kodene sin på 9-1. Fordi jeg mistet meg en god del poeng, ikke bare for Jankos, men fordi det der.
Jeg vet ikke hvordan det funker. Jeg antar det ikke har så like mye å si som han har mistet kjøtt.
Jeg skal bette 1K på Mad Lions.
Jeg tror Mad Lions. Begge to ser jævlig. Men Mad Lions ser ikke ut som det Fnatic drittgår.
Jeg burde gått for Mad Lions i stedet for Rogue, men det er ikke akkurat sånn som han sier.
Jo da. Nei, det var...
At the beginning of the split, the champions of the LEC, who had done us so proud on the international stage, began to stumble.
Crownshare 45 poeng, Leader 46 poeng.
The reason why we were struggling, I think it was the MSI journey, which made us really tired.
God, da fikk mer penger da. Let's go. Toppdiff.
Toppdiff.
The hardest part about being an LEC representative is
Vanskelig den karen å få til å funke, ass. Du må da man amatører som få dobbeltpoeng på den ene rollen.
De jo best, da.
Det ganske lett. Hvis du har en måte på det. For det er jo bare flipp på hver eneste rolle, så det er bare én person til å fucke opp til at alle sammen blir fucka.
Jo, det er det.
Jeg har nødt til å bruke den nå, men jeg tror jeg har nok av en kart for hele effekten.
Men er det ikke sånn at du bare får coachen for 150 poeng? 150 bonuspoeng? Jeg synes det skulle i hvert fall vært 200, om ikke 250. Fordi det skal litt til.
Ja, men hvis jeg får 30 poeng, så er det sånn, det blir jo sånn 30 pluss 5, så det blir jo sånn 45 liksom poeng.
Ja.
Jeg vet ikke, det er sånn 45 poeng.
Jeg synes det skulle minst vært 200.
Ja, det føles litt sånn jalla. Hvis
Fordi du offrer ganske mye. Altså, jeg bare valgte AD Carry-greia i går. Fikk 60 poeng. Du kommer ikke til å få 60 poeng med den der uansett hvor bra den gjør det.
En coach kan liksom få kan ikke få like mye sånn spinn.
Maks 40.
Jeg har aldri sett en coach få mer enn 30.
Ja, det er vel maks 40, vil jeg si.
Reckless flashing in and dies.
Er det derfor han har krone på bildet sitt, ja? For de er champions. Trophy? Hvem faen er det som snakker? Ah. Very good English. Pause-hype.
Definitely feels bad to see other people reach the things you want to, but it's also part of growing as a human to not compare yourself and really focus on the
out of nowhere, ingen visste hvorfor. Jeg vet hva som skjer, men bare plutselig får noen syke meg. Det kan jeg kanskje få 2 packs. Og 2 packs. Det blir bra. Vi måtte white den også inntil. Jeg kan ikke minst få en plusspoeng. Jeg kan få 10 poeng.
At dem tappte, det var jævlig teit, altså. Burde gå tidlig.
Jeg skal minst få de pengene på itemsen. Jeg må ha Olaf som bare heler massivt.
What's going on with them and what do you want to see from them today?
Well, would like to see them start it off with like maybe a win, perhaps get the ball rolling. But honestly, they had a really tough week last week. I feel like, especially like early games, like games got off to really bad starts right from the get-go. And then yesterday up against Misfits, they're absolutely crushing. And then they start losing it in these fights.
Ja, spiller med Fiddlesticks. Du gikk dobbel AD, og det funket ikke så veldig bra. Larsen gjorde det greit.
And I do see them bouncing back and being very strong come playoffs.
Yeah, we have to also emphasize that it is important.
Nei, men altså, det vi snakket om tidligere, med litt sånn at Oda ikke får veldig mye recognition. Altså, de kunne aldri ha fått til det syke jævelskapet med Fiddlesticks sist, uten hans Nocturne.
Ja, ingen bryr seg.
Nei, det er det som er synd.
Hvorfor er de ikke gold? Alt visste at de trente craft av Mickey X skuffer meg mer enn det hele Rogue gjort sammen.
Og snart.
Det er jo vondt å se på, ass.
Altså, jeg digger det beste var jo at du driver og ser på fuckings recappen av gamet, og det er bare Mickey X som dør om igjen.
going all out and see what happens. I don't blame them.
But I think, Ender, people do start to get a little scared if you're a Fnatic faithful in terms of the overforcing specifically.
Det er litt for mye. Ja, grill, ja. Jeg skulle si det er litt for lite.
Hvorfor gikk ikke Fnatic nå? Det er så bra.
Det er litt for lite mas om at de er damer og om at de er
Kan hvis Shall får mer penger utenom Jank? Alle sammen bare får mye penger.
Here in Europe because they are a team that is so good in the fights that they seek
Jeg likte han som skrev på Snap, ikke?
Step on me, please. Jeg likte han. Chat go to jail, Hammer.
Ja, step on me, please. Det var en tidligere som skrev Trouble sit on my face.
Det er noe som
in this league.
Det var ikke personen som skulle step on me.
Pick and choose those fights maybe a little bit better at times and know when to be a little bit more reserved and a little bit more cautious.
Yeah, definitely the lessons to take from that. And as you say, it could be difficult versus Mad Lions, who are phenomenal team fighters as well. Yesterday,
If you
though,
don't
they were able to get
I
the
said
win
don't
out
fuck
versus
Craig
G2.
as well.
So let's look at
He
their draft as
links.
well, Ender. Talk to me about this Mad Lions draft, what you thought of it. I think that the Trundle was definitely something that caught us off guard, and what you think they are going to take from that into today's game versus
Ja, bra G2. Flink G2.
Skrisen catcher.
I'm a big fan of the Trundle pick. I think it's sort of slept on, especially in the support role for a little while now. So I'm totally on board with that one. A champion that
Jeg har skrevet det to ganger på rad. Jeg blir nok garantert bandet.
So far, it's not like you can't have a decent laning performance on the Jace, but I feel like personally, Mad Lions are most successful when their options of engage are very obvious and very immediate. In this one, you have a Trundle kill pillar, and then Syndra stuns, skill shots you have to play off of. It's not like the Volibear you're used to or a Wukong coming
Sånn du skriver det, ikke?
and that's the sort of stuff that Mad Lions
Av
have always
folk
been
nå.
really
Jeg var
successful
sjekka
on. So
på
I see them
averagen
return
på
to that. It's not
feng.
that Elioya's Graves can't be good necessarily, but maybe see him on a Volibear and maybe see him on a Hecarim, something that can get those fights going.
So the lesson being, if they're both going to probably...
Jeg har to packs nå på 78 poeng! Det forklarer hvor dårlig dagen her er.
78 poeng!
Oh my god. Det er for et game som ikke er da. Men jeg føler at hvis at Fnatic taper nå, så kommer det til å være enda mindre poeng som blir...
Jeg lurer på hvem som den på første er. Det er sikkert noe ost.
85 poeng er 3 packs? Jeg mener video-game. Jeg mener misfit-game. Jeg kan ikke telle så kan være noen poeng der som mangler.
Så han her vota Vitality og Excel. Det er sånne folk som har det bra i dag.
Han har sittet med Vitality på et timer. Så det er ikke mye å kaste. Det er veldig lite packs på gig. 3 packs på så 96. Hvor mye må du ha for 5 packs? Nei, det er veldig lav for 5 packs nå. Ja, 112 5 packs.
Å, se på Ender! Han satt og bare...
112 5 packs, I guess, hvis det kan bli mye høyere når de to gamesene kommer. Man bare se til LV.
Jeg har ikke hånda på tastaturet.
Det er flere jenter på skjermen.
Ja.
All Kazi and Mad Lions have to
Tusen
do
alle
is
tatt vekk.
Keep it there. We'll see what happens
Banner
in this
TF.
draft. Georgia and Ender, I'm going to let you take it away. Georgia, do you
Banner
want to kick
TF.
us off
Jeg
already?
blir meg
2
kanskje
bans
Shaman
on the
ellers.
board. Lucian and
Viegan
I
til
would
Fnatic
expect
blir
most
farlig
likely
til
to see
Shaman.
something like a twisted fate get out of the picture right here. I feel Niski has used it to great
Ikke
potential.
banner.
Humanoid is no stranger to it as well. And we have a lot of strong picks like the Thresh, like the Viego, that both of these teams are using to perfection.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that Twist Fate is something you have to keep your eye on. Of course, the Lucian, another champion that Humanoid has looked super good on so far this split, and definitely back in the past too. And it really does.
De så på G2 og de bare, vi må banne Thresh, vi vil ikke ha noe med det her å gjøre.
That these guys can go for, but now that the Thresh has been banned out, that sort of opens up the pool for supports a whole lot more. All-Star is, of course, one that's been very popular, especially for Hylissang, the Leona actually for Kaiser has been super popular there as well, and Kaiser maybe wants to try his hands on that Leona after he saw what
Både TF og VG åpen. Ingen to ting har det siden. Men han kommer ikke til first pick til TF, så jeg
S-tier picks are gonna make it through. I'm assuming this is gonna have to be a Viego ban, and then that
Du må banne
leaves
Viego.
open the Mundo.
Alt med annet enn
That
Viego
has been wreaked havoc in the Rift in general. Adam played it to great succession. Buipo has played it as well, but the Kalista has been seen to have so much success right now that an Absent is like no stranger to it.
Han, ja. Det var Kalista han fikk 83 poeng med. Han ble jo fed som
Sist gang han spilte var på Game Day 7 mot
good pick into that Kalista. Of course, the slow she's going to have on her auto attack is going to be so frustrating for Kalista to deal with. And a big question for me is what is the support that we paired with it? Because we've seen things like the Taric come out of
20. uka, så 20. gamet med. Spilte. Og det sånn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 gameplayer siden. Ashe!
Hva er det med at Ashe begynte å bli populær?
Veldig bra kit, veldig killable, som jeg ikke folk går.
Adam ser så 14 år gammel ut. Han må sitte der og bare...
Men han Ashe ikke en carry, hun en utility for teamet. Sånn her, jeg ulte, jeg spammer masse shots, og kan antageligvis det, men jeg kommer til å slåe så mye før jeg dør. Og så har han også en som sånn super-open, for han kan finne ut hvor jungler han
Det er derfor jeg veldig fornøyd med at de satt Jeskla på det, Astralis, på Ashe. Da er sånn, du er dårlig, så da kan vi liksom ta deg som en utility.
Veldig jalla. TF fikk en bedre, eller Silas. Ja, ok, ja. Silas, Alistar.
Silas, Alistar, oh my god.
Han kan få Kalista! Kalista ulti! Lemau, let's go!
Funker det?
Ja.
Hvordan funker det? Hvem kaster den? Så han kan binde det, da?
Han kan få Mundur. Han kan få Alistar ulti. Alle ultene er litt.
Altså, Mundur, det er jævlig bra. Alistar, det er antatt som... Alistar, det er ansett som liksom top tier.
Han er TF ikke så... Silas er faktisk bra, TF. Jeg liker for at ikke TF, at de gir en TF. Leona Bam. Forståelig. Han har kanskje også bannet Rakan. Rakan Hilsen kan for det spill.
LeBlanc.
Det er bra mot Silas. Jeg liker for det. Jeg liker mot Silas. Da ble det en topp 1 pick mot... Eller er det bit på jungle på...
A second string support that can get fights going because you really have to look down the list. Like there's not a whole lot left. A Galio, something like that in the past could have worked, but the Braum is going to be the support of choice, and that's going to affect what Armut has to take in the top side.
And that's going to be so rough right here because again they've left open the Syndra.
Det er Glacial CC botlane, ass. Det er Glacial CC botlane, ass. Det er mye CC.
Det er litt Freljord, ja.
Det er Freljord. Adam på sett er ganske huge, da. Han bruker Kan hun slutte å runke kamera?
Vær ikke arm. Han øde helt retten.
Kan han slutte å spille Jace? Til og med castersen synes det er jævlig gøy.
Nei, de har så bra kål.
Armpits.
Nei, de har hatt så bra...
Jace Armit.
De har hatt så bra komp, og så kommer med sånn poke-dritt.
Jace Smith.
Du har en Olaf som vil all-inne, du har en Silas som vil all-inne, du har en Braum som vil all-inne, og så pikker du Jace. I guess du har nok all-in, så du vil bare sitte og poke. Og resten av folkene kan...
yes, Mad Lions do have the reins, but then
Hvis de taper der, så er det 100% blir armpit.
Armpit. Han har ikke gjort det så bra i det siste, ass.
Tyrkisk.
Just Turkish. Kan jeg please få en? Det her irriterer meg. Det er jævlig.
Du kan bare først dem. Hvorfor gjorde du det? Du kan bare ha 1000.
Ja, men det irriterte meg at jeg hadde 99.
Da kan du bare gi bort sånn at det ble akkurat. Kanskje på gjesper litt, så han bare, det her blir kjedelig å spille. Og det gir mening, for han spiller Ashe, og sånn er det jævlig kjedelig å spille. La oss si at Silas er på drep død hele tiden. Så her ser vi Olaf for dør i basen, tror jeg. Der går Olaf!
Ja, så han binda med Olaf?
Det er jævlig bra, egentlig. Det er helt sykt. Olaf går all in, så tar han det til.
Det er litt sykt at han kan bare kjøpe det, og så bare få fiksa med en gang.
Jeg er litt usikker på om faktisk Olaf-ultimaten gjør sånn ikke blir til tilbake. Jeg har aldri sett det før. Jeg vet ikke om det er en ting. Jeg vet ikke om det teller som en CC. Det kan være at den bare er sin egen stil. Men hvis han bare ikke får lov til å dra den tilbake på den, så vil jeg fjerne det.
Men jeg digger hvordan det er sånn det er Mad Lions som er sånn, ja, vi er ganske synergized, så kommer Armpit og bare sånn, «Ei, vi spiller Jace!»
Forstår ikke Jace. Jeg vet ikke hva han prøver å poke med.
Ja, men spiller Jace.
De har en Mundo, de har en Set, de har en Alistar. Hva kan de poke her?
Hva vil du ha pikket? Top lane? Mot det her? Han var jo last pick.
En teamfighter eller en splitter. Og Jace har tenkt å splitter, men han kan ha også en poker, og poking hjelper ikke med kompen. Som er mindre han blir superfed. Og kan one-shotte Cassiopeia eller noe sånt. For han kan bare one-shotte Cassiopeia eller Kalista. Resten av folkene kan ikke det. Man gjør noe annet.
Top four. This would also mean that Fnatic would be our 5th seed going into playoffs. Big stakes. Basically lose and you are in the losers bracket.
Camille også veldig... Nei, jeg vil glemme det. Camille er veldig mye. Alle mann da.
Fnatic bare, oi, vi må ikke tape noe med da vi i taper-bracketen.
Nei, Mad Lions, nei.
Nei, Fnatic, hvis de taper her.
Ja, begge to, ja. Personen som vinner her nå, så kommer med G2. Det er så vidt, egentlig.
Men altså, hele greia er jo det at Mad Lions tapte mot G2 i går. Og Fnatic tapte mot hva var det? SK i går, eller hva faen?
Ja.
Ja, det er litt forskjell.
Ja.
Det er litt differente.
Ja, det blir på.
Ja, Whippos kan lose his life. Nei, han er jo Mundo.
Vent, hvorfor?
Armpit? Whippo. No pause, no win.
Det er bare emoji. Alt hva som jeg ikke kan gå ut. Jeg kommer til å gjøre det hus da, for at det faktisk man ikke trenger boost, føles som han helt item hvis det kommer. Som helst kommer. Whippo er til da, så han bare sånn, vil 1v1 der, Olaf!
Ikke bli hitta av W-en hans da!
Too hype, a little too crazy, but we panned away right as Humud was on the brink of death here. He does manage to survive.
Turkish TP. Jeg bare klarer ikke å glemme memesene fra i går, ass. Turkish TP.
Jeg kan se den, den kan se.
Det var da mange Fnatic-folk som skulle være der.
Kaiser now backing away. Niski taking a lot of initial tower damage, but they ship tower angle flawlessly. Kaiser blocking what he can. Hylissang getting taken down, though. It's a bit more of a mess. It's going to be traded right back. It's a double kill for Kaiser.
Okay, but Fnatic won
Or
the dive.
Okay, ja, Kaiser! Ja, Kaiser! Det er så
Du er
bra!
Kaiser!
Jeg bare sånn, nei, det er det verste jeg har sett i mitt liv. Men vent! Men det går bra! For jeg primer Kaiser. Ok, hvor jævlig shit, egentlig.
Det er bra funding av goal.
Ekstremt dårlig. Ok, la oss se Braum får 55 kills og 0 deaths.
Kaiser bare begynner å bygge attack speed. Wits End, Braum.
Ja, det er faktisk helt sykt.
Og Armpit!
Okay, so I'd love to see the replay of that further on, because I think Adam must have cancelled his recall, because he only has a Doran shield now, and the wave was really bad for him. I wonder if he just tried to sneak crash the wave in Armut's face, and Armut just killed him, because that's really confusing to me that he's just fighting him without having to be back. Armut has a straight dirk, and he has nothing.
Braum fikk begge
And this is really, really important for Mad Lions, because Armut is the guy who
Solo Bolo.
coming into this series. We expect
Adam overrated.
he is already off to an incredible start. That again, he has built
En Jace ligger bra an mot en sånn random set.
kind of expected when you're playing the Jace, but solo kills never expected in professional play. This is a big deal for Mad Lions, ironing out what have been some of the weaker points in your early game in the case of Armut.
Kunne forventet en Jace kunne vinne en EMN-matchup. Det var helt sykt.
Faen så glad Eloya er i det raptorene til Bippo. Jævlig glad i det.
Prøver å fortsette smiten til Bippo som han kan stå på.
Hyllisang, hva er det du driver med?
Stand behind Kaiser! Kom igjen da! Gi oss assist! Kaiser! Let's go! Kari gjør noe her.
Eloya er litt sånn ripp? Nei.
So a lot of cool things are happening in this game from just a macro standpoint.
Cool.
All stemming
Hyllint, hyllint.
This top play just feels like a misplay from Adam.
Hyllint.
Drake here. Okay, so we got a replay here.
Hylliont?
Teamen har lyst til å bli bandet.
Nei. Jeg har ikke det.
Hva det ser på?
Tries to fight him and just dies. Big mistake there from Adam.
And the second you lose the facebreaker, you have no way to guarantee the
Worst team gets first Drake.
That's why he takes it instead of taking something like the Conqueror. He can just run circles around.
Oh, Hylissang's top.
Level 6 for Adam.
Armpit. En ved Adam. Adam, hva driver du med? Hvordan fikk han Hyllisang? Hæ? Hylli!
Det er bra for han trade hvis han er sånn som dør for en topplinje, så er det ganske bra. Men det var litt rart, alt som skjedde.
Jo, det var bare sånn...
Han måtte egentlig ta turret på litt lyst.
Så det du sier da, at Kaiser er den som har best stats på Mad Lions? Kaiser er faktisk den som har best stats i gamet. Han har bounty.
Det er ikke bra i hele tatt for ham. Det er så dårlig for ham.
Support med bounty.
Det er litt det som skjer da han gir hjem dobbeltkill under turreta.
Dummeste jeg noen gang har sett. Support med bounty. Åh, de dør jo hele tiden. Det er jo
skikkelig. De er jo en level over på supporten, og
supporten er jo fed.
Kaiser har ikke mana. Kaiser har ikke mana.
Det er jo, supporten er jo fed, dude. Kaiser er jo så fed.
Ja, han er snart vitsen. Hvis jeg hadde vitsen, nei, så vil jeg...
Kaiser er jo snart Infinity Edgen sin ferdig, han.
Han går direkte til Rabbit.
Help bro. Jeg er personlig mer fan av Wits End, bro. Bork, Wits End, og så Rageblade, selvfølgelig.
Jo, det er bare noe med å spille mot en klasse P og prøve å komme seg inn.
Jo. Da tar du heller
Eller jeg kan slutte å stå i bussen.
Kan du drepe Borden? Seriøst?
Men han har blitt sett uansett, for han var da veien, og da kan du se en millisiden.
Men så seriøst, kan han bare drepe den Warden? Jeg blir triggered?
Det er ikke smart for han. For han blir sett med en gang han slår, så får han vision. Han stod en halvtime bare for død. Han stod en halvtime bare for død. Ok, han dør ikke. I guess. Det var plant. Han stod der bare for å ha mest tid, I guess. Han ned farm og alt mulig nå. Han ned alt. Det var verst. Loya AFK.
Loya så bad.
Olaf AFK. Response. Turk.
Turk.
I'll reset the stream. Oh, we halfway there. Whoa!
Nistan, Mr. Harold.
Det går bra, for at Kaiser kommer snart og skal komme vidt sendt.
Men Aloya fikk Scuttlebug.
Null objectives. Det her vil jeg kalle jungle.
Det sånn Keyray-memes, det.
Just request just what I assume is going to be a chaotic number of fights. We are 10 minutes into the game. The goal, pretty dang close. The Mountain Drake for Fnatic is going to matter as we get later and later to the game. It will be an Ocean or a Cloud Rift. With our luck, it'll probably be the third Cloud of the day for us.
Telsmed hadde et mye kulere skin på Olaf enn Aloyas. Skin diff.
Against mages especially, is you trade your HP for the wave. So Humanoid pushes in the wave and trades his HP for it, uses potions or uses base timers to keep up with the tempo of it. So you see Humanoid push in the wave, takes all the damage, knows he won't die, knows his limits, knows he can dash away.
Turkish samtale nede I her, ja.
That's how Sylas naturally works into mages.
Yeah. And once you can see Everfrost certainly has a little bit more setup.
Pass på, Kaiser fed.
Kaiser stakk ikke vekk. Kaiser bare lot det. Han har en stol da han ikke rett på bruken.
Again, I think a ton of pressure on Niski in this game. Humanoid as well, though, expected to lose out a little bit in the early game. Still a bit ahead in CC. Part of that just due to the timing on the waves. CS, yes.
Yeah, completely right. But he's back in mid, and he is a little bit ahead of Niski, because if you remember, Niski did
men Boston farlig faktisk sånn. Æsj, og bare gir så mye
advantage.
Det så mye CS at du baiter det engang.
Vision CS. Ross Vids, eller ikke minst alle reisen.
Hei sann!
Han vinner det, men hvis Kaiser...
Hva da, fælt som han skulle bli... Oi.
Hei, Kaiser overlever. Det går bra.
Jeg skjønner ikke hva som skjer.
De brukte jævlig mye for Kaiser, og nå innser de, ja, det var en support, ja. Men altså, nei! No! Shut down!
Når supporten har shut down. Humanoid, question mark?
Wow, these fights are so scrappy. Everyone's literally on top of each other in these fights. Adam kind of clutched it out there. That's what we're talking about. Okay, I was going to get serious there. And we got it from the observers. That was so messy. The big reason why Fnatic was winning it at the start.
Det var grunnen til at Fnatic vant, fordi Mundo hadde sånn bil.
Jeg vet ikke om... Det var jo greit på starten, og så bare prøvd Humanoid gjør noe på slutten, altså det skjer ingenting. Men han mister shutdown for Kaiser. Kaiser er jo... Ok, men han får Draken, da... Ok! Ikke stjerne varden til Kaiser! Nei, Kaiser mister varden sin! Report jungle.
På jungle.
2-3.
Har du items på Kaiser?
Ja.
Var det ironi? Ja, det derfor vi ikke vil at Eloya skal gjøre noe mot den.
Det bare handler bare om å legge...
Har du Sharp Blade på Kaiser da? Fordi så langt så ligger det ganske bra an.
Har dessverre ikke. Jeg tenkte ikke så bra på den tekken. Jeg
Å,
tenkte
dæven,
at Sharp Blade var dårlig nok til selv, så tenkte jeg ikke det var så ekstremt bra på supporter.
6 points allerede. Eller 4, da.
Jeg bare sitter sånn her. Jeg kan enten ha totem-greia her, eller kan jeg ha Sharp Blade på Kaiser. Oi. Han får meg til pentakill. Blir Mundo så lett å drepe? Oi, nei, han var ikke det. Han faktisk litt lett å drepe.
Please!
Kaiser vant!
Kaiser dør.
Yeah, you can see Bwipo laughing on the camera. He knows he died, but he knows it's favorable for Fnatic. 1 for 2. Elyoya missed his cue. It went wide as Bwipo tried to run away. If he hit that, he would have died instantly.
Olaf, ja.
Ok, bra. Herlig. Wow, Kaiser dør mer. Jeg elsker det.
Armut can just keep pressuring top because he sees where everything is on the map. No TPs to worry about.
Certainly. And you can see even in the top side, as much as Adam has been suffering.
Kaiser
er usynlig.
Humanoid bare, jeg har lyst til å ta deg på tissen. Hvilken... Jeg føler ikke Humanoid har brukt en ult denne. Har han?
Sikkert det, men man ser jo ikke forskjell på Russland, så han vet jo ikke. Ok, Vito har fått poengene sine. Han fikk 23 poeng og fikk ikke best rapid damage. Jeg hater spiller.
Hvem, hæ? Ei, jankeren.
Du fikk 1 mer poeng på å rekke som meg. Nei, jeg er urettferdig, altså.
Du, jeg gikk fra sånn 70 til 368 på ett game. Hæ?
Hæ?
Hvordan?
De fikk vel sikkert mye kill først, da.
Yes. Det var ikke så dårlig runde for meg, eller? Det var bare litt sånn support og topp diff. Jeg burde vært Kaiser, ser jeg.
Du burde det. Han
Trymby hadde ikke så veldig lyst til å gjøre det bra i dag.
Nei, Blitzcranken er ganske mange pointer som er mindre han får.
Men spørsmålet mitt er, har de fått pointsene sine her? Det har de.
Hallo, kan jeg få se fighten her?
Ok, jeg burde ikke valgt... Det kommer til å være replay lell.
Vent, Kaiser dør. Nei, Kaiser ikke død! Ok, han dør nå. Vent, hvor lenge er du? Er du ikke død? Er du ikke død? Hva faen? Vent, hvordan var det fighten der?
Armpits. Hva gjør med at Armpit har skjerpet seg? Jeg burde ha valgt Armpit topplane, burde jeg ha gjort.
Det var en ting som alle sammen tenkte. Hvordan døde ikke Loya? Jeg guess han var W av Kaiser, og han bare fikk så mye resistance, han bare ikke klarte det. Men jeg tror han gjorde det på Karsi.
Han får så mye igjen igjen.
Han gjorde det på Karsi.
Hva faen, liksom? Han får veldig mye igjen, men han livestiller en god del.
Ja, nei, det er...
Olaf tjener på å bare slå folk i tissen, liksom. Utpå bare, dæven, jeg fikk ikke til pause.
Armut, den Nisky Slayer. Jeg er litt sikker på den,
Åh!
With the mini champions that he has. Anyway, the game still pretty even. Mad Lions, the chase is really strong.
Masse shit points overalt, altså.
Ja, det er
folk
det.
som fikk masse poeng i. Jeg tror det.
Skal vi se, nå som det er rolig, så vil jeg bare sjekke hva...
Caps fikk 5 poeng.
Jeg hopper fra 4000 til 300.
4000?
Ja, plassering 4000. På ett game.
Ja, det var veldig lite penger på masse andre tusen, så det gir mening. Jeg tror det var jo sånn 100 poeng for å få 5 packs i sted, så sånn her.
Jankos vi 53, og så vi faktisk 30... Hvorfor fikk de så mye poeng? Da sugde du tiss!
Det var sent ikke det poenget.
Nei.
Men det ble sånn diffende, det ble sånn Rogue er bra. 7 poeng. G2 er bra. Det var 45.000 og en halv! Hvis Fnatic er bra. Det var 43,5 det var! Hvis Karsi er bra.
15.
Karsi er bra, da. 70 poeng.
Og så gjør fuckings Rogue det bra. 23 poeng. Så kommer Upset og gjør det akkurat det samme som han sa med 84 poeng!
Reckless gjorde ingen hele gamet, og at Farmet 50 poeng til Gryffindor!
Det er sånn Harry Potter-feeling, altså. Sånn, oh, Gryffindor is losing. The 50 million points to Gryffindor.
Oh my.
So close. These are two of our most explosive teams in the early game, and usually, to be honest, one team has overcommitted to the point that the game is in crazy disarray, but both these teams just fighting back and forth and back and forth.
Humanoid har ikke gjort det så veldig bra, jeg synes det. Armpit.
Det er ganske
You help me, I help you. That's basically what's going on here. And Fnatic could pressure a Baron, but I think Mad Lions aren't too scared of a 20-minute Baron. Although, as I say that, Cassio is on the map, and so is Kalista, so it'd be really easily secured.
Ja, det er jævlig lett Baron nå.
And Cosmic Drive as well for the additional movement speed. Cassio, of course, if you've never seen this champion, doesn't build boots.
There's pings coming onto it. They're going to start it. They're going to force a fight. Mad Lions have summoners on their carries, but they don't have vision.
Ja, men Kajse stilen nå. Da blir jeg bare ærlig om det kan bli. Ja, litt sånn.
Upset can re-engage. That's the TP now coming in, but Alioya is completely out of the fight. Whippo on top of the TP already. Silas stealing the ultimate away, trying to queue up as the Alistair ult. Humanoid gets a little bit more time to work.
Han har alle sølte. Så med en håp, og bare sånn, jeg har alle sølte. Hva skal vi gjøre?
Hva du vil?
Da er det som problemet. Hvis Arn blir sterk, så hytter det ganske mye da, på hvem som helst.
If Elioya dropped there, maybe Fnatic could have turned and started the Baron up again. But in the end, everyone's sitting around 2 items. It's very hard to overcommit into these fights just because of the range of each team's champions.
Jeg er på svømmetur.
Adam. But if you go too deep, your range carries can't follow up, and that's why both teams are hesitant to overchase.
Mad Lions, though, happy with the exchange for now, as it does mean that they get priority control over the pit. 1 minute and 50 seconds for the Dragon, though, means that that might not be too relevant when the objective does finally respawn. See what they can do.
Kajse-kill. Så nå. Hallo.
Leder.
Ingen var overrasket.
Er chatten overrasket? Flint.
They want to commit to it. They have a wave, and Adam is under the tower.
Pew, 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 pew. Bonk, 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 smack, dunk. Bonk, pew, pew, pew.
Ja, bare mistet alle tørsten.
Fnatic, det lover bra for playoffs det her, altså, for Fnatic. Sånn generelt det de gjorde i går, og det de gjør i dag, og... G2 leder jo over en av disse to nå.
Left for Fnatic. They will be fifth. They will play against the 6th place team. That is going to be a big deal because, again, if you are in the top 4, you get the luxury of double elimination. If you are in the bottom 2, 5th and 6th, there is nothing for you.
Double elimination, ja.
Yeah, if Fnatic lose, they're 5th place no matter what. And right now, they're sitting okay. They're sitting comfortably.
Det telles vel begge, nesten.
Ja. Så den bare sånn. Men jeg tror kanskje de har en hardere matchup. Jeg kan ikke sjekke, for at det er jo fiesta hele tiden. Hva er det som skjer?
Oh my
helvete! For en kule!
Have a good time. Come again.
Armot with the Turkish Q.
Kajser. Kaiser, 1v5, Kaiser! Jævlig lang tid på drøyen her.
Det var Niski som gjorde alene.
Hylliseng! Woo! Han er inn!
Og Alistar-ulten er tilbake.
Han har Alistar-ulten, ja. Det er faktisk innenfor å gå inn hvis de vet de har noe. Som de burde vite hva det står.
But upset in Niski, I don't think they can get in range. The second they do, Humanoid's going to turn. They're going to go for it anyway. Adam flashing forward. He wants to get a Humanoid off to the backside. They might lose Humanoid. The Baron's still at 3K. The reset.
Humanoid bare, jeg tar ikke damage. Jeg vet at dere har lyst til å damage meg, men jeg tar ikke damage.
Hva faen, dere gir ikke kill til Kaiser? Han er jo faktisk... han er den viktigste personen deres. Hallo?
Jeg er så misfornøyd med at jeg ikke valgte Armpit.
Å nei, jeg skulle valgt Armpit mot Adam. Åh, nå.
Så skulle jeg valgt Kaiser, da. Han gjør det jo jævlig bra.
Oh man, I think Fnatic went in way too early here. Niski's still on the dragon. There's no real good wards for him to TP to at this point. Look at Fnatic's vision. There's no blue wards. There's one on the Raptor's entrance. Perhaps he could have gone there. But you see, look at the Baron HP. It's 7k HP and Fnatic are just walking in. They don't have vision to check it. The pink ward comes in from Whippo, but look at the left of your screen. That's where Niski's TPing. TPing to the right.
Okay, Hylliseng. Gå inn! Jeg er inn! Åh, gutta! Han bare gav Alistar-ulti til Humanoid.
Niski var liksom ikke med i fighten.
Ja, han tok ikke en striken.
Nei, men han tepa jo 7 år unna.
Ja. Og bom alt. Det er en dodge hvis at du fikk Alistar uten å tenke over at
Sila skal komme og ta han.
Og nå er Myndult i tillegg, og en
Kalista-ulti. Det altså, Sett-ulti er jo grei denne, liksom.
Den finnes mer ting i verden. Det var ikke en 2v2.
For så vidt Kanskje PA-ult da. Men den er ikke best, liksom.
Carsey.
Kaiser, hallo.
But even then, 2 tier 2's full. Mad Lions, 6 towers. Fnatic only 3. The Baron buff obviously helped them out there, but sieging tier 3s is really hard at this point in the game. 26 minutes. Sieging at tier 3, there is risk of getting engaged on, so Mad Lions, I think they're just going to back off. I think that might be the end of the Baron. There's 40 seconds left. They don't really have any waves to play on. Next objective is this Dragon.
The thing is, Mad Lions being ahead in gold is just so massive. Yes, Cassio, in a theoretical world where you all dive into the backline, can do a lot of work, but when Olaf is 6-1 and 5, it certainly gets harder. Jace 5-1 and 4, you've seen what the poke damage can do. And Carsey, you heard from Mac, he is there to kill the front line. He's almost got the Lord Dominix. He's finally catching up to Upset, who had so many resources funneled into him. And when Adam and Whippo aren't tanky, Fnatic, it's going to be nigh impossible for them to win fights.
Yeah, the Ashe is going to scale really well. Should be able to shred to the front line. And Fnatic have to commit. You have Kalista, Alistar, Mundo set. You have to dive on the back line. Humanoid can take away Alistar ult, zone away both of the carries. And Carsey and Elyoya can deal with that front line. Armut's obviously there as just a poking tool. He will do a lot of damage in fights. He has 4 items, but he's just going to poke out the carries non-stop. And that's the power of Jace. You have a winning lane. You have poke in fights. You win over side lanes. You can push sides and move mid.
Kaiser driver med.
Might want to look for a fight here.
Han sitter jo envendt bygd på. Han er jo fed.
Jobbe. Armut er på.
Bygd på å deale inn damage på han. Han flasher over veggen! For en madlad! Kaiser! Kaiser, no!
Åh, satan!
Den forsvant. Det var sånn semi if you can.
Var det veldig da?
Onto the Olaf, and you can see the power of the Cassio Kalista. If they are full HP and they are untouched and there is no threats, Humanoid, Elyoya was diving onto them, but Humanoid wasn't there in time, so it was just a solo dive from the Olaf onto both carries of Fnatic, so he got melted down and died. So big shutdown goes across to them. Mad Lions overchasing there. This team fight area for red side is really bad, just from the amount of positions that the enemy team can hit you from. Armut has to flash away instantly, but Mad Lions, the only way they can reach Upset in this funnel is to go through the choke. Watch Elyoya, he has to literally run through
Selv det
everyone to get
egentlig,
onto in a choke, which means his team can protect him. Hillesang can combo Humanoid, zone him away. He can act as a front line. So this team fighting area is really, really bad for red side. Mad Lions overcommitting way too deep.
Certainly can't afford to walk for those chokes. And again, you're against Cassio. She throws down the miasma. You're not dashing anywhere. You're not going anywhere. Humanoid lucky, you can still take away that Alistair ult. Walk away without really a scratch on him. But Cassio ult now stolen means Humanoid certainly has the potential of his own to stop any play. Third Drake.
Whole
point for whatever team can manage to secure this one. Fnatic, it feels like they're going to have to go for the steal. They're trying to force their way in, but it's Humanoid off on the flank.
Karzi no flash for around 10 seconds. If Hillesang's timed it, he can flash on him.
Locked it up. Manages to take the dragon. Fnatic, they're still committing for the fight anyway. They want to force this one. Flash forward, but Karzi manages to make it out. Fnatic now on the retreat. It's Humanoid dashing forward. Arrow lands from downtown. Upset.
Okay, swagger arrow.
Off to the side. Armor just immediately going to
Ja, det her er jo bare
Arrow er helt perfekt, men ikke det.
Adam has to run the flash.
Fjes, da.
But they're chasing him. That's the acceleration gate. There's no getting away from that one.
Ja, som sagt, jeg skulle ha valgt det armet, altså.
They have a mid-wave and there's 5 members strong. Kaiser's just trying to find the members of Fnatic just to slow them down to get back to base. There's not much wave there either. Upset's going to have to step forwards. Bwipo's going to have to step forwards into 5 members to actually clear out these waves. 20 seconds on Niski. Can they commit to
Spilledag er 0-8.
Tension in this game wasn't enough. Blues, they are 5th place. Fnatic has to hold on. They need to give everything they can to survive.
Hvorfor er jeg bare ikke tanky?
Upset's running. There's no way
Han
to get away
blir
from the Ashe.
meldt,
Still saying it's up to 8
Ashe
seconds to Niski.
kan
It's 20
spille
Adam. It's 40 to Bwipo. Can they hold on?
Nah, they can't. Humanoid was too low HP, doesn't have TP to
Den
get to
beste,
the base,
men
so
nei,
it's a 4v3 at best, and the Baron's up. Jungler's dead. It's absolutely free. There's no need to go for the risk and throw it all away into a Cassio. Just kill Bwipo and take the Baron. That's going to be the call here for Mad Lions. And when we get a look at that replay of that fight, Karzi on the blast code, stopping Hillesang's Q flash from Fnatic overcommitting on the carry.
Måtte en Drake kunne solo.
Certainly did. A difficult game for Hillesang. On the side of Fnatic, so many engages, so many small fumbles getting caught out without the ultimate available.
Yeah, so
Oi,
Karzi's flash
fin
is at the bottom of your
Kaiser.
screen. It's
Karzi,
about 5,
Hopper
4,
back, da.
3. Hillesang knows it, but as he Q flashes, Karzi blast cones, and from there Mad Lions realize
Det var-
Alistair has no combo, guys.
Det
Let's
er
commit
ikke
to the
bra
fight.
nok, men
Fnatic
det
has to
var-
run away.
Se bare.
Really
Niski.
good arrow. Hits
Ja, du er
Niski.
ute
Of
av
all
fighten her.
people, we talked about the only thing that Niski has to be scared of is an Ashe arrow. What hit him?
Ashe Arrow.
They lost the fight.
Ashe Arrow into his own ultimate, stolen away by Humanoid. Facing slightly the wrong direction, costs him his life there.
Yeah.
Bwipo stepping a little bit too far back to allow the Cassio hitbox, whatever size or
Du
shape
trött?
it might be. I honestly have no idea with a tail like that.
Liten gjesp.
That's the difference. And that's how close some of these fights can be, but ultimately Fnatic were already not the favorites in that fight. And it only gets harder as more and more items come through. Earthbound Axe for Karzi means the Wit's End is on the way in, which means so much of the magic damage that Cassio is going to bring is going to be mitigated. So much more on-hit damage coming in from the Ashe as well.
Now Mad Lions, mid-hip's dead. But still, buffing the waves and pushing them in is what you need to do.
Jeg er straks ferdig, forresten.
Humanoid is Alistair ult. They can look for a dive here if they want to. Karzi has no flash, so look how far back he's playing. He's respecting the engage of Fnatic really well. He's playing so far behind his team. Hillesang.
A little bit of an early ult there, now locked up. Fnatic going to continue to step forward. Hillesang off to the side. Adam, it's going to be a big ultimate. Niski now stepping forward on. So Niski to flash forward, but Karzi.
Så jeg blir bare påminnet at jeg skulle ønske jeg valgte armet.
Kostet kan en tid, da er Upset snakket om.
Jeg laget for cirka en time pluss, ja. Jeg bare fant, ja, det var det som var planen. Så har vi til morgen etter
Åh,
pizza.
Kaiser fikk ikke til! Let's go!
Jeg så det, og så tenkte jeg, jeg gjør det. Åh, fy faen, armet må få masse poeng, da. Er det minst 50 poeng? Jeg måtte ikke igjen, bare fy faen, hvor er dårlig.
Jeg husker jo når at Upset sa at Fnatic kom til å komme seg
Ja. Sa det at Rogue kom til å slite og greier og sånne ting. Jeg husker det.
Ser vi.
And of course, credit to Mad Lions for not only stopping the potential hero play, but for putting Fnatic in a position where all they had were desperate back and forth early game. A single fight.
Ja, jeg vurderer å crafte meg litt sånn Mad Lions folk, ass. Armpit, golden armpit.
Punished them so cleanly for overcommitting.
Yeah, and they played so well.
Yeah,
Armor
thank.
especially. We criticized Jay so much. We criticized
In
him in
2000.
general, but wow, what a fantastic game from him. And now Fnatic, you're on a 4-game losing
Okay,
streak. You're
5
locked in
kroner.
5th place. Got to do a lot of work for when playoffs comes around.
Certainly do. And again, 5th place was the
Reckless
worst
som ikke elemental dish, er
2016
lett.
summer when they locked in that in the best of 5. We'll have to see if they could do better in the
sort of
best of
wait
5s
for
this time
result.
around, but for now they are locked in 5th. They will face our 6th place team. Key player of the game at LEC though, it's focused on Mad Lions this time around. If they did take the day, it's El Yoya,
Bare siden
Armut,
Jankos
and
fikk
Kaiser.
han
We're soon going to hear from Kaiser.
til
Armut
3,
joins
så er det
us in
5 til
post-game
3.
lobby, so don't go anywhere.
Faktisk 411 poeng. Innenfor.
Oi, hvem tror du han Reckless-fyren valgte?
Jo, han her.
Reckless. Reckless. Sånn bak. Der. Se på han.
Ah, med 3K, ja.
Han har ikke noen Reckless. Hva er det for en meme?
We're starting to lose our mind, Captain. We cannot go back to Elo Helm. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Ja, men da høres vi, Oliver. For en dag.